The story begins with a question that challenges everything we think we know about human history. What if our ancestors were not as primitive as textbooks claim? What if, tens of thousands of years ago, humans possessed technologies that rival or even surpass what we consider modern innovations? Across deserts, mountains, and oceans, remnants of forgotten past lie buried, silent witnesses to achievements so advanced they seem almost impossible. From perfectly cut stone blocks that fit together without mortar, to mysterious devices whose purpose remains a puzzle, the evidence whispers a secret that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. Imagine standing before a structure so enormous, so precisely engineered, that it defies all logical explanation. The stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, are cut in position with precision that modern machinery struggles to replicate. This is not the work of a simple, primitive society. It is the mark of minds and hands that understood forces, geometry, and techniques far beyond the timeline we've been taught. Every angle, every measurement, every alignment tells a story that has been waiting thousands of years to be uncovered. The question is, who are the architects, and how did they achieve what we are only now struggling to understand? And it is not just one location or one artifact. Across continents, similar mysteries emerge. Deep in the jungles of South America, ancient ruins rise from the earth, their stone walls carved with such perfection that even the most skilled masons of today would marvel. In the deserts of the Middle East, massive temples and pyramids stand aligned with the stars, as if ancient astronomers had unlocked secrets that should have been impossible to know at the time. Submerged beneath the waves, entire cities wait silently under the ocean, preserved as if the earth itself wanted to hide them from human eyes until we were ready, or daring, enough to find them. Some artifacts are small, yet equally perplexing. A metal object so finely worked that it hints at knowledge of metallurgy thousands of years ahead of its time. Or a device so complex it seems to compute celestial movements like an ancient computer, yet it predates the supposed invention of gears and machinery by millennia. These objects, scattered across the globe, point to one unnerving possibility: that our understanding of human history is incomplete, and that we may be missing chapters of our past that were far more advanced than anyone ever imagined. Even more unsettling is the pattern. These anomalies are not isolated. They repeat across continents, cultures, and epochs. Could it be mere coincidence that ancient structures in Peru mirror techniques found in Egypt? That sophisticated astronomical knowledge appears in civilizations separated by oceans and mountains, with no known contact? The evidence, when viewed collectively, forms a web of mystery that becomes harder and harder to ignore. Scholars call it anomalous, unexplained, or even possible. But the truth is, the full picture has yet to be revealed. Some historians and archaeologists caution against speculation, warning that imagination must not replace evidence. Yet the artifacts themselves seem to defy conventional explanation. The alignment of the stars, the precision of the masonry, the sophistication of ancient tools. They do not conform to the slow, linear progress of technology as we have been taught. Instead, they hint at bursts of knowledge, perhaps lost and rediscovered, or deliberately erased from collective memory. The story that emerges is not one of primitive humans struggling to survive, but of brilliant minds experimenting, observing, and mastering the world in ways that modern science can only begin to comprehend. As the journey begins, the stakes are higher than mere curiosity. This is not just about marveling at stone or metal. It is about rethinking the foundation of human achievement. What if our ancestors understood principles of energy, mathematics, and engineering that were forgotten and had to be reinvented thousands of years later? What if history itself is not a straight line of progress, but a series of lost civilizations whose secrets we are only now glimpsing? The implications are profound, shaking the very core of what we believe about human potential. Throughout this documentary, we will travel to the farthest corners of the earth, uncovering sites and artifacts that mainstream textbooks barely acknowledge. We will speak with experts and skeptics, examine astonishing discoveries, and reveal evidence that challenges the accepted narrative of history. The journey will be suspenseful, unsettling, and often contradictory, but will always lead to one inescapable truth. There is much about our past that has been hidden, lost, or ignored, and understanding could change everything we think we know about who we are. By the end, viewers will be confronted with questions that cannot easily be answered. Were ancient humans merely survivors, or were they pioneers of knowledge far beyond their time? Did civilizations rise and fall, leaving behind clues too subtle for most to notice? And most provocatively, if such knowledge once existed, what caused it to disappear? And can we reclaim even a fragment of it today? From a first stone carved to the most enigmatic artifact unearthed, the story of ancient technology is a story of human ingenuity, mystery, and the tantalizing possibility that our ancestors were far ahead of anything we imagined. Prepare to witness the unbelievable. Prepare to question the textbooks, the timelines, and the very essence of history. This is not a tale of myths or legends alone. It is a journey into the hidden chapters of our past. Chapters that may rewrite everything we think we know about human civilization. The evidence awaits, and the truth, as elusive as it may be, beckons us forward. Across the deserts, jungles, and forgotten valleys of the world, evidence begins to surface that challenges the very foundation of human history. The question arises, were the civilizations we study today truly the first, or merely the inheritors of knowledge from societies that existed long before them? Mainstream archaeology tells us that humans slowly progressed from stone tools to the wonders of bronze and iron, gradually building the civilizations we know from history books. But scattered across the globe are whispers of cultures that achieve feats of engineering, astronomy, and craftsmanship that seem impossible for their supposed era. These are civilizations that left almost no trace, yet their fingerprints linger in stone, metal, and myth. Consider the concept of pre-flood civilizations, a notion that appears in mythologies worldwide. Stories of a great deluge recur from the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the tales of Noah in the Bible, to legends in South America and India. Could these stories be more than allegory? Some researchers propose that a sophisticated human civilization existed tens of thousands of years ago, only to be wiped out by a cataclysmic event, leaving fragmented knowledge scattered across continents. The evidence, while subtle, is tantalizing. Remnants of advanced structures, sudden leaps in technology, and inexplicable artifacts that do not fit the accepted timeline. Across continents, parallels emerge that defy coincidence. In South America, massive stone terraces and temples demonstrate engineering skills far beyond what would be expected of the civilizations credited with their construction. Thousands of miles away in Egypt and the Middle East, pyramids and temples stand aligned with astronomical precision, carved from stones that weigh more than any modern crane could easily lift. The skills required to construct such sites suggest an understanding of physics, geometry, and materials that seems impossible without prior experience or instruction. Even more intriguing are the tools and techniques implied by these constructions. Modern experiments attempting to replicate the precision of ancient stone cutting, for example at Pumapunku in Bolivia, often fail when using only tools that should have been available at the time. The blocks interlock with mathematical perfection. Surfaces are polished smoother than what would be expected from primitive tools. Similarly, the precision of megalithic structures in the Mediterranean suggests knowledge of leveraged machinery and perhaps even lost forms of energy that we can only speculate about today. Could it be that these skills were inherited from a civilization that predated the recognized ones, now lost to time and catastrophe? The notion of hidden knowledge extends beyond structures. Certain ancient texts describe advanced ideas that, until recently, seemed impossible for their time. Vedic texts from India, written thousands of years ago, contain detailed descriptions of flying machines, complex metallurgy, and astronomical knowledge of staggering accuracy. Ancient Egyptian papyri describe engineering methods and mechanical principles that seem to predate what we believe was understood in the classical period. Even the Sumerian tablets reveal mathematical and scientific understanding that is both complex and unexpected, raising the question, were these insights born from innovation or passed down from a more ancient source? Adding to the mystery, underwater discoveries challenge everything we assume about human settlement. Submerged ruins along coastlines in India, Japan, and the Mediterranean suggest that thriving civilizations may have existed during periods when sea levels were dramatically lower. Entire cities now rest beneath the waves, their existence hidden until modern technology allowed sonar and deep-sea exploration to uncover them. The dating of these submerged sites often predates known civilizations, hinting at advanced societies capable of urban planning, construction, and possibly maritime engineering long before we thought humans were capable of such feats. The global pattern of these anomalies is difficult to ignore. Similar construction techniques, shared astronomical alignments, and parallel symbolic systems emerge across cultures that supposedly had no contact. From the pyramids of Egypt to the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, from the stone circles of the British Isles to the temples of South America, recurring motifs suggest a shared knowledge, or perhaps a global civilization whose story has been partially erased. Scholars debate whether this is evidence of a lost global culture, independent invention, or something more mysterious. But the undeniable fact is that the anomalies exist and they demand explanation. Skeptics argue that we overestimate our ancestors, projecting modern expectations onto ancient people. They insist that clever humans could have achieved much with simple tools and ingenuity. While there is truth to human ingenuity, certain anomalies strain credibility. The precision of stone blocks weighing dozens of tons, the flawless alignment with celestial events, and the ability to plan large-scale projects with such accuracy suggest more than trial and error. They hint at a body of knowledge that predates what we consider the dawn of civilization. Even today, some discoveries are met with resistance, both academically and culturally. When new evidence surfaces that challenges orthodox timelines, the response is often denial, dismissal, or reinterpretation. It is as if a veil has been cast over these ancient secrets, ensuring that only fragments of the truth reach public awareness. This phenomenon adds another layer to the mystery. If these civilizations truly existed, why is their evidence so scattered and often ignored? Was knowledge lost in natural disasters, deliberately suppressed, or simply forgotten over millennia? The implications of uncovering such civilizations are staggering. Not only would it rewrite the history of human development, but it would also force us to reconsider the capabilities of our ancestors. Were humans more intelligent, more innovative, and more resourceful than we currently believe? Did they possess technologies and insights that were lost due to cataclysm, neglect, or even deliberate erasure? The deeper we investigate, the more we find ourselves confronted with uncomfortable questions. Perhaps history is not a straight, linear path of progress, but a series of rises and falls, with knowledge repeatedly lost and rediscovered across time. This exploration is not about romanticizing the past. It is about confronting evidence and asking the hard questions. What if the civilizations we consider primitive were in fact heirs to knowledge that has been hidden from us? What if the myths, legends, and anomalous artifacts scattered across the globe are not mere coincidences, but fragments of a sophisticated reality that existed far earlier than anyone admits? The journey into these mysteries forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about human history and the potential of ancient civilizations. In the chapters that follow, we will delve into sites, artifacts, and theories that defy conventional explanations. We will examine structures that resist our understanding, tools that challenge our perception of technological progress, and texts that suggest a sophisticated knowledge of the natural world. Step by step, piece by piece, a picture emerges, a picture of human history that is far richer, more complex, and far stranger than textbooks would have you believe. By tracing these forgotten threads, we begin to uncover the possibility that humanity has, at times, walked paths of brilliance that were abruptly interrupted, leaving only faint echoes in stone, metal, and memory. The stories we thought were complete suddenly appear partial. The timelines we trusted become uncertain. And in that uncertainty lies the thrill of discovery, the intoxicating possibility that we are only beginning to glimpse the full scope of human potential as it existed tens of thousands of years ago, hidden just beneath the surface of what we call history. Across the globe, massive stone structures stand as silent witnesses to an era of human achievement that seems impossible for their supposed time. From the Andean highlands of South America to the deserts of Egypt and the plains of Europe, these megalithic constructions defy explanation. They are enormous, precise, and often aligned with celestial bodies, demonstrating a level of knowledge and engineering that should have been unattainable by the civilizations credited with their creation. Each structure challenges the very assumptions of what early humans were capable of, forcing us to ask, how did they do it, and why do we know so little about it? Take Pumapunku in Bolivia, for example. The site is part of the larger Tiwanaku complex and is renowned for its massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, cut with an exactness that modern machinery struggles to replicate. The stones fit together perfectly without mortar and feature interlocking joints that suggest an understanding of both geometry and structural engineering far beyond what we typically associate with the era. Archaeologists are still debating how ancient builders transported, lifted, and assembled these monoliths with only simple tools. Some suggest they may have had access to techniques or knowledge now lost to history, methods that allowed them to manipulate stone with precision that seems almost alien. Halfway across the world, in the deserts of Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza rises with the majesty of something not entirely of this world. Constructed over 4,500 years ago, its alignment with the cardinal points is nearly perfect. Its dimensions encode mathematical constants that would not be formally recognized until millennia later. The sheer scale of the project, the moving of massive limestone and granite blocks, some weighing multiple tons, raises questions about the organizational and engineering skills of its builders. How could society thought to be primitive in technology, with only copper tools and simple sledges, construct a structure so precise and enduring? The precision of the pyramid's casing stones, which fit so tightly that even a razor blade cannot pass between them, continues to baffle engineers and historians alike. Megalithic structures in Europe, like Stonehenge in England, also tell a story of advanced understanding. The stones, some transported over hundreds of kilometers, are arranged with a precision that corresponds to solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial events. The effort required to quarry, transport, and erect these massive stones suggests a society with sophisticated planning, teamwork, and astronomical knowledge. While not as massive as the pyramids or Puma Punku, the alignment and purpose of these monuments indicate an intellectual sophistication that mainstream narratives often overlook. The question emerges, did these societies acquire this knowledge independently, or was it passed down from an older, more advanced civilization? In Asia, sites like Baalbek in Lebanon push the boundaries even further. The Temple of Jupiter rests upon enormous stone blocks, some weighing more than 800 tons. How ancient builders managed to lift, transport, and position such megaliths with the technology available at the time remains a puzzle that confounds modern engineers. The precision of the stonework and the seamless joints in these structures suggest methods or tools that remain undiscovered. Some researchers argue that traditional explanations, ramps, levers, and manpower, cannot fully account for the accuracy and scale observed at Baalbek, leaving open the possibility of lost technologies or techniques. A recurring theme in these megalithic wonders is their alignment with the cosmos. Structures from Göbekli Tepe in Turkey to Machu Picchu in Peru reveal an understanding of astronomy that predates conventional records of scientific knowledge. Columns, walls, and platforms were oriented according to star positions, solstices, or equinoxes, suggesting that the builders were not merely creating monuments for religious or cultural purposes, but for purposes that may have involved advanced celestial observation, timekeeping, or even energy generation, according to some speculative theories. The sophistication implies a connection between architecture, science, and ritual that is remarkably advanced. Equally compelling is the precision of the stone cutting itself. Many blocks are so finely polished and shaped that they seem to have been crafted using methods lost to history. In Peru, some stones display cuts at perfect right angles and planes so smooth that even modern equipment struggles to reproduce them. Holes drilled with exact circular precision hint at tools capable of rotational motion, possibly using advanced abrasives or even diamond tip techniques. The workmanship challenges assumptions about what tools were available to these ancient builders and whether their methods have been entirely lost to time. Beyond the technical marvels, the scale of these projects demands attention. Constructing such monuments required not only knowledge but also organization, labor, and resources on a scale that is difficult to reconcile with the idea of primitive societies. For example, moving a 100-ton stone block without modern machinery requires an understanding of leverage, friction reduction, and coordination among large groups of workers. These feats suggest a society with specialized roles, planning, and ability to mobilize large-scale labor effectively, an organizational sophistication that is often underestimated in discussions of ancient civilizations. Yet despite all this, we rarely consider the full implications. The recurrence of massive, precise stonework across continents in cultures separated by thousands of miles and years hints at a level of global knowledge that we are only beginning to grasp. Was there a shared tradition of engineering knowledge lost during the cataclysms of prehistory? Were these civilizations inheritors of wisdom from an even older, now vanished culture? Each new discovery raises more questions than it answers, and the patterns that emerge are difficult to ignore. The mystery deepens when we consider the gaps in our historical timeline. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, dated over 11,000 years ago, predate Stone Age conventions and suggest organized society at a time when humanity was supposedly still struggling to survive in small nomadic groups. How could humans at this early stage have possessed the skills, knowledge, and social structure necessary to construct monumental architecture? The evidence points to the possibility that the accepted narrative of gradual technological progression may be incomplete or misleading. As we stand before these megaliths today, they evoke awe, curiosity, and sometimes disbelief. They compel us to reimagine our ancestors not as primitive survivors, but as sophisticated engineers, architects, and visionaries. Each stone, each alignment, each precise cut carries a story of intelligence and capability that challenges everything we think we know about human progress. These structures are more than monuments. They are messages from the past, waiting to be decoded, hinting at a knowledge that was once common but is now largely forgotten. Exploring megalithic sites is more than an archaeological endeavor. It is a journey into the human mind and the limits of possibility. The questions they raise, how, why, and by whom, drive a narrative that connects engineering, astronomy, and mystery. They compel us to look beyond conventional explanations, to consider the tantalizing possibility that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than history books allow, and that their wisdom, largely lost, might yet illuminate the origins of human ingenuity. Beyond massive stone monuments and precision architecture, the world of ancient artifacts offers an even more perplexing window into lost knowledge: the tools themselves. Objects unearthed across continents suggest that our ancestors may have possessed technologies and techniques that modern science struggles to explain. While textbooks depict early humans laboring with rudimentary stone or bronze implements, the archaeological record contains tools of extraordinary precision, sophistication, and material composition, tools that seem completely out of place in their time. Each discovery challenges a linear narrative of technological development, forcing us to confront the possibility that advanced knowledge existed long before it was officially recognized. One striking example is the array of metal objects found in archaeological sites dating back thousands of years. In various locations, archaeologists have discovered copper and bronze implements with a level of craftsmanship that rivals modern standards. Some of these tools bear evidence of complex alloying techniques, suggesting an understanding of metallurgy far beyond what historians have assumed for period. Even more intriguing are instances where ancient metalwork exhibits properties that modern engineers struggle to replicate, such as exceptional hardness, resistance to corrosion, or unusually precise shaping. The question arises: how did these ancient artisans achieve such results without the industrial processes we consider necessary today? Stone tools, often dismissed as primitive, also reveal startling sophistication. In South America, precisely carved stone blocks demonstrate cuts that appear straight to within fractions of a millimeter, with surfaces polished to a smoothness that defies explanation using simple tools. Similar cutting marks appear on megalithic stones in Europe and the Middle East, suggesting techniques that might involve unknown abrasives or rotation machinery. Some researchers have proposed that these marks indicate tools capable of cutting with diamond-level precision, a notion that seems impossible for cultures we assume were using simple hand tools. Yet the evidence persists, demanding that we rethink what ancient humans could achieve. In addition to cutting tools, there are artifacts that suggest knowledge of mechanisms and construction beyond their time. In South America, stones feature perfectly drilled holes in locations where no modern tool could easily reach. Some of these holes are angled, deep, and incredibly uniform, suggesting rotary drilling methods using abrasives or techniques that have yet to be fully understood. Ancient Egypt offers similar mysteries. Precision holes in granite sarcophagi, deep enough to challenge modern drill capabilities, leave experts questioning the methods used by civilizations thought to rely solely on copper chisels and stone hammers. Beyond functionality, some tools hint at purposes that remain mysterious. Tiny artifacts, seemingly mundane, display intricate workmanship that implies highly specialized knowledge. Small metallic objects, delicate carvings, and mechanisms such as the Antikythera-like devices found in disparate locations raise the possibility that some tools were not just for construction or survival, but for observation, calculation, or even experimentation. The complexity and precision of these items suggest that ancient humans were capable of more than practical engineering. They may have been experimenting with technology in ways we are only beginning to imagine. Perhaps most compelling are objects that defy explanation entirely. In Pakistan, ancient drills used to hollow out stones at Mohenjo-daro show no signs of tool, where consistent with the materials used, as if they were cut with a precision not possible for their age. In Europe, tools and metal objects appear to have been subjected to processes that would require temperatures and chemical understanding we associate with modern laboratories. Even in Africa, artifacts show a mastery of shape, form, and function that hints at experimentation, testing, and a sophisticated understanding of materials. Each tool raises a possibility that a body of knowledge existed and has been lost that allowed our ancestors to achieve feats we thought were impossible. The global pattern of these anomalies is particularly striking. From the Americas to Asia, from Europe to the Middle East, tools and artifacts emerge that are inconsistent with the supposed technological timeline. Could this indicate the remnants of a shared knowledge passed across civilizations, or perhaps a civilization far older than recognized that left behind these tools as a legacy? The more we uncover, the more it seems that our linear models of technological development are inadequate, incapable of accounting for the complexity and precision evident in these ancient implements. This leads to deeper, unsettling questions about lost innovation. Were these tools simply ahead of their time, abandoned or forgotten due to societal collapse or cataclysm? Or were they intentionally suppressed, their secrets lost to protect knowledge that was too powerful or dangerous? Some theorists suggest that the recurrence of highly advanced tools across different continents and eras is not coincidental, but indicative of a knowledge network that was deliberately fragmented or hidden. Whatever the reason, the result is the same. We are left with tools that challenge our understanding, artifacts that scream for explanation, and a history that appears far more complex than we have been taught. The implications extend beyond mere curiosity. Understanding these tools, how they were made, and what they were used for could radically alter our perception of human history. They suggest that early humans were capable of experimentation, innovation, and engineering at a level we have yet to fully appreciate. They hint at intelligence, creativity, and ingenuity that rivals, or perhaps even exceeds, what we consider modern. The question is not just how they built or cut, but why. What drove these ancient people to create tools of such precision, and for what purposes? Were they solving practical problems, or were they reaching for something more profound, knowledge, power, or understanding of the world that has since been lost? As we continue to examine these tools, a pattern emerges. Advanced techniques appear repeatedly across continents separated by time and distance. This consistency is difficult to explain through isolated invention alone. It suggests either a continuity of knowledge that has been fragmented or a forgotten civilization with capabilities that modern humans are only now beginning to rediscover. Each tool is a puzzle piece, offering a tantalizing glimpse into a past that is far more sophisticated, inventive, and mysterious than our textbooks acknowledge. In exploring ancient tools, we step into a world of possibilities that challenges the very foundations of history. They compel us to consider that our ancestors were not merely survivors scraping by with rudimentary implements, but skilled engineers, innovators, and thinkers. Their creations demand respect, analysis, and imagination as we attempt to decode the methods, purposes, and knowledge embedded within them. The deeper we dig, the clearer it becomes. These tools are not relics of primitive past. They are evidence of a lost era of human ingenuity, waiting for us to uncover its secrets and understand its significance. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern observatories, ancient civilizations were already observing the heavens with remarkable precision. Across continents, monuments, temples, and stone circles reveal an advanced understanding of astronomy that challenges our assumptions about the capabilities of early humans. These structures were not built haphazardly. They align with celestial events such as solstices, equinoxes, planetary cycles, and star constellations with astonishing accuracy. The question that haunts modern researchers is simple yet profound. How could societies, supposedly limited in knowledge and technology, track and predict cosmic events so precisely? In the desert of Egypt, the pyramids offer a striking example of celestial sophistication. The Great Pyramid of Giza is not merely an architectural wonder. Its alignment with the cardinal points is near perfect, with an accuracy of fractions of a degree. Scholars have noted that certain internal chambers are aligned with specific stars that were significant in ancient Egyptian cosmology. This level of precision suggests that the builders possessed not only observational skills, but also mathematical understanding that allowed them to map the heavens onto stone with unparalleled accuracy. The implications are staggering. Knowledge of astronomy was intertwined with engineering, ritual, and perhaps even power. Thousands of miles away, in the highlands of Peru, the Inca civilization and their predecessors left behind astronomical observatories that demonstrate an equally sophisticated understanding. At Machu Picchu and its surrounding sites, structures were oriented to capture sunlight during solstices and to observe the movement of stars and planets across the night sky. Sacred temples and stone markers correspond to celestial events, suggesting that the ancients used astronomy to organize their calendar, agriculture, and rituals. The precision of these alignments again challenges conventional timelines, as it implies a depth of knowledge that we typically associate with later, more advanced civilizations. Even older, Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, dating back over 11,000 years, contain stone circles and carvings that some researchers argue may encode astronomical information. Certain pillars are aligned with constellations or represent celestial symbols, hinting at a sophisticated awareness of the cosmos long before agriculture or permanent settlements are thought to have existed. The presence of such knowledge in societies believed to be in a pre-agricultural, hunter-gatherer phase is nothing short of astounding. How could humans with supposedly limited societal structures and technology develop and preserve such precise astronomical insight? Stonehenge in England provides yet another striking example. Its iconic arrangement of massive stones is aligned with the sunrise on the summer solstice and the sunset on the winter solstice. While the exact methods of construction remain a mystery, the intentionality is clear. Ancient humans tracked the sun's path with such precision that they could predict seasonal changes critical for survival. The sophistication of these alignments, combined with the difficulty of moving and erecting such stones, suggests a society capable of careful observation, planning, and record-keeping, abilities we often underestimate in ancient cultures. But astronomical knowledge was not limited to the movement of the sun and stars. Ancient cultures also observed planetary cycles with surprising accuracy. In Mesopotamia, Sumerian and Babylonian astronomers meticulously tracked the movements of planets, eclipses, and lunar cycles. They created complex calendars and predictive models, some of which remain remarkably accurate even by modern standards. The mathematical tools they developed to track celestial phenomena indicate not only observational skill, but also sophisticated numerical understanding, including knowledge of geometry and ratios, which are foundational for modern astronomy. The implications of this advanced astronomical understanding go beyond mere curiosity. Alignments, calendars, and observations of the heavens were often intertwined with cultural, religious, and possibly even technological practices. Some researchers suggest that knowledge of celestial patterns may have informed construction techniques, orientation of monuments, and even agricultural planning. The consistency and precision of this knowledge across civilizations separated by thousands of miles and decades, or even millennia, suggests either a remarkable coincidence or some form of shared wisdom from a forgotten, highly advanced civilization. Furthermore, certain anomalies hint at capabilities that border on the enigmatic. Some ancient structures appear to encode knowledge of precession, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis over a 26,000-year cycle, long before it was formally recognized by modern science. The alignment of temples, pyramids, and megalithic circles with stars and positions that would have been correct for tens of thousands of years ago raises questions that conventional explanations struggle to answer. Were these ancient civilizations keeping records of celestial events spanning millennia? And if so, how did they acquire such long-term astronomical insight without the instruments we take for granted today? This sophistication is not isolated to one region. In India, Vedic texts describe intricate astronomical observations, including planetary positions, eclipses, and the complex cycles of time. These records predate much of classical astronomy, suggesting that observation, calculation, and recording of celestial events were highly advanced disciplines thousands of years ago. Similarly, ancient Chinese astronomers documented comets, supernovae, and planetary movements with remarkable accuracy, providing detailed records that have been invaluable to modern astrophysics. Across continents and eras, the evidence converges. Ancient humans were not merely staring at the stars. They were interpreting, predicting, and integrating this knowledge into their societies in ways that remain astonishing. Some scholars and skeptics caution against overinterpretation, suggesting that apparent alignments may be coincidental or symbolic rather than precise scientific endeavors. Yet the sheer number of sites, combined with their scale, accuracy, and purpose, makes coincidence an increasingly unlikely explanation. When taken together, these examples form a pattern that cannot be ignored. Ancient humans appear to possess the depth of astronomical understanding that modern historians struggle to contextualize within conventional timelines. The implications are profound. If ancient civilizations could observe and encode the cosmos with such precision, it suggests that human knowledge did not evolve in a simple, linear fashion. Instead, it may indicate bursts of understanding, perhaps inherited from older societies, lost, and then rediscovered over millennia. It forces us to reconsider not just the history of astronomy, but the entire trajectory of human innovation, engineering, and intellectual capability. These ancient astronomers may have been far more advanced than we give them credit for, capable of insights that still challenge our modern scientific assumptions. As we trace the skyward gaze of our ancestors, we uncover more than just knowledge of stars. We uncover evidence of an intelligence and curiosity that transcends time. These observations were not made for idle contemplation. They were encoded in stone, aligned with ritual and practical purposes, and preserved across millennia. They are a testament to a sophistication that forces us to ask again, who were these ancient humans, and how much of their knowledge has been lost or hidden from us? By examining the patterns, alignments, and calculations of ancient astronomers, we begin to see a portrait of civilizations that were both sophisticated and deeply connected to the cosmos. Their understanding of the heavens was not superficial. It was deliberate, precise, and woven into the fabric of daily life. These revelations challenge our assumptions, excite our curiosity, and compel us to look beyond conventional narratives. Humanity's fascination with the stars may be far older and more advanced than we have ever imagined, suggesting that the roots of scientific inquiry stretch back far deeper into history than we dare to acknowledge. Maps are more than mere representations of the Earth. They are reflections of knowledge, observation, and sometimes astonishingly advanced understanding. Ancient maps, often dismissed as crude or symbolic, increasingly challenge our perception of history. Some maps depict coastlines, mountains, and continents with a precision that seems impossible for their supposed era. These documents suggest that the people who created them possessed not only geographical awareness, but also surveying techniques, navigational skills, and possibly even knowledge of the globe that should have been centuries ahead of their time. One of the most famous examples is the Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. What makes this map extraordinary is its inclusion of detailed depictions of the coastlines of South America and Africa with a remarkable degree of accuracy. Even more astonishing, portions of the map appear to show features of Antarctica, ice-free and mapped long, before its documented discovery in the 19th century. Scholars have long debated how Piri Reis could produce such a map, given that he claimed to have compiled it from older charts, some of which may have originated from unknown or lost civilizations. The precision of these representations raises fundamental questions. Did he inherit knowledge from an advanced civilization? And if so, what was the source of that knowledge? Equally intriguing are ancient Babylonian and Sumerian maps, some dating back over 4,000 years. These maps depict rivers, cities, and territories with surprisingly detailed accuracy. While some may argue they're symbolic or artistic, a growing number of researchers suggest that these depictions were grounded in practical knowledge of the terrain, trade routes, and resources. The ability to chart such detail implies sophisticated surveying methods, understanding of scale, and a system for recording and transmitting information. Such skills challenge the traditional notion that ancient Mesopotamian civilizations were limited in their technological capabilities. Maps from medieval Europe and Asia offer further puzzles. The Tabula Rogeriana, created by Al-Idrisi in 1154, compiles knowledge from various travelers, sailors, and explorers. While this map is a masterpiece of medieval cartography, its accuracy hints at a much earlier source of knowledge. Some researchers speculate that portions of the map may reflect information from civilizations that predated recorded history, suggesting that ancient travelers possessed far more advanced navigational understanding than commonly believed. These maps challenge our linear view of technological progress and suggest that knowledge was not simply invented in a vacuum, but may have been preserved, transmitted, and sometimes lost across millennia. Even more controversial are claims about maps that predate known civilizations yet depict the world with astonishing precision. Some ancient maps appear to chart coastlines submerged after the last ice age, indicating that the map makers were recording geography that would have been inaccessible for thousands of years. If these maps are accurate, they suggest that civilizations existing over 10,000 years ago had the ability to survey, record, and transmit knowledge of the Earth's surface, a capability far beyond what mainstream archaeology currently acknowledges. The implications extend beyond simple cartography. Accurate mapping requires a deep understanding of geometry, measurement, and observation. Ancient map makers would have needed tools to calculate distance, direction, and scale, tools that are conspicuously absent from the archaeological record. Some researchers propose that the creators may have possessed knowledge of latitude, longitude, and even projection methods that predate their supposed invention by thousands of years. The precision of these maps implies that the map makers were not only skilled observers, but also possess an abstract understanding of space, geography, and the world as a whole. In South America, the Nazca lines add another layer to this mystery. While technically geoglyphs rather than maps, some researchers suggest they could function as navigational aids or markers aligned with astronomical and geographical features. The lines stretch for miles, perfectly preserved, and can only be fully appreciated from an aerial perspective, a perspective ancient humans seemingly lacked, unless we consider lost technologies or other unexplained methods. These geoglyphs echo the possibility that ancient civilizations had a far broader understanding of geography, orientation, and landscape than we typically credit them for. Maps are not just technical achievements. They are repositories of hidden knowledge. Some ancient documents appear to encode information about mountains, rivers, and coastlines that no human could have observed without advanced surveying or perhaps even global travel. Could these maps be remnants of a civilization that existed before the known historical record? If so, what was the source of their information, and why was it largely lost or ignored by the societies that followed? The very existence of these maps forces us to consider the possibility that humanity has inherited fragments of knowledge from a past that was far more advanced than textbooks acknowledge. Moreover, these maps create a pattern when viewed collectively, across continents, from Mesopotamia to South America, from Egypt to Asia. We see evidence of advanced geographic awareness appearing repeatedly and independently. This pattern raises uncomfortable questions for conventional archaeology. Is it conceivable that multiple civilizations achieved such precision in isolation, or does this suggest a shared knowledge, possibly from a lost civilization or an ancient network of communication that spanned vast distances? The evidence points toward a more complex history than most are willing to accept. The very act of questioning ancient maps can be unsettling. If accurate depictions of the world existed thousands of years ago, it challenges the timeline of human exploration, navigation, and technological development. It implies that our ancestors had capabilities previously thought impossible, including surveying coastlines, understanding proportions, and recording information in ways that could survive millennia. It forces us to reconsider not just maps, but the trajectory of human civilization itself. In studying these ancient maps, we encounter more than geography. We encounter a worldview. These maps reflect how ancient people perceived their surroundings, how they navigated, and how they documented their reality. They reveal a sophistication, curiosity, and intelligence that repeatedly undermines the assumption that ancient humans were primitive. Whether used for trade, exploration, astronomy, or ritual, these maps demonstrate a command of knowledge that rivals modern expectations, hinting at an intelligence that has been obscured, forgotten, or deliberately ignored over the ages. By tracing the lines, coastlines, and symbols on these maps, we begin to glimpse a world that was far more interconnected and advanced than we ever imagined. The maps challenge our perception of history. forcing us to confront the possibility that ancient civilizations knew more, traveled further, and observed more accurately than we are willing to acknowledge. They are silent witnesses to a lost era of knowledge, beckoning us to decode their secrets and to reconsider what humanity was capable of tens of thousands of years ago. Among the most astonishing artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient technology is the Antikythera mechanism, a device often referred to as the world's first analog computer. Discovered in 1901 in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, this bronze and gear marvel dates back to around 100 BCE. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary corroded relic, but careful examination revealed a level of sophistication that should not have existed for another millennium. It is a machine capable of predicting astronomical positions, eclipses, and cycles with an accuracy that rivals modern mechanical devices. The question that continues to haunt scientists, historians, and enthusiasts alike is simple yet profound. How did the ancients develop such technology? The Antikythera mechanism contains over 30 interlocking bronze gears, precisely cut to model the complex movements of the sun, moon, and planets. It incorporates the lunar cycle, the metonic cycle, a 19-year cycle that aligns lunar months with solar years, and even prediction of eclipses. The ingenuity of the design demonstrates a deep understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, all encoded into a compact, hand-powered device. This was not a crude instrument. It was a highly sophisticated computational machine, miniaturized and functional, produced at a time when historians believed such precision engineering was impossible. For decades after its discovery, the mechanism baffled experts. Its existence suggested a level of scientific and technical mastery that contradicted the accepted narrative of Greek technology. Ancient texts hint at complex machines and automata, but nothing with the precision or practical application of the Antikythera device had been recovered until this remarkable find. It revealed that the ancients not only observed celestial phenomena, but were capable of modeling them mathematically, then translating that knowledge into functional machinery. The level of craftsmanship suggests highly specialized skills, including gear cutting, metalwork, and mechanical understanding, far beyond what should have been achievable with the tools of the era. The mechanism also raises unsettling questions about the broader knowledge of the time. If such a device existed, how widespread was its understanding? Was it an isolated invention? Or does it hint at a tradition of advanced mechanical engineering now lost to history? Some researchers suggest that similar devices may have existed elsewhere, built and used by other ancient civilizations, but none have survived, or none have yet been discovered. The Antikythera mechanism, then, is both a window into the past and a tantalizing mystery, suggesting that knowledge once existed that has largely vanished, leaving only fragments behind. Even more intriguing is the precision of its gears and dials. Each component had to be meticulously designed to interact perfectly with others, requiring knowledge of gear ratios, mechanical tolerances, and rotational dynamics. Modern reproductions of the device, built using only tools available to the ancients, reveal just how difficult it would have been to construct such an instrument. It was not merely functional. It was elegant, durable, and accurate, combining mathematics and craftsmanship in a way that implies a culture of mechanical innovation. The Antikythera mechanism, in essence, embodies a level of intellectual achievement that suggests the ancients may have been far more technologically advanced than we ever imagined. The implications extend beyond Greece. Could similar technologies have existed in other ancient civilizations, from Egypt to Mesopotamia, or even further afield? Across the globe, evidence emerges of highly precise mechanical devices, some simple, some enigmatic, that hint at a wider tradition of technological sophistication. These devices suggest a continuity in knowledge that predates what historians typically recognize, possibly stretching back tens of thousands of years. If the Antikythera mechanism is an example of lost science, it raises a disturbing possibility. Much of our understanding of ancient technology is incomplete, filtered through the biases of history and the accidents of preservation. The mystery deepens when we consider the context of the find. The mechanism was discovered in a shipwreck, suggesting it was transported across the Mediterranean, perhaps as cargo or as part of a scientific expedition. This implies that its knowledge was not necessarily local but could have been shared across cultures, raising questions about trade, communication, and the transmission of scientific understanding in the ancient world. Was the Antikythera mechanism an isolated genius invention, or was it part of a network of knowledge shared, copied, and adapted by other cultures? The answers remain tantalizingly out of reach. For modern scientists and engineers, the mechanism is both an inspiration and a challenge. Decades of X-ray imaging and computer modeling have been required to decipher its functions, revealing the astonishing complexity encoded within its bronze gears. Every revelation prompts new questions about the capabilities of its creators. How did they calculate planetary cycles so accurately? How did they translate these calculations into mechanical motion? And why, if such knowledge existed, did it seemingly disappear for centuries, only to be reinvented in the Renaissance? The Antikythera mechanism is not merely a curiosity. It is a symbol of lost knowledge, a reminder that the past may be far richer and more technologically advanced than textbooks acknowledge. It challenges our assumptions about the linear progression of science and engineering, suggesting that the ancients were capable of feats that modern historians often deem impossible. Its existence forces a reconsideration of what humans were capable of in the centuries before the Common Era, and invites speculation about other inventions that may have been lost to time, catastrophes, or deliberate suppression. Finally, the mechanism serves as a bridge between ancient and modern thought. It shows that curiosity, observation, and ingenuity are timeless human traits, transcending the boundaries of era and technology. The creators of the Antikythera mechanism were not primitive observers. They were sophisticated thinkers, capable of abstract reasoning, meticulous craftsmanship, and long-term vision. Their work challenges us to expand our understanding of history and consider the possibility that other artifacts, yet to be discovered, may similarly rewrite our perception of human ingenuity. As we ponder the Antikythera mechanism, we are reminded that history is often incomplete, its most astonishing chapters hidden beneath layers of time. Each gear, dial, and calculation represents not just technology, but a worldview, a sophisticated grasp of the cosmos, and the intellectual courage to encode that knowledge into a machine. The device stands as a silent testament to human brilliance, beckoning us to continue exploring, questioning, and uncovering the truths of a past that is far stranger, richer, and more advanced than we have ever imagined.
Beneath the waves, the Earth hides secrets that challenge our understanding of human history. Submerged cities, sunken temples, and mysterious structures have been discovered along coastlines around the world, suggesting that advanced civilizations may have existed long before recorded history. These underwater sites are often perfectly preserved by the ocean, offering a glimpse into societies that thrived thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of years ago, only to vanish beneath rising seas, earthquakes, or other cataclysmic events. As divers and archaeologists explore these sunken worlds, they encounter evidence that is both awe-inspiring and profoundly unsettling. One of the most famous submerged sites is Dwarka, off the coast of India. Ancient texts speak of a city built by Lord Krishna, but modern sonar imaging and underwater exploration have revealed extensive ruins beneath the Arabian Sea. Massive stone structures, streets, and possibly temples suggest a city that was not only planned but built with sophistication. Radiocarbon dating indicates that parts of Dwarka may date back over 9,000 years, predating the rise of the Indus Valley civilization. The alignment of structures, the precision of construction, and the scale of the ruins point to an advanced society with knowledge of urban planning, architecture, and construction techniques that seem far beyond what we would expect from that era. Off the coast of Japan lies another enigma, the Yonaguni Monument. Discovered in the 1980s by divers, this massive underwater formation features terraces, steps, and what appear to be walls and platforms, suggesting it may be man-made. While some geologists argue that the structures are natural formations, the geometric precision, sharp angles, and regularity of features fuel speculation that they may indeed be remnants of an ancient civilization. If these underwater terraces are man-made, they could represent one of the earliest examples of monumental architecture, submerged due to rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. The Mediterranean Sea, too, holds its share of mysteries. Off the coast of Heraklion in Egypt, archaeologists have uncovered a city that sank around 1,200 years ago. Temples, statues, and paved streets have been recovered, remarkably preserved in the silt and sand. The site reveals sophisticated urban planning, monumental sculpture, and evidence of trade networks that connected the city to other civilizations of the Mediterranean. These discoveries suggest that entire societies, with complex hierarchies and advanced knowledge, can vanish almost entirely, leaving only faint traces for modern explorers to uncover. Similarly, sonar and diving expeditions along the coasts of Cuba, the Canary Islands, and the coast of Florida have revealed submerged formations that some researchers argue may be man-made. In Florida, underwater structures resembling streets, walls, and terraces have sparked heated debate. Conventional explanations attribute them to natural rock formations, but many features appear too regular, too geometric, to have formed purely through natural processes. These anomalies suggest that we may be only glimpsing fragments of civilizations lost to the ocean, civilizations that might rewrite our understanding of human development if fully explored. The existence of submerged cities also intersects with the broader theory of rising seas and cataclysmic events. At the end of the last ice age, global sea levels rose dramatically, flooding coastal settlements and erasing evidence of ancient societies. Many of the world's early civilizations would have been concentrated along coastlines, taking advantage of maritime resources and trade routes. As the seas rose, these settlements disappeared beneath the waves, leaving only traces that modern technology can now detect. This theory helps explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated civilizations in the historical record without clear precursors. Remnants of earlier societies may have simply been submerged and forgotten. These underwater discoveries are more than curiosities. They challenge the very timeline of civilization.
If cities like Dwarka or the Yanaguni Monument predate the accepted origins of complex societies, then human history may be far older and more advanced than textbooks acknowledge. These sites suggest that advanced knowledge of construction, urban planning, and possibly maritime engineering existed long before it was thought possible. They also force us to reconsider the impact of climate and natural disasters on the trajectory of human development. Entire civilizations may have vanished, leaving little evidence behind, only to be rediscovered millennia later beneath the ocean. The preservation of these underwater sites also offers unique insights into lost technologies. Structures built to withstand earthquakes, erosion, and the relentless pressure of the sea indicate a sophisticated understanding of materials and engineering. Stones are cut with precision, foundations are aligned, and terraces are constructed to resist collapse. These features suggest that ancient builders anticipated environmental challenges, designing structures that can endure conditions we often associate only with modern engineering. The complexity of these underwater constructions continues to surprise researchers and engineers alike, highlighting a level of planning, foresight, and technical skill that is often underappreciated in discussions of ancient civilizations. In addition to architectural evidence, artifacts recovered from submerged sites provide tantalizing hints about the culture and sophistication of these lost societies. Pottery, tools, jewelry, and ritual objects offer glimpses into daily life, trade, and belief systems. In Dwarka, for example, remnants of docks and wharves suggest that the city was engaged in maritime trade, connecting it with distant regions. These discoveries indicate that submerged civilizations were not isolated. They were dynamic, complex societies with far-reaching networks of commerce, culture, and influence. Yet, despite these extraordinary finds, many submerged cities remain unexplored or undiscovered. The oceans conceal vast stretches of coastline that were once inhabited, and much of the evidence lies hidden beneath silt, sand, or rock. Modern technology, including sonar mapping, remotely operated vehicles, and underwater archaeology, is only beginning to scratch the surface. Each discovery hints at a larger pattern, suggesting that humanity's story is far more ancient and complex than previously thought. Entire chapters of civilization may lie hidden beneath the waves, waiting to be uncovered, decoded, and understood. The mystery of underwater cities also sparks questions about the continuity of knowledge. If advanced civilizations existed and were later submerged, what knowledge might have been lost with them? Could techniques in construction, astronomy, metallurgy, or even governance have been transmitted indirectly, influencing later civilizations in ways we have yet to fully appreciate? The possibility that sunken societies served as reservoirs of lost knowledge adds a layer of intrigue, implying that the technological and cultural achievements of the past may have been far more sophisticated than history acknowledges. Exploring these submerged worlds is not merely an archaeological pursuit. It is a journey into forgotten depths of human history. Each discovery challenges our assumptions, forces us to question conventional timelines, and reveals the fragility of civilization in the face of natural forces. As divers and researchers continue to uncover ruins beneath the waves, we are reminded that human ingenuity, ambition, and resilience have a long history, one that extends far deeper and further than most of us realize. In confronting these mysteries, we are compelled to reconsider what we think we know about ancient civilizations. Submerged cities are silent witnesses to societies that once thrived, societies capable of planning, building, and thriving in ways that rival our own. Their existence hints at a human past filled with advanced knowledge, sophisticated culture, and the enduring challenge of survival in a changing world. As we continue to uncover these underwater worlds, we may find that history itself is far stranger, richer, and more mysterious than we ever imagined. Among the most enduring and enigmatic wonders of the ancient world are the pyramids of Egypt, particularly those at Giza and Saqqara. For centuries, scholars have marveled at these colossal structures, attempting to understand how civilizations thousands of years ago could achieve such precision, scale, and architectural sophistication. The Great Pyramid of Giza, standing over 450 feet tall, is constructed from millions of limestone and granite blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons. Yet despite their immense size, the stones are perfectly aligned, fitted with incredible precision, and oriented with exact cardinal points. Even today, engineers struggle to replicate such feats without modern machinery. The pyramids were not mere tombs. They were complex monuments, designed with astronomical, geometric, and possibly even symbolic knowledge in mind. Inside the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber are aligned with specific stars, hinting at a deeper understanding of the cosmos. Narrow shafts, some leading directly toward stars such as Sirius or Orion's belt, suggest that the architects were integrating astronomical observations into their designs. This precision implies not only advanced construction techniques, but also a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, mathematics, and engineering. How could society supposedly reliant on simple tools and manpower achieve such results? Saqqara, home to the step pyramid of Djoser, presents an equally fascinating puzzle. Designed by the architect Imhotep, this pyramid is considered the first monumental stone building in history. Its construction required not just innovation, but visionary planning. The step pyramid is made of millions of carefully cut limestone blocks, stacked in terraces that rise skyward, creating a monumental form unlike anything before it. Imhotep's genius lay not only in the size of the project, but in its architecture innovation. He transformed the concept of massive tombs into a complex, multi-tiered pyramid that set a precedent for future structures. What makes these pyramids truly astonishing is the level of precision in their construction. The base of the Great Pyramid is almost perfectly level, with an error margin of just a few centimeters across more than 13 acres. Its sides are aligned with the cardinal points to within fractions of a degree, a feat that will require advanced surveying techniques, careful measurement, and a deep understanding of geometry. These achievements suggest that the ancient Egyptians had access to knowledge that goes beyond simple empirical observation. They understood principles that would not be formally recognized by modern mathematics for millennia. Transportation and placement of massive stones further deepens the mystery. Granite blocks quarried from Aswan, over 500 miles away, were transported along the Nile and then moved into precise positions within the pyramids. How these massive stones were lifted, maneuvered, and placed with such accuracy remains a subject of debate. Some theories suggest ingenious use of ramps, levers, and labor, but even modern engineers acknowledge that the scale and precision are staggering. Could the ancient Egyptians have had tools, techniques, or even lost technologies that allowed them to manipulate these enormous blocks with ease? The interior chambers add another layer of complexity. The King's Chamber contains massive granite beams, some weighing over 50 tons, spanning wide open spaces without collapsing. Such engineering requires precise calculation of weight distribution and structural integrity. Additionally, air shafts and hidden passages suggest purposes beyond simple burial. They may have had symbolic, ritualistic, or astronomical significance. The sophistication of design, construction, and functionality points to a civilization that was far more advanced in both intellectual and practical terms than mainstream narratives often acknowledge. The pyramids also raise questions about knowledge continuity. Many researchers have noted that the architectural principles seen at Giza appear abruptly in history, without clear precursors. The sudden emergence of monumental stone construction, advanced surveying, and precise alignment challenges the conventional timeline of technological evolution. Some scholars speculate that these techniques were inherited from an earlier, lost civilization, perhaps one that existed before recorded history, and whose knowledge has since been obscured by time and catastrophe. The idea that the pyramids could be the legacy of a forgotten era add a layer of intrigue, suggesting that history is far deeper and more complex than traditional accounts reveal. Adding to the mystery are the inscriptions, hieroglyphs, and symbols associated with the pyramids. While much of the writing focuses on pharaohs, gods, and ritual, some researchers argue that hidden within the text are clues to advanced understanding, mathematical, astronomical, and engineering knowledge encoded for posterity. Certain symbols may correspond to celestial bodies, cycles of time, or principles of geometry, hinting that the pyramids were not only tombs but repositories of knowledge meant to survive across millennia. This intertwining of science, religion, and architecture challenges our perception of ancient Egyptian society, suggesting a civilization that harmonized intellect, spirituality, and technical skill in ways modern humans are only beginning to comprehend. The global context of pyramids also fuels speculation. Similar monumental structures appear in Mesoamerica, such as the pyramids of Teotihuacan and the Maya temples, as well as in other regions like Mesopotamia and even parts of Asia. While cultural exchange is possible, the parallels in scale, orientation, and construction techniques across vast distances and time spans suggest a broader phenomenon. Could there have been a shared knowledge base, perhaps lost civilizations or networks of advanced understanding, that influence these disparate cultures? The pyramids, in this sense, may be part of a global story of human ingenuity and forgotten technology. Finally, the enduring fascination with pyramids is not merely about size or beauty. It is about mystery. Every stone passage and alignment challenges us to question what we know about human history. They demand that we reconsider the capabilities of ancient civilizations and recognize that knowledge may have existed long before it was formally recorded in history. The pyramids are monuments not just to rulers or gods, but to human ambition, ingenuity, and perhaps the knowledge that has been partially lost to time. As we gaze upon these monumental structures today, we are confronted by questions that remain unanswered. How were they built with such precision? What tools, techniques, or knowledge did their builders possess? And what does this say about our understanding of human history? The pyramids of Giza and Saqqara remain silent teachers, urging us to explore, to question, and uncover the hidden chapters of civilization that continue to elude our grasp. They are more than stone. They are a testament to sophistication, vision, and intelligence that may have been far ahead of their time, a legacy that continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and wonder. Among the most perplexing clues to humanity's forgotten technological past is the evidence of advanced metallurgy in ancient civilizations. Long before the Industrial Revolution, humans were creating metals and alloys with properties that continue to baffle modern scientists. Archaeological discoveries reveal metals that are harder, more durable, and more precisely formed than what conventional history allows. From perfectly welded iron artifacts in India to corrosion-resistant bronze in the Middle East, these examples hint at knowledge of chemical and mechanical processes far beyond what we typically associate with the ancient world. India offers one of the most famous examples, the Iron Pillar of Delhi. Standing over 7 meters tall and weighing more than 6 tons, this pillar has withstood more than 1,600 years of exposure to the elements with virtually no signs of corrosion. Metallurgists have examined its composition in detail and discovered a unique mixture of iron and trace elements, including phosphorus, which contributes to its remarkable rust resistance. The precision in its forging and assembly demonstrates an understanding of chemical processes that seem impossibly advanced at the time. How did ancient blacksmiths achieve such perfection without modern furnaces, controlled environments, or scientific knowledge of alloys? Similarly mysterious are the bronzes and coppers of the Middle East and Eastern Europe, Artifacts from Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley show a level of alloying sophistication that suggests an understanding of material properties that would not be formally recognized until the 19th century. Certain bronze sculptures and tools exhibit exceptional hardness, durability, and even elasticity. Metallurgists attempting to replicate these ancient alloys with modern techniques struggle to match the exact composition and performance. These findings hint at a body of metallurgical knowledge that has been lost or intentionally obscured over millennia. Even more enigmatic are metallic artifacts found in South America. In Peru and Ecuador, archaeologists have unearthed gold and silver objects that display a precision in shaping, alloying, and in some cases, resistance to oxidation that defies historical expectations. The Incas and their predecessors achieved delicate filigree work, perfectly smooth surfaces, and complex forms without the tools and machinery we consider necessary for such craftsmanship. The precision of these artifacts suggests not just artistic talent, but advanced technical knowledge, hinting at methods for manipulating metal at a microscopic level that modern engineers find challenging to replicate. Meteoric iron adds another layer of intrigue. Long before the development of smelting techniques, some cultures were able to work iron sourced from meteorites. The ancient Egyptians, for example, created beads and small tools from meteoric iron as early as 3000 BCE. These artifacts required extraordinary skill, as the metal is extremely hard and difficult to shape without advanced knowledge of heat treatment and mechanical working. The fact that ancient smiths could identify, extract, and manipulate such iron indicates a level of material understanding far beyond what traditional timelines suggest. The precision of ancient metalworking is further highlighted by artifacts from Africa, such as the tools of Nok culture in Nigeria, which date back over 2,000 years. These iron implements were forged with a degree of accuracy, hardness, and durability that would challenge many modern blacksmiths. Similarly, in Europe, Celtic swords and armor demonstrate sophisticated tempering and forging techniques that produce both flexibility and resilience. These discoveries suggest that advanced metallurgical knowledge was not isolated but widespread, appearing in multiple civilizations separated by thousands of miles. Perhaps most astonishing are objects that seem to defy known chemical processes. Some ancient metals appear to have been subjected to techniques that resemble modern alloying, heat treatment, or even electrochemical processes, methods believed to be centuries away from invention. For example, certain Chinese bronzes contain compositions that allow them to maintain a mirror-like surface for thousands of years, resistant to oxidation and corrosion. Ancient metallurgists may have been experimenting with chemical additives, heating cycles, and even quenching techniques that allowed them to produce metals of unprecedented quality. The implications of these discoveries extend beyond metallurgy into questions of lost knowledge and technological continuity. How did these ancient artisans develop techniques that modern science only rediscovered centuries later? Was this knowledge passed down through secretive guilds, lost through societal collapse, or perhaps deliberately suppressed? The recurrence of advanced metallurgy across different continents and time periods suggests that these were not isolated accidents, but rather evidence of sophisticated understanding of materials, shared or independently discovered by ancient civilizations. Advanced metallurgy was not limited to tools or ceremonial objects. It had practical applications that shaped societies. Harder metals allowed for stronger weapons, more durable infrastructure, and precision instruments. In some cases, metallurgy intersected with astronomy, construction, and even navigation. For example, metal fittings and mechanisms in ancient seafaring vessels indicate a level of engineering sophistication that would require precise knowledge of tensile strength, corrosion resistance, and alloy composition. These examples underscore that metallurgy was more than a craft. It was a form of applied science that enabled technological advancement across multiple spheres of human activity. The mystery deepens when considering the methods of production. Archaeologists and metallurgists often find no evidence of the furnaces, tools, or chemical knowledge that would have been necessary to produce such metals. Ancient texts occasionally reference metalworking techniques, but they rarely provide enough detail to reproduce the results. Some researchers speculate that ancient civilizations may have had access to lost technologies or methodologies that allowed them to manipulate metal at a level we cannot fully understand today. The tantalizing question remains: what other secrets about metallurgy, and by extension, technology, lie hidden in the past, waiting to be rediscovered? Finally, The study of ancient metallurgy challenges the linear narrative of technological development. It suggests that human innovation has not always followed a gradual, cumulative path. Instead, periods of extraordinary technological achievement may have arisen and then disappeared, leaving behind tantalizing evidence of advanced knowledge. The sophistication of ancient metals forces us to reconsider our assumptions about early civilizations, acknowledging that they may have been far more capable, inventive, and scientifically advanced than we have been led to believe. In examining these ancient metallurgical wonders, we glimpse a world where human ingenuity flourished long before modern industry. The precision, durability, and sophistication of these metals are silent testimony to skills, experimentation, and understanding that remain extraordinary even by today's standards. They invite us to question our historical assumptions, explore the lost chapters of technological history, and imagine civilizations that were far ahead of their time. In the metal itself, we see a reflection of human curiosity, creativity, and intelligence, a testament to a technological heritage that may be deeper, richer, and more astonishing than we have ever realized. Among the most provocative mysteries of forbidden archaeology is the possibility that ancient civilizations may have harnessed forms of energy and power far beyond what conventional history allows. Across the world, evidence emerges hinting at devices and technologies that could generate, store, or transmit energy in ways that modern scientists struggle to explain. From mysterious batteries in the Middle East to enigmatic structures that suggest energy manipulation, these artifacts challenge the assumption that electricity, engines, or mechanized power were purely modern inventions. Perhaps the most famous of these is the Baghdad battery, discovered in the 1930s near the Iraqi capital. This artifact consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder encasing an iron rod. When filled with an acidic liquid, it appears capable of producing a small electric current. Dating back over 2,000 years, the Baghdad battery suggests that ancient peoples may have experimented with electricity long before it was formally understood. Some researchers propose that it could have been used for electroplating, medicinal purposes, or simple experimentation, while others argue it represents lost knowledge of energy generation. The very existence of such a device forces us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient technology. Other sites provide equally intriguing evidence. In the temples of Egypt, carvings and depictions hint at possible energy sources or devices. Certain images show priests holding objects that resemble modern batteries, light bulbs, or conductors, raising questions about whether they understood principles of energy that have since been forgotten. While skeptics dismiss these interpretations as symbolic or artistic, the repetition of these motifs across multiple sites suggests a potential link between ancient culture and energy experimentation. Could these civilizations have harnessed power in ways that went undocumented or deliberately concealed from the historical record? Further clues appear in South America, where the Incas and other pre-Columbian civilizations created structures that some researchers argue could manipulate natural energy. Certain pyramids, temples, and stone complexes align perfectly with geomagnetic grids or ley lines, hinting at an understanding of the Earth's energy fields. These alignments might not have been purely ceremonial. Some propose that vibrations, resonance, or energy conduction were intentionally incorporated into sacred architecture. While these claims remain controversial, the precision of constructions and their possible energetic significance fuels ongoing debate and speculation. Even more enigmatic are certain metallic and crystalline artifacts found across the globe. Ancient cultures in India, Central America, and the Middle East produced objects with unusual conductivity or piezoelectric properties. Some researchers argue that these items could have been components of devices capable of storing or transmitting energy. When combined with archaeological structures, inscriptions, and artifacts, a picture emerges of ancient civilizations experimenting with energy in ways that defy conventional historical timelines. The sophistication and consistency of these findings suggest that knowledge of energy was more widespread than most textbooks acknowledge. The potential applications of these ancient energy devices are staggering. If civilizations understood even rudimentary electricity or energy manipulation, they could have powered lights, tools, or machinery, radically altering our perception of their capabilities. Some scholars have speculated that technologies like the Baghdad battery could have been used for electroplating gold or other metals, while others propose more imaginative possibilities, including communication, healing, or even defensive purposes. Regardless of the exact function, the existence of such artifacts indicates an advanced understanding of materials, chemistry, and energy systems that would be considered cutting-edge even today. The implications extend beyond individual artifacts. Consider construction of megalithic sites and pyramids, which required moving massive stones with extraordinary precision. Some researchers propose that energy devices, whether harnessed through vibration, resonance, or unknown electrical principles, may have been employed to facilitate these monumental tasks. While this remains speculative, the idea is supported by the precision construction, the lack of traditional tools for certain operations, and repeated patterns of alignment with natural energy lines. Could ancient engineers have used energy as a form of assistance, augmenting human labor and ingenuity in ways we cannot yet replicate? Mystery deepens when examining ancient texts and inscriptions. Across cultures, writings occasionally describe hidden power, light that travels without fire, or forces that move the stones. While these references are often symbolic or mythological, some scholars interpret them as evidence of knowledge of energy or electricity, whether metaphorical or literal. The recurrence of such descriptions across continents suggests a shared awareness of forces that extend beyond conventional understanding. The possibility that these civilizations experimented with energy and documented in code or allegory adds another layer of intrigue to the archaeological record. Furthermore, ancient batteries and energy devices force us to confront the limits of historical assumptions. Conventional narratives suggest that electricity and energy harnessing were discovered in the 18th and 19th centuries, but artifacts like the Baghdad battery push these milestones back by millennia. If energy technology existed in ancient times, even in rudimentary form, it implies a level of scientific experimentation and engineering knowledge far beyond what is traditionally acknowledged. The notion that ancient peoples may have possessed and lost such technology challenges our understanding of progress, innovation, and the fragility of knowledge over time. The geographic distribution of these artifacts adds another layer of mystery. From Mesopotamia to India, from Egypt to Central America, evidence of energy devices and experimentation appears across multiple, geographically isolated civilizations. This suggests either a remarkable convergence of independent discoveries or the existence of knowledge networks spanning vast distances. Could there have been a shared technological heritage now lost to history, perhaps maintained by priesthoods, guilds, or secret societies? Or were these civilizations independently experimenting with energy in ways that modern science struggles to replicate? Either scenario forces a reconsideration of ancient ingenuity. Finally, the allure of ancient energy devices lies not only in their technological implications, but also in the questions they raise about human history and potential. They challenge the notion that technological advancement is strictly linear, suggesting instead that knowledge may have arisen, disappeared, and been rediscovered over millennia. They hint at a civilization or civilizations that achieved extraordinary understanding of natural forces, capable of manipulating energy in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. The artifacts themselves, batteries, conductive metals, aligned structures, and inscriptions, stand as silent witnesses to a past that may have been far more advanced than modern scholars dare to imagine. Exploring ancient energy devices requires a blend of archaeology, materials science, and imagination. Each artifact is a clue, a piece of a larger puzzle pointing to knowledge that has been obscured by time, disaster, or deliberate suppression. Whether these devices powered simple electroplating, illuminated sacred spaces, or facilitated monumental construction, they demonstrate a mastery of energy principles far beyond what conventional history credits to our ancestors. They compel us to question how much knowledge was lost, how civilizations rose and fell, and what secrets lie buried, waiting to be uncovered. As we examine these ancient devices and their implications, we are forced to reconsider the boundaries of human achievement. The possibility that civilizations long before the Common Era could harness, manipulate, and understand energy challenges every assumption about our technological past. It suggests that human ingenuity has roots far deeper than we realize, that knowledge can emerge, flourish, and vanish, and that history is far richer, stranger, and more advanced than most of us have ever imagined. One of the greatest enduring mysteries of ancient engineering is how civilizations moved and positioned massive stones, some weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, without the benefit of modern machinery. From the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic temples of Malta, from Stonehenge to the structures of South America, these feats of transportation and construction challenge our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world. How did human societies, armed only with primitive tools, levers, and manpower, accomplish what modern engineers often consider impossible? The pyramids of Giza, for example, required the movement of millions of limestone blocks, each averaging around 2.5 tons, with some granite blocks weighing up to 80 tons transported from quarries hundreds of miles away. Conventional theories suggest the use of sledges, ramps, and massive labor forces, but the precision and efficiency with which these stones were moved and placed remain staggering. Recent discoveries, including traces of lubricated sand to reduce friction, show that ancient engineers were experimenting with techniques that were highly sophisticated for their time. The combination of ingenuity, planning, and labor coordination required is almost unimaginable, forcing us to reconsider assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations. Across the Mediterranean, the megalithic temples of Malta provide another puzzle. Some stones used in these structures weigh over 50 tons and were transported from quarries miles away, then precisely set into place to form complex architectural arrangements. No written records explain the methods, and the scale of the work is far beyond what we would expect from a culture traditionally described as prehistoric. The alignment, placement, and leveling of these massive stones indicate a practical understanding of physics, leverage, and balance that is astonishing. How did these builders calculate angles, distribute weight, and coordinate teams without modern instruments? Stonehenge, in southern England, offers yet another enigmatic example. The massive sarsen stones and smaller bluestones were transported from quarries as far as 150 miles away. Archaeologists have long debated how Neolithic people accomplished this feat, proposing sledges, rollers, rafts, and even primitive levers. However, the exact methods remain elusive, and experiments with modern replicas show that transporting stones of such size and weight is extremely difficult, even under controlled conditions. The precision of placement, the arrangement of massive lintels atop vertical stones, and the apparent alignment with solstices suggests a level of engineering acumen far exceeding expectations of the time. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations present some of the most perplexing examples of megalithic transportation. At sites like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, enormous stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, were quarried, shaped, and moved with incredible precision. The stones fit together so perfectly that even a knife blade cannot slide between them, and there is little evidence of mortar. The method of transportation, whether by rolling, dragging, or other means, remains debated, as no ramps or sledges have been definitively proven. Some researchers propose the use of advanced techniques involving ropes, levers, or even unknown forms of vibration or lubrication, suggesting that ancient engineers may have possessed knowledge that has been lost over time. The mystery extends to Asia as well. In China, megalithic stones at sites like the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor weigh hundreds of tons. Scholars still debate how these stones were quarried, transported, and positioned with such precision. Ancient records provide little explanation, yet the engineering and organizational skill required to move and assemble these monoliths speaks to an advanced understanding of logistics, mechanics, and human labor management. Across continents and millennia, similar patterns emerge. Civilizations capable of achieving extraordinary feats of transportation and construction, leaving behind monuments that defy conventional explanation. The techniques behind these massive movements often involve a sophisticated understanding of physics. Ancient builders may have used ropes, levers, inclined planes, and sledges in ways that optimize mechanical advantage, yet the exact methods remain speculative. Recent experiments suggest that teams of workers, properly coordinated and employing innovative techniques, such as wetting sand to reduce friction, could move enormous stones, but only with extraordinary effort and organization. This raises questions about the scale of labor, the societal structure needed to support such projects, and the possibility of lost knowledge or technology that made these tasks more feasible. Some researchers propose even more radical theories. Certain patterns in construction and alignment suggest that ancient civilizations may have harnessed energy in ways that assisted with moving massive stones. Vibrational resonance, mechanical amplification, or other unknown methods have been hypothesized as potential aids, though evidence remains circumstantial. Whether these techniques were practical applications of advanced physics, symbolic methods, or lost technologies, the very fact that multiple civilizations achieved similar feats independently suggests that humans may have once possessed a more profound understanding of mechanics and material science than is typically credited. The implications of mastering such transportation techniques extend beyond monuments. They hint at a civilization capable of large-scale engineering, organization, and planning. Moving massive stones required not only physical tools, but careful project management, knowledge of materials, and long-term vision. Ancient societies that accomplished these feats demonstrated remarkable ingenuity, cooperation, and perhaps access to knowledge systems that have been lost over time. Each monolith, perfectly placed, serves as a testament to the technical and intellectual capabilities of these builders. Furthermore, the worldwide distribution of megalithic structures suggests a shared or convergent understanding of techniques. From Europe to South America, Asia, and the Mediterranean, ancient civilizations repeatedly constructed monumental structures requiring the movement of enormous stones. While cultural exchange may explain some similarities, the recurrence of precise engineering principles across distant geographies hints at either a common source of knowledge or a remarkable pattern of independent innovation. Both scenarios challenge conventional timelines of technological development and suggest that humans have been capable of extraordinary feats far earlier than mainstream narratives allow. In examining these ancient transportation mysteries, one cannot ignore the psychological and cultural aspects. The construction of monumental architecture was likely a communal, ritualistic, or religious endeavor, uniting societies around a shared goal. The logistical challenges were immense, yet the outcomes, temples, pyramids, and stone circles, reflect a combination of technical skill and collective purpose. This intertwining of social cohesion, ambition, and engineering genius reinforces the idea that ancient humans were not primitive but capable of complex, coordinated, and innovative feats. Ultimately, the mystery of moving massive stones underscores a central theme in forbidden archaeology. Human capability in the ancient world may have been vastly underestimated. These feats challenge our assumptions, demand new thinking, and suggest that civilizations long before our own were capable of extraordinary technological, engineering, and organizational achievements. Every monolith, every precisely placed stone, and every monumental structure whispers a story of ingenuity, daring, and knowledge that has been lost or hidden over time. The silent monuments, scattered across continents and ages, compel us to ask, what other knowledge did our ancestors possess that has vanished? What methods, techniques, or technologies existed that allowed them to manipulate enormous stones with precision? As we explore these mysteries, we are reminded that history is far richer, more complex, and more astonishing than conventional narratives allow. Ancient humans were not merely survivors. They were architects, engineers, and innovators, capable of shaping their world in ways that continue to inspire awe, curiosity, and wonder today. One of the most overlooked yet astonishing aspects of ancient technology is the potential mastery of optics and light manipulation. Across multiple ancient civilizations, evidence emerges suggesting that our ancestors understood reflection, refraction, and even concentration of light in ways that seem impossibly advanced for their time. From polished crystal lenses to intricate architectural alignments that harness sunlight, these discoveries hint at a level of scientific and engineering sophistication that modern researchers are only beginning to comprehend. Perhaps the most famous example comes from ancient Mesopotamia. Archaeologists have uncovered small, polished crystal objects, sometimes referred to as lenses, which may have been used for magnification or focusing light. The Nimrud lens, dating back over 3,000 years, is a piece of rock crystal carefully shaped and polished, and some studies suggest it could have been used to magnify small objects or even ignite fires using sunlight. While skeptics argue it may have been decorative, experimental testing has shown that such a lens could indeed function as a primitive optical tool. This discovery challenges our assumptions about the scientific understanding of Mesopotamian societies, suggesting that they may have experimented with optics long before the formal study of light and lenses emerged in Europe. In ancient Egypt, the manipulation of light was integral to both religious practice and architectural design. Temples, pyramids, and tombs were often aligned with celestial events, allowing sunlight to penetrate chambers during solstices or equinoxes. The Great Pyramid, for example, Feature shafts precisely angled to align with stars, but they also channel light in specific ways, suggesting an understanding of illumination that goes beyond symbolic or ceremonial purposes. Certain obelisks, polished to gleaming perfection, may have been designed to reflect sunlight over long distances, serving as visual signals or markers. The Egyptians' ability to manipulate light and shadow with such precision underscores a sophisticated awareness of optical principles. The ancient Greeks further expanded knowledge of optics through experimentation and theory. Figures like Euclid and Hero of Alexandria documented principles of reflection and refraction, but archaeological evidence hints that practical applications may have preceded formal theory. Mirrors crafted from polished bronze or silver, as well as crystal lenses, suggest that the ancients could focus, direct, or intensify light. Some temples and amphitheaters appear designed to exploit natural light for dramatic or ceremonial effect, creating illuminated stages, glowing altars, or shadowed recesses that enhance visual storytelling. These applications of light demonstrate a practical understanding of optics integrated into daily life and ritual long before modern science codified the principles. South America offers equally remarkable examples. The Nazca lines in Peru, vast geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, are aligned with solar and celestial events, creating patterns that are only fully visible from above. Some researchers speculate that sunlight may have played a role in ceremonial displays or signaling, using the contrast between light and shadow to enhance visibility. In addition, certain Inca structures, such as the Temple of the Sun in Machu Picchu, were designed to capture and reflect sunlight at specific times of year, illuminating sacred spaces with dramatic precision. These architectural feats suggest an advanced understanding of light, astronomy, and geometry, combined to serve religious, social, or technological purposes. Crystalline artifacts further deepen the mystery of ancient optics. Polished quartz and other transparent minerals were crafted into lenses, beads, and possibly even magnifying instruments. Experimental archaeology has shown that these materials, when shaped precisely, can focus light, magnify objects, or even start fires. The sophistication of these objects implies intentional design and experimentation, not mere coincidence. Whether used for scientific observation, ceremonial purposes, or even as components in unknown devices, these optical artifacts reveal a level of technological ingenuity often unacknowledged in conventional history. The implications of ancient optics extend beyond mere illumination or magnification. Some researchers propose that these technologies could have been used in more advanced applications, such as signaling over long distances, early forms of photography, or even energy concentration. While such claims remain speculative, the consistency and distribution of optical artifacts across civilizations suggest a systematic exploration of light and its properties. The ancients may have understood that light could be harnessed as a tool, not just a phenomenon, opening the door to applications that modern science only rediscovered millennia later. Architecture itself became a medium for light manipulation. Temples, pyramids, and monuments often use polished surfaces, precise angles, and geometric alignment to enhance illumination at key times. Sunlight could penetrate deep into chambers, glint off polished metals, or reflect across courtyards to highlight specific features. Some scholars even suggest that mirrors or reflective surfaces were used to project light in a controlled manner, potentially illuminating interiors or signaling across distances. These practices indicate a level of planning, calculation, and understanding of optical behavior that is truly remarkable. Ancient texts occasionally corroborate this knowledge. Records from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Greece reference sacred light, beams of fire, and crystalline eyes, which some interpret as allegorical descriptions of optical technology. While symbolic interpretations are plausible, the correlation with physical artifacts and architectural features suggests that these societies may have been experimenting with practical applications of light. The repeated emphasis on illumination, visibility, and reflection across cultures hints at a broader technological curiosity, a desire to harness, control, and understand one of the most fundamental forces of nature. The widespread evidence of optical mastery raises tantalizing questions. Were these civilizations independently discovering similar principles, or was there a shared knowledge network that transmitted techniques across continents? Could advanced understanding of optics have played a role in religious or societal power, allowing elites to manipulate perception, inspire awe, or convey messages in ways that ordinary citizens could not fully grasp. Whatever the case, it is clear that the ancients did not treat light as mere decoration. They understood it as a tool, a phenomenon, and potentially a form of technology. Finally, the study of ancient optics invites us to reconsider the timeline of technological development. It challenges the assumption that sophisticated manipulation of light and lenses only began with the Renaissance or the invention of the microscope. Instead, we find evidence of experimentation, innovation, and practical application thousands of years earlier. These discoveries suggest that human ingenuity, curiosity, and experimentation with natural forces were far more advanced and widespread than conventional histories often acknowledge. By examining artifacts, architecture, and ancient texts, we uncover a portrait of civilizations that combine artistry, science, and engineering in ways that continue to inspire and astonish. The mastery of light and optics reveals a world in which knowledge of natural phenomena was not merely theoretical, but applied, intentional, and integrated into daily life, religion, and technology. Ancient peoples were not passive observers of the natural world. They were experimenters, innovators, and engineers, capable of harnessing light in ways that challenge our modern assumptions about history, science, and human potential. The question of how ancient civilizations communicated across vast distances remains one of the most captivating and controversial mysteries in archaeology. Long before telegraphs, telephones, or digital technology, societies may have employed ingenious methods to transmit information rapidly over hundreds of miles. Evidence from multiple continents hints at the use of visual signaling systems, acoustics, coded symbols, and perhaps even technologies that we can only begin to imagine. These practices suggest that our ancestors were not only builders, metallurgists, and astronomers, but also masters of communication, capable of maintaining networks and transmitting messages with astonishing precision. In ancient Egypt, visual signaling appears to have played a central role in both military and ceremonial contexts. High vantage points along the Nile, including temple towers and pyramid complexes, may have served as observation posts where signals could be transmitted using mirrors, fires, or reflective surfaces. Some researchers propose that polished bronze mirrors could have directed sunlight to distant locations, functioning as a primitive heliograph capable of transmitting coded messages across tens of miles. Such methods would have required careful coordination, an understanding of reflection and angles, and a network of observant operators, all indicative of an advanced grasp of both physics and logistics. The Inca civilization in South America provides one of the most well-documented examples of long-distance communication. Along their vast network of roads spanning thousands of miles, the Incas used a system of runners, known as chasquis, who relayed messages between distant settlements. Complementing this human network were strategically placed towers and elevated points that may have enabled visual signaling using smoke, fire, or reflective surfaces. Some researchers even speculate that sound-based signaling could have been used in mountainous regions, exploiting acoustic properties to carry messages across valleys. This combination of human coordination, environmental awareness, and possibly technological aids demonstrates an impressive capability for organized long-distance communication. Mesoamerica offers equally intriguing evidence. The Maya, renowned for their advanced astronomical knowledge and urban planning, may have used signal fires, mirrors, or other optical devices to transmit information between city-states. Certain alignments of pyramids, plazas, and elevated platforms appear designed not only for ceremonial or astronomical purposes, but also for visibility across distances. While the specifics remain speculative, the recurrence of these features across multiple sites suggests intentional design for communication. It raises a tantalizing possibility that the Maya were able to maintain complex networks of coordination, trade, and governance using both human and technological methods. Across the Mediterranean, ancient Greece and Rome utilized multiple signaling systems for military and administrative purposes. Beacon hills, torches, and reflective surfaces allowed messages to be sent rapidly across long distances. The Greeks, in particular, experimented with mechanical and optical signaling devices, such as polished shields to reflect sunlight or coded fire signals, while the Romans perfected relay systems to transmit information efficiently. These examples reveal a consistent pattern. Civilizations across continents recognized the importance of communication and developed innovative methods to overcome the limitations of distance, terrain, and time. Some of the most provocative theories concern potential energy-based or electromagnetic signaling. While evidence is sparse and highly speculative, certain artifacts, such as conductive metals, crystal lenses, or unusual constructions, have led some researchers to hypothesize that ancient peoples may have experimented with energy-based communication, possibly using forms of electricity, resonance, or vibration. If true, these technologies would suggest a level of sophistication far beyond traditional understanding, hinting at capabilities that were lost to history. Whether through light, sound, or unknown energy phenomena, the possibility that ancient civilizations developed advanced signaling systems is both tantalizing and unsettling. Coded symbols and inscriptions also play a role in understanding ancient communication. From hieroglyphs and cuneiform tablets to Mayan glyphs and Indus Valley seals, symbolic writing allowed societies to encode and transmit information with precision. Some researchers suggest that these systems were not purely for record-keeping, but also served as communication tools for governing, trade, or ritual purposes. The recurrence of specific symbols, patterns, and arrangements across distant sites hints at shared knowledge or standardized protocols, raising questions about the extent and sophistication of ancient communication networks. Acoustic signaling presents another layer of mystery. In mountainous regions, valleys and cliffs can naturally amplify sound over great distances. Archaeological sites, such as Incan terraces or Mediterranean amphitheaters, suggest an understanding of how to exploit these acoustic properties, whether for ceremonial purposes or practical signaling. The intentional design to enhance sound propagation indicates that ancient builders were attuned to environmental physics in ways that continue to surprise modern engineers. The ability to transmit messages using sound complements visual systems, creating multi-layered communication networks that could operate under a variety of conditions. The implications of advanced long-distance communication are profound. Civilizations capable of transmitting messages rapidly across great distances could coordinate large-scale construction projects, organize armies, maintain trade networks, and administer vast territories. This would require not only ingenuity, but also social organization, discipline, and possibly specialized knowledge passed down through generations. The existence of such systems challenges the assumption that ancient societies were isolated or technologically primitive, suggesting instead that they possess sophisticated methods for controlling, directing, and influencing their world. Moreover, the recurrence of signaling systems across disparate civilizations raises tantalizing questions about knowledge transfer. Were these methods independently discovered, or did ancient cultures share or inherit techniques that have since been lost? The similarities between Egyptian heliographs, Incan relay systems, and Mesoamerican visual signaling hint at either convergent evolution of technology or a shared understanding of fundamental principles. Either scenario forces us to reconsider the narrative of isolated invention and gradual technological progression, suggesting a history rich with ingenuity, experimentation, and advanced knowledge. Finally, the mystery of ancient communication intertwines with other unexplained technologies, such as metallurgy, optics, and energy devices. Could polished crystals, reflective metals, or mysterious artifacts have been integrated into signaling networks? Could long-distance communication have included elements of lost energy technology, resonance, or even electrical conduction? These possibilities, though speculative, encourage us to view ancient civilizations not merely as passive recipients of environmental opportunity, but as active experimenters, exploring the limits of physics, materials, and human coordination. In examining these ancient communication systems, we are confronted with a central question. How much knowledge has been lost to time? Were these signaling networks limited to human ingenuity and observation, or did they incorporate technologies and methods that have vanished from our understanding? Each discovery, from mirrors to towers, smoke signals to acoustic designs, reveals a civilization capable of manipulating its environment to transmit information efficiently, highlighting both the brilliance and resourcefulness of our ancestors. Ultimately, the evidence suggests that ancient societies were far more capable than conventional narratives allow. They not only built monumental structures, mastered metallurgy, and experimented with energy and optics, but they also found ways to communicate across vast distances, coordinating complex activities with precision and skill. These systems remind us that ancient civilizations were not isolated or primitive. They were innovators, problem solvers, and visionaries, capable of creating networks and technologies that continue to awe, mystify, and inspire today. One of the most astonishing and often underappreciated aspects of ancient civilizations is their mastery of navigation and seafaring. Long before modern compasses, GPS systems, or advanced maritime technology, humans were crossing vast oceans, mapping coastlines, and connecting distant lands with remarkable precision. Evidence from shipwrecks, ancient maps, astronomical records, and navigational instruments suggests that these societies possess sophisticated knowledge of the seas, weather patterns, currents, and celestial navigation, skills that challenge our understanding of technological development and global exploration. The Polynesians are among the most extraordinary examples of ancient seafaring. Navigating across thousands of miles of open ocean, they settled islands scattered across the Pacific, from Hawaii to Easter Island and New Zealand. They relied on careful observation of the stars, ocean swells, wind patterns, and bird migration to guide their journeys. Navigators memorized complex star maps and used the movement of waves against their canoes to sense proximity to land. This knowledge, passed orally through generations, allowed them to traverse vast distances with extraordinary accuracy, often without the aid of written maps or compasses. Their success demonstrates an advanced understanding of environmental patterns, celestial mechanics, and human endurance, skills that modern sailors would find impressive even today. In the Mediterranean, evidence of ancient maritime expertise is equally compelling. The Phoenicians, known as the great traders and explorers of the ancient world, traveled extensively across the Mediterranean and possibly beyond. Ancient texts suggest that they reached as far as the British Isles in West Africa. They utilized coastal navigation, astronomical observation, and rudimentary instruments to chart courses over long distances. Some scholars argue that they may have even ventured into the open Atlantic, guided by ocean currents and star patterns. The Phoenicians' ability to maintain trade networks, establish colonies, and navigate dangerous waters speaks to a level of maritime sophistication that has rarely been fully acknowledged. The Greeks and Romans further advanced seafaring technology with the development of more complex vessels, knowledge of wind patterns, and the use of early navigational tools. The Greeks, for instance, documented the use of the gnomon for measuring latitude, while the Romans developed sophisticated ports and lighthouses to facilitate maritime travel. Naval maps, written records of currents and tides, and accounts of long-distance voyages demonstrate an integrated understanding of geography, astronomy, and ship design. These innovations allowed for coordinated trade, military campaigns, and cultural exchange, shaping the Mediterranean world in ways that were crucial for the development of civilization. One of the most mysterious and debated pieces of evidence for advanced ancient navigation is the Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer. This map depicts the coasts of Europe, Africa, and remarkably, the northern part of South America with astonishing accuracy. What is even more remarkable is that some interpretations suggest that parts of the map may reflect knowledge of the Antarctic coast, free of ice, centuries before its official discovery. Scholars have long puzzled over the sources of the Piri Reis map, proposing that it may have been based on older maps, possibly passed down from ancient civilizations with advanced navigational knowledge. The precision and scope of the map challenge conventional timelines, hinting at the possibility of a seafaring tradition that extended far beyond what is commonly accepted. Egyptian civilization also demonstrates advanced maritime capability. The discovery of the Khufu ship, a 4,500-year-old vessel buried near the Great Pyramid, provides tangible evidence of shipbuilding expertise. This boat, made from cedar and assembled with incredible precision, could have carried people, cargo, or possibly ritual passengers. Its construction suggests not only skilled craftsmanship, but also knowledge of hydrodynamics and load distribution. Along with references to trade and exploration in the Mediterranean and Red Sea, the Khufu ship underscores that the Egyptians were more than monumental builders. They were also sophisticated seafarers. In South America, the pre-Columbian cultures along the coast of Peru and Ecuador developed reed boats capable of long voyages. The Moche and other maritime civilizations exploited ocean currents, wind patterns, and careful observation to maintain trade and communication networks. Thor Heyerdahl famously demonstrated the potential of these vessels with his Kon-Tiki expedition, showing that ancient peoples could feasibly sail across vast stretches of the Pacific using traditional techniques. While Heyerdahl's experiment is not definitive proof of ancient transoceanic contact, it does highlight the impressive navigational skills and vessel design of these civilizations. The technological implications of ancient seafaring are profound. Accurate navigation requires knowledge of astronomy, weather, oceanography, and geometry. Celestial navigation alone demands a sophisticated understanding of the stars, the ability to measure angles, and careful record-keeping or memorization. The design and construction of vessels capable of handling long voyages indicate advanced understanding of materials, buoyancy, and structural integrity. Together, these skills form a complex network of knowledge that enabled ancient civilizations to explore, trade, and connect across continents long before the advent of modern science or technology. Beyond practical applications, ancient navigation may also hint at lost technologies or knowledge. Some researchers speculate that advanced tools, possibly lost over time, could have enhanced precision in latitude measurement, current prediction, or oceanic orientation. Others propose that certain artifacts, maps, or architectural alignments encode navigational information that is yet to be fully deciphered. While these ideas remain speculative, the recurring evidence of long-distance navigation, accurate mapping, and sophisticated shipbuilding suggests that humans may have possessed capabilities that mainstream history underestimates. The mastery of navigation also reflects broader societal sophistication. Civilizations capable of traversing oceans needed social organization, trade networks, and knowledge dissemination. Training skilled navigators required education, memory, and cultural transmission, ensuring that complex knowledge could survive across generations. The integration of maritime expertise with astronomy, engineering, and trade illustrates a level of interdisciplinary understanding that challenges conventional assumptions about the technological limits of the ancient world. Finally, the evidence of ancient navigation invites us to reconsider global history. It suggests that civilizations may have been more interconnected than previously thought, capable of exploration, exchange, and cultural interaction on scales previously considered impossible. Ships, stars, and maps are not merely tools. They are evidence of human ingenuity, courage, and curiosity, reflecting a drive to understand and master the world. Whether crossing the Pacific, the Atlantic, or the Mediterranean, ancient seafarers reveal a depth of skill, knowledge, and daring that continues to inspire and astonish. As we study ancient navigation and seafaring, we are confronted with the possibility that humanity's maritime heritage is far richer and more advanced than conventional history allows. These civilizations were not isolated or primitive. They were explorers, innovators, and scientists capable of harnessing natural forces, designing sophisticated vessels, and charting the unknown with precision. Each voyage, each map, and each vessel serves as a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of our ancestors, inviting us to question what other secrets may still lie hidden beneath the waves, waiting to be rediscovered. Ancient medicine and healing technologies are among the most astonishing areas of forbidden archaeology, revealing a level of sophistication that rivals, and in some cases surpasses, modern understanding. Across civilizations, evidence emerges of advanced surgical practices, knowledge of medicinal plants, and therapeutic techniques that suggest a deep understanding of the human body, energy, and health. These discoveries challenge conventional timelines of medical history, prompting the question, how did ancient peoples acquire knowledge that science would only rediscover millennia later? One of the most remarkable examples comes from ancient Egypt. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating back to around 1600 BCE, provides a detailed account of surgical procedures, trauma care, and anatomical knowledge. It describes techniques for treating fractures, suturing wounds, and even diagnosing internal injuries with astonishing accuracy. Some scholars argue that certain passages imply an understanding of the circulatory and nervous systems far ahead of its time. Beyond theory, archaeological evidence shows trepanned skulls. Craniotomies performed with precision that allowed patients to survive, indicating practical surgical expertise. These findings suggest that Egyptians were not merely healers in mystical sense, but skilled practitioners capable of complex interventions. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations also demonstrate advanced medical knowledge. Archaeologists have uncovered mummified remains showing evidence of successful cranial surgery, including trepanation. These surgeries, performed without modern anesthesia or antiseptics, often resulted in survival, as indicated by bone regrowth around the surgical sites. The Incas also cultivated extensive botanical knowledge, using medicinal plants to treat infections, inflammation, and various diseases. Combined, these practices suggest a sophisticated understanding of both surgical techniques and pharmacology, reflecting an integrated approach to health that modern science continues to study. Traditional Chinese medicine provides another remarkable example. Dating back thousands of years, texts such as the Huangdi Neijing document principles of anatomy, acupuncture, herbal remedies, and the concept of life energy, or qi. Acupuncture, in particular, demonstrates a precise understanding of the body's energy pathways, with specific points targeted to influence health and balance. Modern research has shown that acupuncture can stimulate nerve responses, blood flow, and even chemical reactions in the body, suggesting that ancient practitioners were exploiting physiological mechanisms long before they were formally understood. Chinese herbal medicine also reflects sophisticated experimentation, combining plants, minerals, and sometimes metals to create complex remedies with measurable effects. In India, the Ayurvedic system represents a comprehensive approach to health, integrating diet, lifestyle, herbal medicine, and surgical practices. Ancient texts describe procedures that closely resemble modern operations, including the removal of tumors, bone setting, and even plastic surgery techniques, such as rhinoplasty. Detailed classifications of diseases, patient assessment protocols, and preventative measures indicate a methodical and empirical approach to medicine. The survival of these texts and practices over thousands of years suggests that ancient medical knowledge was highly effective, systematically tested, and transmitted with care. Metallurgy and medicine intersect in fascinating ways. Certain civilizations, including the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, utilized metals such as copper, silver, and gold in medical applications. Silver's antibacterial properties were exploited to prevent infection, while gold was used in both surgical tools and medicinal compounds. Some researchers suggest that ancient alchemists understood the therapeutic potential of metals through observation and experimentation, combining empirical knowledge with spiritual or symbolic practice. The sophistication of these approaches indicates an advanced understanding of chemistry, hygiene, and human physiology that predates modern science by centuries. Ancient healing was not limited to physical medicine. It often integrated energy, vibration, and sound. In Egypt, temples of healing were designed with acoustics, light, and symbolic architecture to promote therapeutic effects. The Greeks explored the influence of music and vibration on mental and physical health, while Tibetan medicine incorporated chants, resonance, and meditation to balance the body's energies. These practices suggest that ancient civilizations viewed health holistically, understanding the interplay between mind, body, and environment in ways that modern medicine is only beginning to appreciate. The evidence of advanced medical knowledge raises profound questions about lost or suppressed technologies. Some researchers propose that certain surgical instruments, herbal preparations, or energy-based techniques were more advanced than modern equivalents, possibly lost through societal collapse, conquest, or deliberate suppression. The recurrence of similar practices across continents, surgical techniques in Egypt, South America, India, and China, suggests either independent development of advanced knowledge or the transmission of medical wisdom across vast distances. Either scenario challenges the conventional narrative of linear technological progress. Practical outcomes of ancient medicine further highlight its sophistication. Archaeological remains show survival after complex surgeries, long-term treatment with herbal compounds, and functional recovery following injuries that would have been fatal without intervention. These results indicate not only theoretical knowledge, but applied skill, meticulous observation, and systematic practice. Ancient healers were capable of diagnosing conditions, performing complex procedures, and monitoring patient recovery, a level of proficiency that modern historians often underestimate. Ancient medical texts also reveal a scientific approach to experimentation. Healers recorded observations, tested remedies, and refined techniques over time. The systematic nature of these practices suggests that empirical methods, though framed within cultural and spiritual contexts, form the backbone of medical knowledge. For example, detailed Ayurvedic compendiums classify diseases, symptoms, and treatments with precision, showing evidence of rigorous observation and iterative learning. Similarly, Egyptian papyri describe multiple approaches to treating the same condition, reflecting trial, error, and refinement. Finally, ancient medicine challenges our understanding of human potential. These civilizations achieved extraordinary outcomes with limited technology, relying on observation, skill, and ingenuity. Their mastery of surgical procedures, herbal pharmacology, energy healing, and holistic care demonstrates a level of sophistication that continues to inspire modern research. It forces us to reconsider the assumption that medical knowledge is a recent development, highlighting the depth, complexity, and ingenuity of ancient civilizations in understanding the human body and its ailments. As we explore these practices, we are left to wonder, what other medical knowledge has been lost to history? How many treatments, instruments, or techniques existed that we may never recover? Ancient medicine is a testament to human curiosity, experimentation, and ingenuity, showing that our ancestors were not merely passive observers of disease and injury. They were innovators, scientists, and healers, capable of achieving results that challenge our modern understanding and expand our imagination of what ancient technology could achieve. Ancient astronomy is one of the most compelling windows into the technological and intellectual sophistication of early civilizations. Across the globe, from the desert of Egypt to the highland of Peru, evidence reveals that our ancestors were not passive observers of the skies. They were precise recorders, keen analysts, and, in some cases, astonishingly advanced astronomers capable of tracking celestial movements with remarkable accuracy. Their knowledge, encoded in monuments, artifacts, and texts, suggests an understanding of cycles, alignments, and celestial phenomena that often rivals modern measurements, raising profound questions about the extent of ancient scientific achievement. In Egypt, the stars played a central role, not only in religion but also in architecture, agriculture, and navigation. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, is aligned with astonishing precision to the cardinal points. The narrow shafts within the pyramid point to specific stars, such as Sirius and Orion's belt, connecting the pharaoh's tomb to celestial patterns believed to govern life, death, and rebirth. This alignment required careful observation and mathematical calculation, suggesting that Egyptian astronomers understood the stars' movements over long periods. Beyond religious symbolism, these alignments may have had practical applications, such as agricultural planning, marking the annual flooding of the Nile, and tracking celestial cycles critical to their calendar. Mesoamerican civilizations also display profound astronomical knowledge. The Maya, in particular, created complex calendars, astronomical observatories, and codices that record solar, lunar, and planetary cycles with incredible precision. Structures like El Caracol at Chichen Itza show alignments with Venus, solstices, and equinoxes, indicating careful observation over generations. The Maya were able to predict solar eclipses, track the cycles of Venus, and integrate the celestial knowledge into their rituals and governance. Their ability to encode sophisticated astronomical data into architecture, inscriptions, and ritual practices illustrates a culture deeply attuned to the heavens. Similarly, in South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations aligned temples, roads, and ceremonial sites with celestial events. Machu Picchu, for example, features structures that capture sunlight at specific times of the year, illuminating key features in a precise pattern. Intihuatana stones, often referred to as sundials, may have functioned as solar observatories, helping to track equinoxes and solstices. The integration of astronomy into urban planning and sacred architecture demonstrates that these civilizations use celestial knowledge for both practical and ceremonial purposes, merging science, spirituality, and technology in ways that continue to astonish modern researchers. Ancient texts further corroborate advanced astronomical understanding. The Rig Veda of India, Babylonian star catalogs, and Greek works, such as Ptolemy's Almagest, reflect careful observation, record-keeping, and analysis of celestial movements. Babylonian astronomers, for instance, could predict eclipses and chart planetary cycles with remarkable precision, centuries before the advent of telescopes. These records suggest a systematic approach to astronomy, combining empirical observation with mathematics to achieve predictions that were both accurate and practically useful. Megalithic structures across Europe also hint at sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with solstices, allowing the rising sun to illuminate specific stones at key times of the year. Other stone circles in Britain, Ireland, and Brittany show similar patterns, suggesting that Neolithic peoples were not only aware of solar and lunar cycles, but could integrate this knowledge into monumental construction. The effort and precision required to achieve these alignments indicate a level of observation, calculation, and planning that defies the notion of prehistoric humans as primitive or unsophisticated. The implications of ancient astronomy extend beyond mere observation.
These civilizations were tracking time, seasons, and celestial cycles to support agriculture, navigation, ritual, and governance. The ability to predict eclipses, solstices, and planetary alignments would have provided not only practical advantages but also social and religious authority. Knowledge of the heavens conferred power. Astronomers and priests could interpret celestial signals, guide planting and harvesting, and integrate cosmic cycles into cultural and spiritual life. In this way, astronomy was intertwined with both survival and societal organization, demonstrating its critical role in shaping ancient civilization. Some researchers propose that certain ancient sites may reflect knowledge of celestial phenomena that modern science is only beginning to understand. Precise alignments, unexpected star charts, and unexplained observations encoded in architecture suggest that ancient astronomers may have had insights into precession, planetary motion, and even long-term celestial cycles. While mainstream scholars often attribute this to coincidence or approximation, the recurring patterns across civilizations, continents, and millennia suggest deliberate observation and advanced calculation. Could our ancestors have possessed knowledge of the stars that has since been forgotten, intentionally concealed, or lost over time? Furthermore, ancient astronomy often intersected with other technologies and scientific disciplines. Observatories required architectural precision, understanding of geometry, and sometimes the use of lenses or reflective surfaces to track celestial events. Calendrical systems demanded careful record-keeping, mathematics, and a conceptual framework for predicting cycles over decades or centuries. The integration of astronomy with medicine, agriculture, and navigation indicates a multidisciplinary understanding that challenges conventional assumptions about the limits of ancient knowledge. These civilizations were not just observing, they were measuring, calculating, and applying their findings in practical and cultural contexts. The global distribution of advanced astronomical knowledge raises additional questions about the transfer of information. Similar alignments, calendars, and observational practices appear independently in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, South America, and Europe. Was this knowledge independently discovered in isolated civilizations, or was there a shared understanding passed across continents? The recurrence of sophisticated astronomical practices suggests that ancient peoples may have tapped into universal observations of the cosmos, developing complex systems to record, predict, and utilize celestial events with extraordinary skill. Finally, ancient astronomy challenges our perception of human intelligence, ingenuity, and technological capability. These civilizations achieved precise measurements, predictions, and constructions without telescopes, computers, or modern instruments. They relied on careful observation, calculation, and creative application of natural phenomena to map the heavens and integrate this knowledge into daily life. Their achievements compel us to reconsider the timeline of scientific discovery and acknowledge that human curiosity, intellect, and innovation have deep roots, reaching far into the past. As we explore the mysteries of ancient astronomy, we are left to marvel at the sophistication of our ancestors. From pyramids aligned with stars to observatories tracking planetary cycles, from predictive calendars to intricate stone monuments, ancient civilizations demonstrated an extraordinary capacity to observe, understand, and manipulate the cosmos. Their achievements remind us that history is not a linear march of progress, but a complex tapestry in which lost knowledge, ingenuity, and insight often predate and rival modern discovery. Ancient astronomy reveals a civilization deeply attuned to the heavens, capable of decoding celestial patterns with precision, and leaving a legacy of wonder, mystery, and inspiration that continues to challenge and captivate us today.
Ancient metallurgy and materials technology stand among the most compelling evidence that early civilizations possessed knowledge far ahead of their time. Across the globe, we find artifacts, tools, and structures crafted from metals and materials that reveal extraordinary skill, precision, and innovation. From perfectly cast bronze statues to enigmatic alloys and corrosion-resistant metals, the techniques of our ancestors challenge conventional timelines, suggesting that they may have mastered processes that modern science only rediscovered centuries later. The Bronze Age, spanning roughly 3300 to 1200 BCE, marked a revolutionary period in human history. Civilizations in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Egypt developed methods to combine copper and tin to create bronze, a material far superior to stone or pure copper in strength and durability. Yet, the sophistication of bronze artifacts goes beyond mere casting. Archaeologists have uncovered tools and weapons with intricate inlays, flawless symmetry, and exceptional hardness. For instance, ceremonial swords, axes, and armor demonstrate an understanding of alloy composition and heat treatment that rival modern metallurgical knowledge. The precision with which these items were crafted suggests empirical experimentation, trial and error, and an advanced comprehension of material properties. In South America, ancient metallurgy takes on an equally astonishing form. The Moche, Inca, and other pre-Columbian civilizations created intricate gold, silver, and copper artifacts, many of which resist tarnishing and corrosion even after thousands of years. The lost wax casting technique allowed artisans to produce detailed figures, jewelry, and ceremonial objects with remarkable accuracy. Some alloys, such as tumbaga, a mix of gold and copper, exhibit properties that are difficult to replicate even with modern methods. The controlled melting, mixing, and casting of metals demonstrate not just artistic skill, but a deep empirical understanding of chemical and thermal properties, far beyond what we might expect from these civilizations. Egyptian metallurgy also offers extraordinary examples. From tools to ceremonial artifacts, the Egyptians developed techniques for casting, alloying, and finishing metals with remarkable skill. Artifacts like the copper tools found in the tombs of pharaohs show evidence of advanced forging techniques, while ceremonial daggers crafted from meteoritic iron, long before the Iron Age, highlight knowledge of extraterrestrial metals and their properties. These discoveries indicate a technological sophistication that challenges conventional narratives, suggesting that Egyptians may have had access to knowledge or materials not commonly associated with the era. In Asia, ancient China demonstrates mastery of both bronze and early iron technologies. The Shang dynasty produced ceremonial bronze vessels with exquisite detail, often featuring complex patterns and inlays that require precise control over melting, molding, and cooling. Later, during the Zhou and Han dynasties, metallurgists developed cast iron, steel alloys, and advanced forging techniques that would influence societies for centuries. Ancient texts also document experimentation with metal hardness, tempering, and chemical treatments, suggesting a scientific approach to materials that parallels modern metallurgical research. Some of the most enigmatic discoveries involve metals and alloys that modern science struggles to fully explain. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, dating back over 1,600 years, has resisted corrosion despite exposure to elements for centuries. The precise composition, phosphorus content, and microstructure of this pillar suggest advanced knowledge of metallurgy, possibly including heat treatment and alloying techniques lost over time. Similarly, artifacts from the ancient world, such as perfectly smooth bronze spheres or alloyed knives with extraordinary sharpness, hint at techniques that remain mysterious, provoking questions about the limits of ancient technology. Metallurgy in ancient societies was not merely functional. It was deeply intertwined with art, spirituality, and social power. Precious metals like gold and silver were often reserved for elites, temples, or ceremonial purposes, while practical alloys were employed in tools, weapons, and construction. The production of metal required not only technical skill, but also social organization, access to resources, and knowledge of chemistry and physics. Mining, smelting, alloying, and casting represent complex chains of production, indicating that ancient societies were capable of managing large-scale technological processes with remarkable precision and efficiency. Experimental archaeology has helped to uncover some of these mysteries, revealing the ingenuity required to manipulate metals without modern tools. By recreating ancient furnaces, mold, and casting techniques, researchers have demonstrated that achieving uniform alloys, precise shapes, and high-quality finishes demanded careful control over temperature, timing, and material composition. These reconstructions highlight the advanced empirical knowledge ancient metallurgists possess, knowledge likely gained through generations of observation, experimentation, and refinement. Beyond conventional metallurgy, some ancient artifacts hint at techniques or properties that remain unexplained. Certain metal objects, from South American alloys to Middle Eastern artifacts, exhibit microstructures, surface hardness, or corrosion resistance that challenge modern replication. Were these results purely empirical, or did ancient civilizations have access to lost methods, secret knowledge, or materials with unique properties? The repeated emergence of advanced metallurgy across continents and epochs suggests that our ancestors may have possessed a systematic understanding of materials science that has since been forgotten or suppressed. The implications of ancient metallurgy extend to architecture, toolmaking, and technology. Bronze tools allowed precise construction of monuments, ceremonial artifacts, and practical implements. Iron and steel enabled stronger weapons, agricultural implements, and infrastructure. Even decorative objects demonstrate a fusion of technical mastery and aesthetic sensibility, illustrating that ancient metallurgists were innovators, artists, and scientists simultaneously. Their work enabled civilizations to thrive, expand, and leave behind monuments that continue to awe modern observers. Furthermore, the global recurrence of advanced metallurgical techniques raises questions about knowledge transfer. From the Near East to South America, Europe, and Asia, similar innovations appear independently, suggesting convergent evolution of technology, or possibly a shared source of expertise lost to history. The precision, complexity, and sophistication of these techniques challenge the notion that technological progress is linear, instead revealing a world where ancient humans experimented, learned, and achieved extraordinary results across multiple domains. Ultimately, ancient metallurgy and materials technology force us to rethink our assumptions about human capability, technological progression, and the depth of knowledge achieved by our ancestors. These civilizations were not primitive. They were innovators, experimenters, and scientists capable of manipulating natural elements with precision and foresight. Each artifact, alloy, and monumental object is a testament to their ingenuity, revealing a world where knowledge, skill, and experimentation flourished in ways that continue to inspire awe and curiosity today. As we study these metallurgical achievements, we are confronted with profound realization. Human history is far richer and more complex than conventional narratives allow. Ancient civilizations mastered the elements, fused science with artistry, and created technologies that modern engineers still marvel at. The legacy of these metallurgists, whether in a bronze sword, a golden ornament, or an iron pillar resistant to corrosion, reminds us that knowledge can endure through the ages, silently challenging our assumptions and inspiring us to uncover the mysteries that remain hidden in the depths of history. Among the most controversial and mind-bending aspects of forbidden archaeology is the notion that ancient civilizations may have harnessed forms of energy that modern science can scarcely explain. Across the globe, from the deserts of Egypt to the highlands of South America, evidence suggests that our ancestors might have created devices capable of generating, storing, or manipulating energy in ways that appear far ahead of their time. While mainstream scholars often dismiss such claims as speculative, the artifacts, structures, and legends associated with these technologies continue to captivate researchers, raising profound questions about what knowledge may have been lost or deliberately concealed. Perhaps the most iconic example comes from Egypt, the so-called Dendera Light, reliefs found in the Hathor Temple at Dendera. These carvings depict elongated, bulb-like objects connected to what some researchers interpret as conductors or cables. Some theorists suggest that these representations depict electrical lighting, potentially implying that the ancient Egyptians understood and harnessed electricity millennia before the modern era. Skeptics argue the imagery may represent lotus flowers, snakes, or symbolic motifs, but the recurring patterns, combined with other anomalies in the temple's design, have fueled speculation that these carvings encode practical knowledge of energy technologies rather than mere mythology. In Mesopotamia, the legendary Baghdad Battery presents another tantalizing clue. Discovered near modern-day Iraq and dating back approximately 2,000 years, this clay jar contains a copper cylinder and an iron rod, components that, when combined with an acidic solution, can produce a small electrical current. While its intended purpose remains unknown, some researchers hypothesize that it may have been used for electroplating, medical therapy, or experimental energy storage. Others argue it could have been a simple container. Yet the existence of such a device centuries before widespread understanding of electricity raises unsettling questions about the level of technological sophistication achieved by ancient peoples. South America offers equally compelling examples. The Incas and pre-Inca civilizations constructed enormous stone complexes with precisely cut blocks, sometimes joined so tightly that not even a knife blade can pass between them. Some researchers suggest that these techniques may have involved the use of energy-based tools, vibrational, sonic, or electrical, to manipulate and shape stone with extraordinary precision. While these ideas remain speculative, the precision of megalithic construction across sites such as Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Pumapunka challenges conventional explanations relying solely on manpower, levers, and rudimentary tools. Could energy manipulation have played a role in shaping these massive structures? The evidence remains tantalizing, if inconclusive. Ancient Greece and Rome also offer hints of experimental energy devices. A Count of Heron of Alexandria described the use of steam to generate motion, laying the theoretical foundation for engines thousands of years before the Industrial Revolution. While Heron's Eolipile is often viewed as a novelty or demonstration, it demonstrates an understanding of energy conversion principles. Furthermore, references in text to mysterious automata, moving statues, and self-operating devices suggest that ancient engineers may have experimented with kinetic energy, hydraulics, or even forms of mechanical computation. These inventions reveal a willingness to explore, manipulate, and harness natural forces for practical or ceremonial purposes. Certain mysterious artifacts complicate the narrative further. Small metal devices, unusual stone carvings, and objects of unknown purpose have been uncovered across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Some appear to involve gears, levers, or components suggestive of energy transfer or amplification. For example, the Antikythera mechanism, often called the first analog computer, was capable of predicting astronomical positions and eclipses with astonishing accuracy. Its sophistication suggests a level of mechanical engineering and mathematical understanding previously thought impossible for its era. If a device of this complexity existed in ancient Greece, what other technologies might have been developed but lost over time? Temples and sacred structures also hint at an understanding of energy principles. Certain sites in Egypt, South America, and Asia exhibit peculiar acoustic properties, vibrations, or alignment with electromagnetic anomalies. Researchers have noted that some chambers resonate at specific frequencies, suggesting that sound and vibration may have been deliberately manipulated for ritual or practical purposes. Some theorists propose that these sites function as energy amplifiers, capable of producing healing, ceremonial, or even destructive effects. While these interpretations remain speculative, the consistency of such features across continents cannot be easily dismissed. The potential applications of ancient energy devices are staggering. They could have been used for illumination, mechanical work, ritual purposes, or even health and healing. Reports of electrically charged metals, acoustically tuned chambers, and moving devices imply a level of experimentation and technological sophistication that modern engineers would find impressive. If ancient civilizations were capable of harnessing energy in controlled ways, it would suggest a profound understanding of natural forces, knowledge that may have been lost through conquest, disaster, or deliberate suppression. Some researchers speculate that this lost knowledge may be linked to catastrophic events or societal collapse. Civilizations such as Egyptians, Mesopotamians, or pre-Inca cultures may have developed advanced energy technologies that were never transmitted to future generations. Wars, invasions, or the decay of infrastructure could have erased practical knowledge, leaving behind tantalizing artifacts, monuments, and myths as the only remnants. This possibility raises both intrigue and frustration, as it suggests that humanity once possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to glimpse through fragmented evidence. Legends and myths often reinforce the notion of ancient energy devices. Stories of divine fire, lightning harnessed by gods, and mysterious glowing objects appear in virtually every culture. While mythology should not be taken literally, the recurrence of such narratives hints at an underlying truth. Ancient peoples may have encountered, observed, or even harnessed phenomena that were extraordinary and not fully understood. Could myth encode technical knowledge, preserved symbolically for future generations? The tantalizing overlap between legend and archaeology continues to captivate researchers and enthusiasts alike. The study of ancient energy devices forces us to confront the limits of our understanding. Were these societies truly capable of generating electricity, harnessing resonance, or manipulating unseen forces? Or are we projecting modern interpretations onto ancient artifacts and texts? The evidence, while tantalizing, defies easy categorization. Yet the very possibility challenges conventional assumptions about technological development, inviting us to reconsider the sophistication, ingenuity, and ambition of ancient civilizations. Ultimately, the mystery surrounding ancient energy devices highlight a profound truth. Human ingenuity is not confined to modern history. Our ancestors experimented, innovated, and explored natural forces in ways that remain incompletely understood. Whether through electrical experiments, mechanical automata, acoustically tuned chambers, or enigmatic artifacts, ancient civilizations demonstrate capacity for technological sophistication that rivals, and sometimes surpasses, what we typically associate with the modern era. Each discovery serves as a reminder that history is far richer, more complex, and more astonishing than conventional narratives allow. As we explore these ancient devices, we are left with a mixture of awe, wonder, and unresolved questions. What else might have been possible with this lost knowledge? Could understanding these principles today unlock new technologies or insights? Ancient energy devices remain one of the most compelling intersections of archaeology, science, and mystery, offering a glimpse into a world where humans may have harnessed the forces of nature in ways that continue to challenge and inspire us. Ancient transportation and mechanical innovations reveal another layer of technological mastery that challenges conventional historical narratives. Across the world, from the plains of Mesopotamia to the highlands of South America, civilizations developed ingenious methods to move people, goods, and even monumental stones over vast distances. While traditional histories often portray these societies as limited by manpower and primitive tools, mounting evidence suggests that our ancestors employed sophisticated vehicles, mechanical systems, and ingenious engineering solutions that allowed them to achieve feats still admired and in some cases unexplained today. The wheel is often celebrated as humanity's greatest mechanical invention, and yet its early applications demonstrate remarkable ingenuity. Archaeological evidence suggests that wheeled vehicles were in use in Mesopotamia as early as 3,500 BCE. These early carts, often drawn by oxen or other draft animals, facilitated trade, transport, and the movement of raw materials. The development of the wheel required not only woodworking skill, but also an understanding of load distribution, rotational mechanics, and terrain management. The wheel's evolution from simple rollers to spoke designs illustrates an incremental mastery of mechanics and efficiency, showing that ancient engineers were deeply attuned to the principles governing movement and force. In addition to wheels, ancient civilizations devised sophisticated track systems, sledges, and rollers to transport massive stones and constructions. The construction of the Egyptian pyramids, for instance, may have involved sledges lubricated with water to reduce friction, allowing workers to move multi-ton blocks over considerable distances. Experimental archaeology has confirmed that these methods, combined with careful coordination and leverage, could account for the movement of these stones. But some anomalies remain. Certain blocks at Giza and other sites are so perfectly cut and precisely placed that even modern cranes would struggle to replicate the feat, hinting at the possible use of mechanical aids or lost technologies. Mesoamerican civilizations also demonstrate remarkable ingenuity in transportation. The Olmec, Maya, and Aztec cultures lacked draft animals, yet managed to move colossal stone heads, pyramids, and ceremonial platforms over miles of difficult terrain. Scholars propose the use of rolling logs, ropes, and coordinated manpower, but experimental reconstructions often highlight the extraordinary precision and organization required. Some researchers speculate that mechanical devices such as levers, ramps, or even vibration-assisted methods could have facilitated these movements, though definitive evidence remains elusive. The result is a testament not only to human strength, but to the application of mechanics and ingenuity at a scale that continues to awe. In South America, the Inca Empire provides one of the most striking examples of mechanical and transportation expertise. Without wheeled vehicles, the Incas constructed extensive road networks across mountains, deserts, and valleys. These roads, engineered with stone paving, drainage systems, and strategically placed stairways, allowed for efficient movement of goods and armies. Large stones for ceremonial and defensive structures were transported using ropes, inclined planes, and coordinated labor forces, sometimes guided by precise planning that minimized effort while maximizing efficiency. The combination of road engineering, logistical coordination, and mechanical insight illustrates a civilization capable of sophisticated large-scale transportation without modern machinery. Ancient Greece and Rome further refined mechanical systems to aid transportation. The Romans, in particular, were renowned for their roads, bridges, and aqueducts, which required both engineering expertise and an understanding of materials, stress distribution, and mechanical principles. Cranes, hoists, and pulleys allow for the precise movement of stones and construction materials, facilitating monumental architecture, such as temples, amphitheaters, and the Colosseum. These innovations demonstrate a practical application of mechanical principles, integrating physics, material science, and design to achieve results that continue to inspire modern engineers. Some of the most enigmatic evidence for ancient mechanical innovation involves objects of unknown purpose or unexplained design. In Europe, artifacts resembling gears, levers, or small vehicles suggest that ancient societies may have experimented with mechanical devices for transport or ceremonial use. The Antikythera mechanism, though primarily an astronomical device, also reflects an understanding of complex gearing and mechanical motion that could theoretically have applications in transportation or automation. Such discoveries hint at a level of engineering sophistication that challenges the traditional view of ancient technology as rudimentary. Water transportation further highlights the ingenuity of ancient civilizations. Egyptians, Mesopotamians, Greeks, and Romans built advanced boats, ships, and canals, allowing for the movement of goods, people, and military forces. The Nile, Euphrates, and Mediterranean facilitated trade networks, cultural exchange, and logistical operations, supported by vessels designed with precise understanding of hydrodynamics, sail technology, and load distribution. In South America, reed rafts and sophisticated canoes allowed for long-distance navigation along rivers and coasts, demonstrating a parallel mastery of waterborne transport. The implications of these innovations are profound. Efficient transportation enabled trade, military campaigns, urban planning, and monumental construction. It required not only technical skill, but also social organization, labor coordination, and logistical planning. The integration of roads, vehicles, mechanical aids, and watercraft reveals civilizations capable of managing complex networks of movement and infrastructure, highlighting a level of societal sophistication often underestimated in mainstream historical accounts. Some researchers propose that these transportation systems may have incorporated lost technologies. Speculation ranges from vibration-assisted stone movement, mechanical lifting devices, and even early forms of powered transport. While evidence remains scarce, the sheer scale and precision of ancient construction projects, pyramids, megalithic temples, and colossal statues suggest that human ingenuity alone may not fully explain the achievements. Could there have been knowledge or techniques that allowed for greater efficiency, precision, or power than we currently recognize? The possibility remains tantalizing and mysterious. The study of ancient transportation and mechanical innovation challenges our assumptions about human capability. These societies achieved feats that required a deep understanding of mechanics, physics, materials, and coordination. From the wheel to sledges, pulleys to roads, and boats to ramps, ancient peoples demonstrated creativity, problem-solving, and engineering prowess that continues to inspire awe. Their achievements remind us that history is not a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but a complex tapestry where knowledge, ingenuity, and experimentation often exceeded contemporary expectations. Ultimately, the evidence of ancient transportation systems and mechanical devices forces us to reconsider the capabilities of our ancestors. They were not passive observers of their environment. They actively shaped, manipulated, and mastered it. Each road, ramp, pulley, and vehicle is a testament to human innovation, revealing a world where technology, organization, and practical knowledge converge to achieve extraordinary results. By studying these achievements, we gain insight not only into mechanics of the past, but also into the ingenuity, creativity, and resourcefulness of civilizations that continue to astonish and challenge our understanding today. Ancient architecture and megalithic engineering represent some of the most dramatic and enduring testaments to human ingenuity. Across continents, civilizations constructed monumental structures, pyramids, temples, stone circles, and massive walls that continue to inspire awe and provoke questions about the limits of ancient technology. These edifices were not only architectural feats, but also engineering marvels, requiring precise knowledge of materials, geometry, alignment, and labor organization. Their scale, precision, and longevity force us to reconsider what early societies were capable of achieving and whether lost techniques or forgotten technologies played a role in their construction. The Egyptian pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, are perhaps the most iconic examples of ancient engineering. Built around 4,500 years ago, this monumental structure required the transportation and precise placement of millions of limestone and granite blocks, some weighing several tons. The precision of the alignment, accurate to a fraction of a degree with the cardinal points, remains a source of fascination and debate among archaeologists and engineers alike. How did ancient builders achieve such accuracy without modern surveying tools? Some theories suggest simple tools and manpower, while others propose advanced leveling instruments, geometrical knowledge, or even energy-assisted techniques lost to history. Regardless of the method, the achievement reflects meticulous planning, organizational skill, and profound technical understanding. Megalithic structures in South America, such as Machu Picchu and Pumapunku, further illustrate the extraordinary capabilities of ancient builders. At Pumapunku, enormous stones were cut with such precision that even modern equipment would struggle to replicate the fit. Stones interlock perfectly without mortar, and surfaces are smoothed with astonishing exactness, raising questions about the tools and techniques used. Some researchers have suggested that advanced knowledge of stone manipulation, vibration, or mechanical leverage may have been involved. Additionally, the transportation of these massive stones across challenging terrain points to sophisticated planning, coordination, and potentially unknown methods of moving multi-ton blocks. In Europe, megalithic stone circles and structures like Stonehenge reveal not only architectural prowess, but also astronomical sophistication. Stones weighing tens of tons were transported from distant quarries and positioned with precise alignment to mark solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. The effort required to quarry, transport, and erect these monoliths indicates both engineering skill and social organization, suggesting that ancient communities could mobilize large labor forces and apply technical knowledge effectively. These monuments likely served ceremonial, calendrical, and possibly energy-related purposes, reflecting a deep integration of architecture, science, and spirituality. Asia offers further evidence of advanced ancient engineering. In India, the temples of Khajuraho and the massive structures at Mahabalipuram display precise stone carving, interlocking construction, and complex geometrical designs. The temples were constructed to endure earthquakes, monsoons, and the passage of centuries, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of material properties, weight distribution, and structural integrity. Similarly, in China, the Great Wall and ancient imperial palaces reveal advanced masonry, planning, and logistics, integrating engineering knowledge with defensive and ceremonial functions. These examples illustrate that across diverse cultures, ancient architects were not merely builders. They were innovators, problem solvers, and engineers in the truest sense. The precision of ancient construction techniques often challenges conventional explanations. In many cases, the alignment, polish, and fitting of stones exceed what might be expected from primitive tools or basic trial-and-error methods. Some researchers speculate that unknown techniques, potentially involving sound, vibration, or chemical treatments, may have been employed to shape and position stones with extraordinary accuracy. Whether through ingenious manual methods, lost mechanical aids, or other means, the results suggest a mastery of materials and physics that continues to intrigue modern scientists. Ancient architecture also demonstrates sophisticated knowledge of geometry and mathematics. The pyramids of Egypt, ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and temples of South America all show evidence of advanced measurement, proportionality, and alignment. Builders use simple tools, such as plumb bobs, leveling instruments, and measuring ropes, yet achieved results that often match the precision of modern engineering standards. The integration of geometry with astronomical alignment, aligning structures to stars, solstices, or planetary positions, further reflect a level of interdisciplinary understanding that combines architecture, science, and cosmology. Labor organization was another crucial aspect of megalithic engineering. Constructing massive structures required not only technical skill, but also effective coordination of large workforces. In Egypt, evidence suggests that thousands of workers, rather than slaves as once thought, were employed in well-structured labor systems to quarry, transport, and assemble stones. These labor forces needed careful planning, scheduling, and logistical support, indicating a high level of social and administrative organization. Similarly, in South America and Europe, the construction of monumental sites implies coordinated teams of skilled artisans, engineers, and laborers working in unison over decades or even centuries. Materials science was also critical. Ancient builders understood the properties of stone, wood, and metals, selecting the right material for structural integrity, durability, or aesthetic effect. Stones were chosen not only for size but also for hardness, density, and workability. Mortars, alloys, and composite materials were sometimes employed to enhance stability and longevity. The durability of these structures, many of which have withstood earthquakes, erosion, and millennia of exposure, demonstrates a level of material understanding that continues to impress modern engineers. The implications of ancient architecture and megalithic engineering are profound. These structures were not only monuments to human ingenuity, but also repositories of knowledge, cultural expression, and possibly lost technologies. They challenged linear models of technological progression, suggesting that ancient civilizations may have developed sophisticated techniques that were later forgotten or suppressed. By studying these achievements, we gain insight not only into practical and technical skills of our ancestors, but also into their worldview, cosmology, and understanding of the universe. Finally, ancient architecture invites speculation about the possible use of unknown technologies. The precision, scale, and complexity of megalithic constructions raise questions about whether early civilizations employed techniques that have since vanished. Were these societies using mechanical aids, energy-assisted methods, or advanced tools lost to time? While definitive evidence remains elusive, the consistency of advanced architectural feats across continents, eras, and cultures suggests a level of technological sophistication that demands further exploration. In conclusion, ancient architecture and megalithic engineering stand as enduring symbols of human creativity, ingenuity, and ambition. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of South America, from Stonehenge to Khajuraho, these structures reveal a mastery of geometry, materials, labor, and possibly lost technologies that continue to astonish and challenge modern understanding. Each stone, alignment, and measurement serves as a testament to a civilization capable of extraordinary achievements, inviting us to marvel at the ingenuity, precision, and vision of our ancestors. These architectural marvels remind us that history is not a linear narrative of progress, but a complex story filled with mysteries, lost knowledge, and astonishing feats of human intelligence that continue to inspire wonder and exploration. Ancient communication, writing systems, and methods of information storage represent some of the most fascinating windows into the intellectual sophistication of early civilizations. Across the world, societies developed intricate ways to record, transmit, and preserve knowledge, often in ways that seem astonishingly advanced for their time. From cuneiform tablets in Mesopotamia to hieroglyphics in Egypt, from the Indus script to quipu knots in South America, these systems reveal not only the ability to communicate complex ideas, but also the potential for encoding information with precision, consistency, and durability that continues to intrigue modern researchers. Mesopotamia, often referred to as the cradle of civilization, pioneered some of the earliest known writing systems. Cuneiform, developed by the Sumerians around 3200 BCE, allowed the recording of economic transactions, laws, astronomical observations, and literary works. Written on clay tablets using reed styluses, cuneiform enabled the management of vast empires, trade networks, and religious practices. The complexity of the script, with hundreds of symbols and variants, indicates a sophisticated understanding of symbolic communication and cognitive processing. Beyond mere record-keeping, cuneiform facilitated the transmission of knowledge across generations, preserving cultural, legal, and scientific insights that might have otherwise been lost to time. In Egypt, hieroglyphics combined pictorial representation with phonetic and ideographic elements, creating a system capable of conveying nuanced meaning. Hieroglyphs adorn temples, tombs, and papyri, often encoding religious texts, historical events, and administrative records. Some texts reveal advanced astronomical, mathematical, and medical knowledge, suggesting that writing served not only as communication, but as a repository of specialized technical expertise. The precision and consistency of hieroglyphic inscriptions reflect both artistic skill and an understanding of the importance of durable record-keeping, allowing information to persist across millennia. The Indus Valley Civilization offers one of the most enigmatic examples of ancient writing. The Indus script, found on seals, tablets, and pottery, remains undeciphered, yet its recurring pattern suggests a complex system of symbols capable of transmitting standardized information. While we cannot yet fully interpret the messages, the sophistication of the script, its repeated use in trade and administrative contexts, and its consistency across urban centers indicate a highly developed communication system. The potential that this script encodes advanced economic, political, or even scientific knowledge fuels speculation about lost intellectual achievements that could reshape our understanding of ancient human history. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations employed a radically different method of information storage, the quipu. Consisting of knotted strings of various colors, lengths, and arrangements, quipu serve as a tool for accounting, census-taking, and possibly narrative or historical recording. Scholars are still deciphering the full extent of information encoded in quipu, but evidence suggests a highly flexible and sophisticated system capable of representing numerical, categorical, and possibly linguistic data. The existence of such a tactile, non-written information system challenges conventional assumptions about literacy and communication, demonstrating that advanced record-keeping does not always require written symbols. Ancient civilizations also developed methods to transmit information over distance, often with ingenuity that borders on the miraculous. In Greece, smoke signals, mirrors, and semaphore systems allowed messages to be relayed rapidly across mountains and plains, facilitating military coordination and administrative control. In China, signaling towers and drums were employed to communicate over vast distances, while in South America, runners known as chasquis carried messages along the extensive Inca road network, often using quipu to ensure accuracy. These systems reveal a deep understanding of human logistics, geography, and the principles of information fidelity and redundancy, demonstrating that early societies could manage complex networks of communication without modern technology. Symbolism and encryption also played a significant role in ancient communication. Many civilizations developed codes, ciphers, and symbolic conventions to convey meaning selectively or to preserve secrecy. The use of pictograms, ideograms, and stylized symbols allowed messages to be interpreted only by those trained in their meaning, preserving specialized knowledge and authority. This suggests that information management in the ancient world was not only about dissemination, but also about control, hierarchy, and the strategic use of knowledge. In this sense, communication was both a practical tool and a mechanism of power. The durability and preservation of information in ancient systems is particularly striking. Clay tablets baked in kilns, inscriptions carved in stone, and metal plates ensure that messages survive for millennia, often under extreme environmental conditions. Unlike paper, which deteriorates rapidly, these materials allowed civilizations to maintain institutional memory, legal codes, religious texts, and scientific observations over generations. The longevity of these records reveals a sophisticated understanding of material properties and archival practices, emphasizing the importance placed on information preservation in ancient societies. Some ancient writing systems also hint at knowledge that seems advanced or even enigmatic by modern standards. Astronomical charts, mathematical notations, and complex calendrical systems are found in Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Mesoamerican texts, suggesting that writing served as a conduit for technical knowledge as well as cultural expression. These records reveal not just communication, but calculation, prediction, and empirical observation, demonstrating that early civilizations could encode and transmit information critical for technology, agriculture, and governance. The global recurrence of advanced communication systems raises questions about knowledge transfer. Similar methods, symbols, and principles appear across continents, suggesting either convergent evolution or long-distance exchange of ideas. The consistency and sophistication of these systems indicate that humans, even in disparate regions, develop parallel solutions to the challenges of recording, transmitting, and preserving complex information. This reinforces the idea that early societies possessed intellectual capacities that continue to challenge modern assumptions about the origins and limits of technological innovation. Finally, the study of ancient communication and information systems reminds us that knowledge is a cumulative and enduring human achievement. Writing, symbols, quipu, and other methods enable civilizations to record not just events, but entire frameworks of science, governance, religion, and culture. They allowed humans to transmit wisdom, coordinate societies, and preserve intellectual traditions across time and space. In doing so, they reveal an extraordinary level of cognitive sophistication, strategic thinking, and practical ingenuity that forms a critical foundation for understanding the broader technological and cultural achievements of ancient civilizations. In conclusion, ancient communication, writing, and information systems stand as remarkable evidence of human ingenuity. From cuneiform and hieroglyphics to quipu and semaphore systems, these methods reflect an advanced understanding of information management, durability, and transmission. They challenge assumptions about literacy, complexity, and intellectual capacity in early civilizations, while raising tantalizing questions about lost knowledge and undiscovered systems. By studying these innovations, we gain not only insight into mechanics of communication, but also a deeper appreciation of the sophistication, creativity, and intellectual ambition of our ancestors, a civilization capable of encoding, preserving, and transmitting knowledge in ways that continue to inspire awe and curiosity today. Ancient mathematics and engineering principles reveal a level of intellectual sophistication that continues to astonish modern scholars and engineers alike. Across civilizations, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, Greece, India, and Mesoamerica, societies developed intricate systems of numbers, geometry, and calculation that enabled them to design, build, and maintain structures, tools, and technologies far ahead of their time. These achievements were not merely academic. They were practical, applied, and often integrated into architecture, astronomy, agriculture, and even governance, demonstrating a deep understanding of abstract concepts and their real-world applications. Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, laid the foundation for much of ancient mathematics. Sumerians developed a sexagesimal base 60 numerical system around 3000 BC, which allowed for advanced calculations involving time, angles, and geometry. They created multiplication tables, solved quadratic and cubic equations, and developed methods for measuring land and constructing canals. Babylonian clay tablets reveal sophisticated understanding of algebra, fractions, and proportional reasoning, highlighting a culture capable of abstract thought applied to practical engineering and administrative challenges. These mathematical innovations were critical for irrigation, trade, taxation, and monumental construction, demonstrating the inseparable link between numbers and societal development. In Egypt, mathematics played a crucial role in architecture, agriculture, and astronomy. Egyptian engineers relied on geometry to design pyramids, temples, and irrigation systems. The Rhine Mathematical Papyrus and Moscow Mathematical Papyrus contain calculations involving area, volume, fractions, and linear equations, illustrating a high degree of numerical sophistication. Surveying techniques, including the use of plumb bobs, leveling instruments, and ropes marked with units of measurement, allowed for precise layout and alignment of massive structures. Egyptian engineers applied mathematical principles not only to construction, but also to the calibration of calendars and astronomical observations, reflecting a holistic integration of abstract reasoning and empirical practice. Ancient India contributed profoundly to mathematical thought. The Subha Sutras, dating back to 800 to 500 BCE, contain geometric constructions for altars and ritual spaces, employing precise calculations for lengths, angles, and areas. Indian mathematicians developed early concepts of zero, negative numbers, and place value systems that were revolutionary for their time. These principles facilitated advanced computation, engineering projects, and astronomical calculations, influencing civilizations far beyond the subcontinent. The mathematical sophistication embedded in religious and ceremonial architecture highlights the intersection of mathematics, spirituality, and engineering in early Indian society. Greece, of course, represents one of the most influential centers of ancient mathematical and engineering thought. Figures like Pythagoras, Euclid, Archimedes, and Hero of Alexandria advanced geometry, mechanics, and applied mathematics to unprecedented levels. Euclid's elements codified geometric principles, while Archimedes developed methods for calculating areas, volumes, and densities, along with practical applications in levers, pulleys, and fluid mechanics. Greek engineers applied these principles to construct aqueducts, siege engines, temples, and theaters with astonishing precision. The combination of abstract mathematical reasoning and practical experimentation demonstrates that Greek civilization mastered both theoretical and applied mathematics, influencing engineering for centuries to come. Mesoamerican civilizations also reveal remarkable mathematical understanding, particularly the Maya. They developed a vigesimal-based 20 number system, understood zero, and created complex calendars based on precise astronomical observations. Maya architects and engineers applied these calculations to align temples, pyramids, and observatories with celestial events. The integration of mathematics with architecture, astronomy, and ritual demonstrates a sophisticated system where numbers were not abstract symbols, but tools for understanding and interacting with the cosmos. Their ability to encode large spans of time and celestial cycles in numerical form challenges assumptions about the mathematical capabilities of pre-modern societies. Engineering principles, closely linked to mathematics, were applied in construction, transportation, and technology across the ancient world. The precise interlocking of stones in Machu Picchu and Pumapunku required knowledge of angles, load distribution, and leverage. In Egypt, pyramid construction demanded an understanding of center of gravity, friction, and mechanical advantage. Roman aqueducts, bridges, and roads utilized arches, keystones, and vaults, reflecting a sophisticated grasp of forces, stress, and material properties. These examples illustrate that ancient engineers were capable of designing structures that were both functional and durable, integrating empirical observation with mathematical reasoning. Ancient mathematics was also critical for navigation, surveying, and astronomy. Civilizations tracked solar, lunar, and planetary cycles, requiring precise calculations for calendars, agricultural planning, and ritual events. Geometry, trigonometry, and arithmetic were essential for measuring distances, calculating angles, and predicting celestial positions. Whether aligning pyramids with stars, constructing megalithic circles with astronomical precision, or calculating the movement of planets, ancient mathematicians demonstrated a command of concepts that underpin modern science and engineering. The global recurrence of advanced mathematical and engineering knowledge raises profound questions about the origins and transmission of these ideas. Similar principles appear independently across continents, suggesting convergent intellectual evolution, or, perhaps, a shared source of knowledge now lost. The precision, consistency, and complexity of calculations and constructions across different civilizations indicate that ancient societies were capable of extraordinary intellectual achievements that defy the assumption of linear technological progression. Furthermore, some ancient engineering techniques remain difficult to fully explain. The alignment and construction of megalithic sites, the transportation of multi-ton stones, and the precision of monumental architecture suggest knowledge of mechanical advantage, geometry, and material science that may have been empirical, symbolic, or even partially lost. Could vibration, resonance, or other techniques have assisted in shaping and moving stone? Were there mathematical principles applied that are no longer understood? These possibilities add an air of mystery to ancient engineering, fueling ongoing research and speculation. The integration of mathematics with culture, religion, and societal organization is also remarkable. Numerical systems, geometric principles, and engineering knowledge were not purely practical. They were often embedded in ritual, governance, and education. Temples, pyramids, and observatories serve as both scientific instruments and symbolic expressions of cosmic order. Mathematics, in this sense, was a bridge between the observable world, societal needs, and metaphysical concepts, reflecting a sophisticated worldview in which knowledge, technology, and spirituality were inseparable. Ultimately, ancient mathematics and engineering principles reveal civilizations that were far more capable, inventive, and intellectually advanced than traditionally acknowledged. The ability to calculate, design, and construct with precision demonstrates both abstract thinking and applied expertise, challenging assumptions about the primitive nature of early societies. By studying these achievements, we gain insight into the cognitive sophistication, creativity, and practical intelligence of our ancestors, skills that enabled them to manipulate the natural world, construct enduring monuments, and develop technologies that continue to inspire wonder today. In conclusion, ancient mathematics and engineering were not merely tools for survival. They were the foundation for civilization itself. Across the globe, from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, these disciplines enabled monumental construction, precise astronomical observation, sophisticated trade, and complex societal organization. They reveal a profound understanding of the principles that govern the physical world and demonstrate that early civilizations were capable of intellectual and technological feats that continue to challenge and amaze modern researchers. Ancient mathematics and engineering stand as a testament to human ingenuity, foresight, and enduring quest to understand, shape, and master the world around us. Ancient medicine and biological knowledge reveal a level of sophistication that often surpasses what many might expect from early civilizations. Across the globe, from the fertile lands of Mesopotamia and the banks of the Nile to the highlands of the Andes and the plains of China, evidence demonstrates that our ancestors understood anatomy, physiology, herbal remedies, surgical techniques, and preventive care in ways that are both remarkable and, at times, baffling to modern researchers. These societies were not merely practitioners of folk remedies. They developed systematic approaches to health, often integrating observation, experimentation, and spiritual or ritualistic elements, creating a complex body of knowledge that has echoes in contemporary medicine. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians documented extensive medical knowledge on clay tablets, detailing illnesses, diagnoses, and treatments. These records describe conditions ranging from infections and fractures to gastrointestinal disorders and mental illness. Physicians use a combination of herbal remedies, dietary regulations, and physical therapy, demonstrating a holistic understanding of health. Beyond treatments, the texts also reveal diagnostic techniques and case records, reflecting an organized approach to medical practice. What is particularly striking is the empirical nature of some prescriptions. Dosage, preparation, and administration were standardized, suggesting that early doctors relied on careful observation and practical results, not merely superstition. Egyptian medicine is legendary for its sophistication. Papyrus texts, such as the Ebers Papyrus and Edwin Smith Papyrus, provide detailed accounts of surgical procedures, wound care, and even early forms of dentistry. Egyptian physicians performed trepanation, removing portions of the skull to treat head injuries, with surprisingly low mortality rates for the period. They understood the circulatory system, the use of antiseptics like honey and resin, and the importance of hygiene in preventing infection. Their medical knowledge was often intertwined with spiritual practices, but was also grounded in empirical observation. The combination of practical techniques and ritual underscores the dual approach to healing that balanced science and belief. In ancient India, the Ayurvedic system codified an extensive medical framework, integrating diet, herbal remedies, surgery, and lifestyle management. Texts such as the Sushruta Samhita describe complex surgical procedures, including cataract surgery, plastic reconstruction, and the treatment of fractures. Physicians were trained to diagnose illnesses using pulse, observation, and questioning, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of the human body. Ayurveda emphasized balance among bodily humors, but its approach was also pragmatic, combining herbal medicine, massage, and control procedures to improve health outcomes. This intricate blend of theory, observation, and practice exemplifies the depth of ancient medical science in India. Traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, similarly reflects a highly developed system of healthcare. Concepts such as qi, meridians, and yin-yang balance may sound mystical, but they were accompanied by detailed knowledge of acupuncture points, herbal pharmacology, and physical therapies. Ancient Chinese physicians conducted detailed anatomical studies, observed symptoms meticulously, and experiment with natural remedies to treat disease. They developed pulse diagnosis, moxibustion, and sophisticated surgical techniques long before similar practices appeared elsewhere. The integration of theory, observation, and experimentation demonstrates a rigorous, systematic approach to medicine, emphasizing prevention, diagnosis, and treatment in a coherent framework. In South America, the Incas and pre-Inca civilizations demonstrated remarkable medical capabilities, particularly in surgery and herbal medicine. Trepanation, the surgical practice of drilling or cutting into the skull, was performed with high success rates, often evidenced by extensive bone healing in archaeological remains. Herbal remedies, sourced from the diverse ecosystems of the Andes, were used to treat infections, fevers, and digestive issues. Shamans and healers possessed deep empirical knowledge of medicinal plants, combining pharmacology with ritual to ensure both physiological and psychological healing. The blending of observation, trial and error, and ritual knowledge allowed these civilizations to maintain relatively advanced healthcare systems in challenging environments. Herbal medicine across the ancient world highlights a profound understanding of pharmacology, from willow bark containing salicin in Mesopotamia and Egypt, which has properties similar to modern aspirin, to the use of aloe vera, garlic, and myrrh. Ancient practitioners discovered effective treatments through careful experimentation and observation. These remedies were often systematized in texts or oral traditions, demonstrating both the accumulation and transmission of medical knowledge. The consistency and efficacy of these treatments suggest that early humans were capable of sophisticated chemical understanding long before the advent of modern pharmaceuticals. Anatomical knowledge also played a crucial role. Ancient civilizations studied human and animal bodies to understand function and pathology. Dissections in Egypt, observational studies in Greece, and practical surgical experiences in India and South America allowed practitioners to develop a mental map of the human body, enabling targeted treatment. Understanding blood flow, joint mechanics, and organ function facilitated surgeries, wound care, and therapeutic interventions. While spiritual beliefs often frame these practices, the empirical component is undeniable, revealing a systematic approach to health that combined observation, reasoning, and skill. Preventive medicine was another hallmark of ancient medical systems. Hygiene, diet, exercise, and ritual purification were recognized as essential to maintaining health. Public baths in Rome, sanitation systems in the Indus Valley, and dietary regulations in Egypt and India demonstrate a societal understanding of health maintenance, not merely reactive treatment. Ancient physicians recognized the importance of environment, lifestyle, and balance in preventing disease, illustrating a remarkably holistic approach to human well-being. The sophistication of ancient medicine raises intriguing questions about lost knowledge. Many techniques, remedies, and procedures appear to have been forgotten, suppressed, or replaced over time. Could ancient civilizations have possessed biological insights that rival modern science? Some texts hint at pharmacological compounds, surgical methods, or physiological observations that we are only now beginning to understand. The persistence of ancient medical practices in traditional systems, despite millennia, suggests that the knowledge was highly effective and carefully transmitted, even in the absence of modern technology. In conclusion, ancient medicine and biological knowledge reveal civilizations that were not only culturally and technologically advanced, but also deeply attuned to the human body, disease, and healing. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, India, China, and South America, these societies developed sophisticated medical systems that combined empirical observation, surgical skill, pharmacology, and preventive care. Their achievements challenge assumptions about the intellectual and technological capacities of early humans, demonstrating a holistic, evidence-based, and remarkably effective approach to health. The legacy of ancient medicine serves as a powerful reminder that our ancestors were innovators, experimenters, and scientists, capable of understanding and manipulating biological systems in ways that continue to inspire and inform modern medicine today. Ancient astronomy and celestial knowledge stand among the most awe-inspiring and mysterious achievements of early civilizations. Across continents and millennia, humans observed the heavens with meticulous care, tracking stars, planets, and celestial cycles to create calendars, guide agriculture, and anchor religious and cultural rituals. While modern science often credits a telescope and precise instruments with our understanding of the cosmos, the ancients relied on naked-eye observation, yet developed insights and alignments that continue to challenge contemporary scholars. Their ability to predict eclipses, solstices, and planetary movements, often with remarkable accuracy, suggests a level of observational skill and mathematical sophistication that remains astonishing even today. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians meticulously recorded celestial events, producing some of the earliest known star charts and astronomical tables. Clay tablets, such as the Mo, Apin series catalog stars, constellations, and the motions of planets, forming the foundation for predictive astronomy. Babylonian astronomers could calculate lunar and solar eclipses, determine planetary retrograde motion, and track celestial cycles with precision. These records were not purely theoretical. They were deeply integrated into governance, agriculture, and religion. Kings used astronomical observations to schedule rituals, predict omens, and align civic activities, demonstrating that celestial knowledge held both practical and symbolic power. Egyptian civilization also reveals extraordinary astronomical sophistication. Temples and pyramids were carefully aligned with celestial phenomena, often oriented towards solstices, specific stars, or the rising and setting points of significant celestial bodies. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is aligned with remarkable accuracy to the cardinal points, and some researchers suggest that specific shafts within the pyramid point toward important stars, such as Sirius and Orion's belt. These alignments likely had religious significance, reflecting the Egyptians' belief in the connection between the cosmos and divine order, but they also reveal a precise understanding of celestial mechanics and the ability to translate observations into architectural and cultural expressions. In ancient India, astronomers made profound contributions to understanding celestial cycles and predicting astronomical events. Texts such as the Vedanga Jyotisha detail methods for calculating solstices, eclipses, and planetary positions. Indian astronomers used sophisticated mathematical techniques, including trigonometry, to model celestial movements and create calendars for agricultural, religious, and ceremonial purposes. The integration of mathematical precision with long-term observation enabled accurate predictions that informed daily life, highlighting a level of intellectual rigor and empirical methodology that parallels later scientific achievements. Ancient China offers another remarkable example of astronomical mastery. Chinese astronomers meticulously recorded comets, novae, eclipses, and supernovae, creating continuous records that span thousands of years. Observatories such as those in Beijing, along with celestial compendiums like the Book of Silk, reveal a systematic approach to tracking and interpreting cosmic events. Chinese astronomers developed calendars, predicted eclipses, and linked celestial patterns to dynastic cycles, weather, and agriculture. Their observations were incredibly precise, providing modern scholars with data that has been used to verify historical astronomical events and even natural phenomena, demonstrating the enduring accuracy and relevance of their work. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya, reached astonishing levels of astronomical sophistication. The Maya developed complex calendars, such as the Tzolk'in, Hab, and Long Count, which interwove solar, lunar, and planetary cycles. Observatories like the one at Uxmal and structures at Chichen Itza were oriented to capture solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial alignments with remarkable precision. Maya astronomers tracked the movements of Venus and other planets, predicting their appearances and conjunctions with incredible accuracy. These observations were deeply intertwined with religion and ritual, influencing agricultural cycles, ceremonial events, and the political calendar, reflecting an integrated system of knowledge that combined mathematics, observation, and cosmology. Stonehenge and other megalithic structures in Europe also testify to advanced celestial awareness. Monoliths were positioned to mark solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles, allowing prehistoric societies to track time and seasons with precision. The alignment of stones with sunrise, sunset, and lunar extremes indicates sophisticated observation, planning, and engineering. These monuments reveal that ancient Europeans were capable of translating long-term astronomical observation into durable, functional, and symbolic architecture, creating a tangible connection between Earth and sky that persists to this day. The global recurrence of astronomical sophistication raises profound questions. Civilizations separated by thousands of miles and centuries developed independent, yet strikingly similar systems of observation, measurement, and prediction. The consistency of celestial knowledge across cultures suggests either convergent intellectual evolution or, perhaps, a shared repository of knowledge now lost to history. The precise alignment of monuments, the predictive accuracy of calendars, and the integration of astronomy with daily life and ritual challenge the assumption that early societies were primitive or unsophisticated in their understanding of the cosmos. Ancient celestial knowledge was not limited to observation. It was often predictive and applied. Eclipses, planetary cycles, and the motions of stars and the moon were calculated in advance, sometimes centuries into the future. This required both rigorous observation and mathematical modeling, demonstrating that ancient astronomers possessed analytical skills that rival modern scientific techniques. Predictive astronomy informed agriculture, navigation, ritual, and governance, illustrating the deep practical significance of understanding the heavens. Mysteries remain, however. Certain alignments, such as those of the Great Pyramid, Pumapunku, and other megalithic sites, correspond with astronomical events in ways that suggest knowledge of precession. The gradual shift of the Earth's rotational axis over millennia, If these alignments were intentional, it implies a level of astronomical understanding far beyond what conventional history attributes to these civilizations. Were these societies capable of long-term observation over centuries, or is there evidence of knowledge inherited from even older, now-lost cultures? These questions continue to intrigue researchers, blending scientific inquiry with the allure of forbidden knowledge. In conclusion, ancient astronomy and celestial knowledge reveal civilizations deeply attuned to the cosmos. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, India, China, Mesoamerica, and Europe, early societies observed, measured, and predicted celestial events with remarkable accuracy. Their achievements combined empirical observation, mathematics, and ritual significance, creating integrated systems of knowledge that guided agriculture, religion, governance, and daily life. The precision, consistency, and sophistication of these practices challenge conventional narratives about the intellectual capabilities of ancient peoples. Ancient astronomy not only illuminates the sky, but also shines a light on the ingenuity, foresight, and enduring curiosity of humanity, a curiosity that continues to drive exploration and discovery to this very day. Ancient metallurgy and advanced materials science reveal a level of technological mastery that continues to astonish modern researchers. Across the globe, civilizations develop techniques for extracting, refining, and manipulating metals, producing tools, weapons, and artifacts that often surpass the quality and durability expected for their time. From the bronze axes of Mesopotamia to the iron swords of Africa, from gold jewelry in Egypt to mysterious metallic artifacts in South America, these achievements demonstrate an intimate understanding of natural materials, chemical processes, and innovative techniques, suggesting that ancient societies were far more technologically capable than conventional history often allows. Mesopotamia was among the earliest centers of metallurgical innovation. Around 3500 BCE, Sumerians began smelting copper and creating bronze alloys by combining copper with tin, producing stronger and more durable tools and weapons. The use of bronze revolutionized agriculture, warfare, and craftsmanship, enabling civilizations to construct more effective implements and protective armaments. Metallurgists of the time developed techniques for casting, hammering, and annealing metals, revealing a deep practical understanding of material properties. Bronze weapons and ceremonial objects from Mesopotamia display both functional design and artistic sophistication, demonstrating that metallurgy was not merely utilitarian, but also integral to cultural expression and status. Egyptian metallurgists also achieved remarkable results. They mastered the extraction and refinement of gold, silver, copper, and later iron, producing tools, ornaments, and ritual objects of exceptional quality. Gold, for instance, was not only a symbol of divine authority, but also a testament to sophisticated smelting, alloying, and crafting techniques. Egyptian artisans created thin sheets of gold, intricate jewelry, and decorative inlays, often combining metals and alloys that enhanced strength and visual appeal. Beyond aesthetics, metallurgical knowledge was applied in weaponry, agricultural implements, and architectural components, highlighting a practical and comprehensive approach to material science. In ancient India, metallurgy reached impressive heights with the development of wood steel, sometimes referred to as Damascus steel in later periods. Produced as early as 300 BCE, wood steel was known for its strength, flexibility, and distinctive patterned surface. Indian metallurgists developed precise techniques for smelting iron, controlling carbon content, and manipulating temperature to achieve superior properties. Wood steel swords, knives, and tools were highly prized across Asia and the Middle East, attesting to a level of technical knowledge that rivaled, and in some cases exceeded, later European metallurgical practices. The sophistication of these methods suggests a profound empirical understanding of chemical and thermal processes, centuries ahead of their widespread recognition in the modern world. China represents another hub of advanced ancient metallurgy.
From the Shang dynasty onwards, Chinese metallurgists produced bronze vessels, weapons, and ceremonial objects with extraordinary precision and durability. Later, during the Han dynasty, iron casting techniques allowed for large-scale production of tools, plows, and construction materials. The Chinese also pioneered methods for alloying metals, controlling carbon content, and producing specialized tools for agriculture, warfare, and art. Their techniques combined empirical observation with innovative experimentation, demonstrating a practical mastery of material properties and manufacturing processes that contributed directly to societal development. In Africa, the Nok culture of present-day Nigeria displayed sophisticated ironworking capabilities as early as 1000 BCE. Archaeological evidence indicates that Nok blacksmiths produced iron tools, weapons, and terracotta artifacts with remarkable skill. Similarly, in Egypt and Nubia, iron and copper were smelted and forged with precision, allowing for the creation of durable implements and ceremonial objects. These achievements highlight that advanced metallurgical knowledge was not limited to a single region, but appeared independently across continents, reflecting a convergence of innovation driven by necessity, curiosity, and experimentation. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and Aztecs, developed specialized knowledge of metals, particularly gold, silver, and copper, often used for ornamental and ritual purposes. Artisans employed lost wax casting, hammering, and alloying to produce intricate jewelry, ceremonial masks, and symbolic artifacts. The precision and beauty of these objects suggest a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy and material science, even if large-scale smelting of iron was not present in the Americas. These artifacts, often created with limited technology compared to Eurasia, still demonstrate remarkable ingenuity and craftsmanship, emphasizing the universal human drive to manipulate and transform natural materials. Ancient metallurgy was not limited to practical applications. It also intertwined with culture, religion, and social hierarchy. Metals were often associated with divine power, immortality, and status, imbuing artifacts with symbolic as well as functional significance. The precise manipulation of metals, the creation of alloys, and the construction of ceremonial objects reflect a combination of technical knowledge and aesthetic vision. This duality suggests that ancient metallurgists were not merely craftsmen but innovators who understood both the material and symbolic properties of their creations. Advanced material science in antiquity also extends beyond metals. Ceramics, glass, and composite materials demonstrate a deep understanding of chemical reactions, thermal properties, and structural integrity. Egyptian faience, Roman concrete, and Chinese porcelain reveal the ability to manipulate natural resources at a molecular level to achieve durability, color, and functionality. These materials often outlast metals in archaeological contexts, and their quality continues to surprise modern scientists, highlighting the ingenuity and experimental skill of ancient technologists. The mysteries of ancient metallurgy extend further with enigmatic artifacts whose composition and manufacturing techniques remain difficult to replicate today. Objects such as the Iron Pillar of Delhi, which has resisted corrosion for over 1,600 years, and metallic artifacts from South America and the Middle East challenge conventional explanations. Some researchers speculate that unknown alloying methods, temperature control, or surface treatments were employed, representing a lost body of metallurgical knowledge. The precision, durability, and sophistication of these materials force us to reconsider the technological capabilities of ancient societies and the potential for knowledge that has been forgotten or obscured over millennia. In conclusion, ancient metallurgy and material science reflect civilizations capable of extraordinary technical, artistic, and intellectual achievements. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, India, China, Africa, and the Americas, early societies mastered the extraction, refinement, and manipulation of metals and other materials, creating tools, weapons, and artifacts of remarkable quality. These achievements demonstrate not only practical skill but also innovation, experimentation, and deep empirical understanding of the natural world. The study of ancient metallurgy continues to inspire modern scientists, engineers, and historians, revealing a past where human ingenuity, curiosity, and mastery of materials exceeded conventional expectations and laid the foundation for technological advancement for centuries to come.
Ancient energy, power sources, and potential lost technologies represent one of the most tantalizing and mysterious aspects of human history. Across the globe, evidence suggests that early civilizations may have harnessed natural forces and developed techniques to manipulate energy in ways that continue to puzzle modern scientists. From mysterious stone structures of South America to ancient Egyptian temples and obscure artifacts scattered across continents, questions persist. Did ancient people possess advanced energy knowledge now lost to time? Were there methods of generating or controlling power that rival or surpass our assumptions about their technological capabilities? The very notion challenges our understanding of history and the limits of human ingenuity. In ancient Egypt, some researchers argue that temples, pyramids, and sacred structures were not only religious sites, but also centers for harnessing energy. The precise alignment of pyramids and other monumental constructions, along with the use of conductive materials like copper, gold, and limestone, has led to speculation about the possibility of electrical or vibrational energy applications. While there is no direct textual evidence, the consistent geometry, resonance properties, and positioning of these structures suggest that ancient architects may have understood more about natural energy flows than previously thought. Could the pyramids have functioned, in part, as energy amplifiers, harnessing cosmic or terrestrial forces? Such theories remain controversial, but the question itself invites reconsideration of what technology meant in the ancient world. The Great Pyramid of Giza, in particular, has fueled endless debate. Its internal chambers, air shafts, and precise geometric proportions create resonance patterns that some researchers argue could amplify sound, vibration, or even electromagnetic energy. Experiments conducted in modern times indicate that specific frequencies introduced into the pyramid can produce unusual acoustic effects, raising the possibility that the ancients were experimenting with principles of resonance. Furthermore, some scholars propose that the pyramid's massive limestone and granite blocks, combined with the inclusion of metallic elements in the inner chambers, may have played a role in energy conduction or storage. Whether these ideas are speculative or indicative of lost knowledge, the implications challenge conventional views of ancient technological limitations. South America offers equally compelling enigmas. Sites such as Pumapunku and Tiwanaku in Bolivia feature enormous stones cut with precision and positioned in ways that suggest a deep understanding of structural engineering, leverage, and possibly energy. Some researchers speculate that advanced knowledge of vibration, resonance, or mechanical advantage may have been applied to move and position these colossal blocks. The meticulous interlocking of stones, often without mortar, demonstrates a level of skill and control over materials that surpasses what would be expected from a purely manual labor-based approach. Could these civilizations have employed techniques to reduce friction, enhance leverage, or even manipulate natural forces to assist in construction? While direct evidence is scarce, the results speak to extraordinary ingenuity. Ancient Greek and Roman texts provide additional hints of energy knowledge. Inventors like Hero of Alexandria documented devices that harness steam, air pressure, and mechanical principles to produce motion. Hero's Eolipile, sometimes called the world's first steam engine, demonstrates that fundamental principles of energy conversion were understood in antiquity. While Hero's inventions were often considered toys or experimental curiosities, they reveal an empirical understanding of thermodynamics, pressure, and rotational motion. These early experiments suggest that concepts of energy manipulation were within the grasp of ancient engineers, even if they were not fully exploited on an industrial scale. In India, texts such as the Vaimanika Shastra describe flying machines called vimanas and other advanced technologies. While the authenticity and practicality of these descriptions remain debated, they point to an intellectual tradition in which energy, propulsion, and mechanical principles were contemplated at a sophisticated level. Similarly, in China, ancient texts describe devices using water, air, and mechanical motion to drive clocks, automata, and other machinery. Across these civilizations, there's a recurring theme: the observation, experimentation, and application of natural forces to achieve practical or ceremonial effects. The concept of lost technologies emerges when examining unexplained artifacts and structures. Metallic objects, precise stonework, and megalithic alignments suggest capabilities that defy straightforward explanation. Some researchers propose that ancient people may have harnessed forms of energy now forgotten, whether through sound, vibration, mechanical advantage, or other, more esoteric means. The possibility that ancient civilizations possess knowledge of energy manipulation challenges the linear narrative of technological progress and implies that some advancements may have been discovered, used, and subsequently lost over time. Energy knowledge in the ancient world was likely intertwined with spirituality, cosmology, and ritual. Temples, pyramids, and sacred sites were often aligned with celestial bodies, solstices, and cardinal points, suggesting a belief in the flow of cosmic energy and its influence on the earth. Certain artifacts, from metallic rods to intricate stone constructions, may have functioned not merely as symbolic objects, but as tools to harness, store, or direct energy. The integration of scientific observation with spiritual and ceremonial practice reflects a worldview in which energy, matter, and consciousness were intimately connected. Moreover, ancient civilizations demonstrated a practical understanding of natural power sources. Water wheels, wind-driven mechanisms, and tidal observation reveal that early societies exploited renewable energy sources long before the industrial era. Irrigation systems, aqueducts, and mills harnessed water flow for agriculture and industry, while wind-powered devices allowed for grinding and mechanical work. These examples show that the ancients were not only observers but innovators, applying environmental energy to practical challenges with ingenuity and efficiency. The persistence of unexplained technologies and energy-related artifacts raises profound questions. Did ancient civilizations independently develop energy systems that were later lost or suppressed? Could some knowledge have been intentionally hidden, preserved within sacred texts, rituals, or secret guilds? The recurring global pattern of advanced structures, artifacts, and theoretical knowledge suggests that early humans may have explored the principles of energy far more extensively than conventional history acknowledges. In conclusion, ancient energy, power sources, and potential lost technologies present a tantalizing intersection of science, mystery, and history. From the pyramids of Egypt to Pumapunku in South America, from Hero's mechanical inventions to textual descriptions of advanced devices in India and China, evidence hints at an ancient understanding of energy, motion, and natural forces that remains largely enigmatic. These achievements challenge the assumptions about technological capability in antiquity and invite speculation about knowledge that may have been lost over millennia. The study of ancient energy not only expands our appreciation of human ingenuity, but also opens the door to possibilities that blur the line between the known and the unknown, leaving us to wonder just how advanced were our ancestors and what secrets have the ages concealed. Ancient transportation, logistics, and mechanical ingenuity reveal a level of sophistication that continues to astonish modern engineers and historians. Across the globe, early civilizations developed techniques and systems to move people, goods, and monumental objects across vast distances, often overcoming extreme terrain, limited technology, and seemingly insurmountable obstacles. From the transportation of massive stones for pyramids and temples to intricate canal networks, roads, and mechanical devices, these achievements reflect both practical ingenuity and an advanced understanding of physics, leverage, and organizational strategy. The study of these systems challenges assumptions about what our ancestors were capable of, suggesting a level of technological and logistical mastery that modern society still struggles to fully replicate. In Egypt, the construction of the Great Pyramid and other monumental structures demanded a logistical precision that continues to baffle researchers. Tens of thousands of workers transported enormous limestone and granite blocks, some weighing several tons, from quarries miles away. Traditional theories propose sledges, rollers, and manpower, but experimental archaeology indicates that ancient Egyptians may have combined lubricated surfaces, inclined planes, and precise coordination to move and position stones with astonishing accuracy. This required not only mechanical ingenuity, but also sophisticated project management, planning, and timing. Ancient logistics were as much about knowledge, organization, and coordination as they were about brute force, demonstrating an understanding of efficiency and resource allocation that parallels modern engineering principles. Mesopotamia similarly exhibits remarkable feats of transport and logistics. Canals, rivers, and artificial waterways were used to move goods, including agricultural products, raw materials, and finished objects, across vast distances. Sumerians and Babylonians developed standardized boats, barges, and loading systems to optimize efficiency and minimize effort. These transportation networks were essential for sustaining urban centers, trade, and empires, highlighting that early civilizations were capable not only of innovation in technology, but also in systemic organization. The integration of engineering, hydrology, and labor management reflects a level of practical intelligence that allowed societies to thrive in challenging environments. In the Andean region, civilizations like the Incas developed remarkable road networks stretching thousands of miles across mountains, deserts, and valleys. Suspension bridges, stone-paved paths, and way stations enabled rapid movement of armies, messengers, and goods, demonstrating both engineering skill and strategic vision. The Inca used relay runners, or chasquis, to carry messages and items along these routes, often using nadakipu cords to ensure accuracy in records and accounting. The coordination of physical infrastructure with human logistical systems reveals an understanding of speed, efficiency, and reliability that resonates with modern supply chain principles. Megalithic sites around the world, from Stonehenge to Pumapunku, further illustrate mechanical ingenuity in transportation. The movement of multi-ton stones, often with precise placement and alignment, implies techniques beyond simple dragging or lifting. Some researchers propose methods involving levers, ramps, counterweights, and even vibration-based assistance, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of mechanical advantage. The precision with which these massive stones were shaped, transported, and assembled suggests that ancient engineers had mastered concepts of force distribution, friction reduction, and load management centuries before formal mechanical theory was developed. In ancient China, infrastructure projects, such as the Grand Canal, highlight extraordinary logistical planning. This vast network of waterways, constructed over centuries, facilitated the movement of grain, trade goods, and military resources across thousands of kilometers. Chinese engineers developed locks, levees, and sluices to regulate water flow, demonstrating practical hydrodynamics and resource management. These innovations enabled civilizations to support dense populations, sustain economies, and mobilize resources efficiently, reflecting a comprehensive integration of engineering, geography, and organizational strategy. Ancient Greece and Rome also display extraordinary mastery of transportation and mechanical ingenuity. The Romans built extensive road networks, bridges, and aqueducts, allowing for rapid troop movements, efficient trade, and reliable water supply. Roman engineers understood load distribution, arch construction, and paving techniques that ensured durability and long-term functionality. Ships and harbors were designed to optimize trade and military power, while cranes, hoists, and pulleys facilitate construction on an unprecedented scale. The integration of mechanical devices, infrastructure, and strategic planning reveals civilizations capable of large-scale coordination and technological innovation that rivaled any in history. Transportation in antiquity was often closely tied to social organization and labor management. Moving massive stones, bulk goods, or armies required not only physical tools, but also administrative oversight, hierarchical coordination, and specialized knowledge. Ancient civilizations organized labor forces with precision, creating divisions of skill, timing work schedules to environmental conditions, and tracking resources meticulously. Logistics was thus both a practical and intellectual endeavor, reflecting a deep understanding of human and material dynamics. Some of the most mysterious aspects of ancient transportation involve unexplained or poorly understood techniques. Certain megalithic structures around the world suggest that early engineers may have had access to tools or methods that remain lost today. Stones were often transported over difficult terrain with remarkable accuracy, suggesting the use of ramps, sledges, levers, and possibly techniques to reduce friction or weight perception. The consistency and precision of these methods across distant civilizations provoke questions. Were they universally discovered mechanical principles, or is this evidence of forgotten technologies and shared ancient wisdom? Maritime transport also played a crucial role in the development of civilizations. Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Polynesians built ships capable of long-distance travel, trade, and exploration. Knowledge of sail design, hull construction, and navigation using stars, currents, and wind patterns enabled these societies to extend their influence across seas and oceans. Ancient mariners combined empirical observation, engineering, and strategic planning, demonstrating a holistic approach to overcoming natural challenges while connecting distant regions. In conclusion, ancient transportation, logistics, and mechanical ingenuity reveal civilizations capable of extraordinary engineering, organization, and innovation. From pyramids and megaliths to roads, canals, and long-distance ships, early humans developed systems that optimize efficiency, safety, and precision, often in environments that challenge modern expectations. Their achievements were not merely feats of brute strength, but reflections of sophisticated knowledge in mechanics, hydrodynamics, load management, and organizational strategy. These accomplishments challenge conventional assumptions about technological progress and highlight a human capacity for problem-solving, planning, and ingenuity that continues to inspire and mystify today. Ancient transportation was not just a means to move objects or people. It was a testament to the intelligence, creativity, and audacity of civilizations long past, leaving a legacy of innovation that resonates through the ages. Ancient communication networks and information transfer reveal a level of sophistication that challenges our conventional understanding of early civilizations. Across the globe, societies developed intricate systems to transmit knowledge, instructions, and intelligence across vast distances, often without the aid of modern technology. From signal fires atop mountains to messenger relay systems, coded symbols, and early forms of written and oral documentation, these networks enabled civilizations to coordinate armies, manage empires, organize trade, and preserve knowledge over generations. The ingenuity and complexity of these systems suggest that early humans were not only resourceful, but also strategic in leveraging communication as a powerful tool for social cohesion, control, and cultural continuity. In Mesopotamia, writing itself revolutionized information transfer. The invention of cuneiform on clay tablets allowed for precise recording of transactions, legal codes, astronomical observations, and historical events. Beyond simple record-keeping, cuneiform enabled administrators to communicate instructions across vast territories, coordinate labor for monumental construction projects, and ensure consistent taxation and trade practices. Archival systems, organized libraries, and standardized documentation reflect a society that understood the importance of preserving and transmitting information accurately. In this sense, writing became a force multiplier, allowing centralized authorities to exert influence across complex, expansive societies. In Egypt, hieroglyphic writing served as both a ceremonial and administrative tool. Beyond religious texts and monumental inscriptions, hieroglyphics facilitated communication between central authorities and provincial administrators. Papyrus scrolls allowed for the storage and transport of knowledge, from tax records and legal decrees to medical and astronomical treatises. Additionally, symbolic systems, such as coded inscriptions on tombs or secret temple knowledge, suggest that certain information was deliberately restricted, accessible only to initiates or trained scribes. This selective communication highlights the strategic use of information to consolidate power, preserve sacred knowledge, and ensure societal continuity. Long-distance communication often relied on ingenious physical systems. Signal fires, smoke, and beacon towers were used across mountains, deserts, and coastlines to transmit messages quickly over great distances. Ancient China, for example, developed a sophisticated network of watchtowers along the Great Wall to relay information about invasions or military movements. Similarly, in the Mediterranean, beacon chains and semaphore systems were used to coordinate naval operations or warn of approaching threats. These early networks required precise timing, standardized codes, and disciplined execution, demonstrating an understanding of both human and environmental constraints in the rapid transfer of critical information. Messenger systems and relay networks were equally impressive. The Persian Empire, one of the largest empires of the ancient world, implemented a sophisticated courier system to carry royal decrees and intelligence across thousands of miles. Known as the Royal Road System, it allowed riders to pass messages along stations, dramatically increasing the speed of communication compared to individual travel. Similarly, the Incas employed chasquis, highly trained runners who transmitted messages and goods across the vast Andean road network using knotted quipu cords to encode information. These systems were optimized for efficiency, accuracy, and reliability, highlighting that ancient societies possessed not only technological skill, but also organizational intelligence and logistical foresight. Encoded information and symbolic communication played a crucial role in transmitting knowledge and maintaining secrecy. Ciphers, numeric codes, and symbolic representations were used in trade, military strategy, and ritual practice. In some cases, sacred or esoteric knowledge was deliberately concealed within symbolic texts or oral traditions, accessible only to initiates or trained specialists. This form of controlled information transfer reflects an understanding of the power of knowledge itself, how its management could influence society, protect technological secrets, or maintain religious authority. Maritime civilizations, such as the Phoenicians and Polynesians, developed advanced navigation and communication techniques to traverse oceans. Celestial navigation, star chart, and oral memorization of wave and wind patterns allowed these societies to communicate directions, coordinates, and safe routes across vast distances. This information transfer was often embedded in stories, chants, and mnemonic devices, blending knowledge with culture and memory. The ability to reliably transmit navigational intelligence over hundreds or thousands of miles is a testament to human ingenuity and a sophisticated understanding of both environment and cognition. The transmission of specialized knowledge, such as metallurgy, medicine, or construction techniques, also demonstrates sophisticated communication networks. Apprenticeships, guilds, oral instruction, and written manuals ensured that critical skills and innovations were preserved and disseminated. In some cases, advanced techniques appear to have been transmitted across regions and civilizations, suggesting either independent discovery or the exchange of knowledge through trade, migration, or conquest. The careful management of technical knowledge reflects a strategic awareness of the value of information and its potential to confer social, political, or economic advantage. The strategic and ceremonial use of communication networks further underscores their significance. Monumental architecture, alignment of stones, and symbolic placement of artifacts may have functioned as information systems, transmitting messages or codified knowledge to select audiences. Sites such as Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines, and other megalithic constructions may have combined practical, ritualistic, and informational purposes, serving as celestial markers, territorial signals, or encoded knowledge repositories. These systems reveal an advanced understanding of symbolism, observation, and audience perception, an early form of media engineering that manipulated both information and human attention. The mysteries of ancient communication networks lie not only in their construction, but also in their sophistication and apparent universality. Across continents, cultures developed similar methods for transmitting knowledge over long distances, suggesting either convergent evolution of communication strategies or perhaps the diffusion of technology and ideas through now-forgotten channels. Signal fires, runner networks, knotted cords, and coded inscriptions reveal a remarkable consistency in human ingenuity. The need to preserve, transmit, and control information is as ancient as civilization itself. In conclusion, ancient communication networks and information transfer illuminate the extraordinary ingenuity, organization, and strategic thinking of early civilizations. From writing systems like cuneiform and hieroglyphics to messenger networks, relay systems, and maritime navigation, early humans developed methods to transmit knowledge, coordinate complex activities, and manage empires with remarkable precision. These systems combine technological, cognitive, and organizational innovation, demonstrating that communication was not merely a tool, but cornerstone of societal power, cohesion, and advancement. The study of these networks challenges modern assumptions about technological progress, revealing a past in which human creativity, intelligence, and strategic foresight enabled civilizations to communicate across vast distances and preserve knowledge in ways that continue to inspire and mystify today. Ancient art, symbolism, and encoded knowledge reveal civilizations that were not only visually expressive, but also intellectually sophisticated, embedding layers of meaning into their creations that continue to intrigue modern scholars. Across the globe, from cave paintings to monumental sculptures, from intricately carved temples to enigmatic glyphs, human beings have left behind evidence of an acute understanding of symbolism, communication, and cognition. These artifacts are rarely mere decoration. They often encode cultural, spiritual, astronomical, or technological knowledge, providing clues to advance understanding that conventional history sometimes overlooks. In examining ancient art, we uncover not just aesthetic sensibility, but a sophisticated system of knowledge transmission, bridging time, space, and human ingenuity. Cave art offers some of the earliest and most compelling examples of symbolic expression. Sites such as Lascaux in France, Altamira in Spain, and Chauvet Cave reveal intricate depictions of animals, human figures, and abstract symbols created tens of thousands of years ago. Beyond their aesthetic appeal, these paintings may have served multiple purposes: ritualistic, educational, or even mnemonic, helping early humans encode critical survival information about hunting, migration, or environmental patterns. The placement, perspective, and repetition of images suggest intentional design rather than mere decoration, reflecting cognitive sophistication and deliberate communication. These early works demonstrate that humans were capable of abstract thought and complex symbolic reasoning far earlier than previously assumed. In Mesopotamia, symbolism in art extended beyond representation into the realm of recorded knowledge. Cylinder seals, reliefs, and monumental sculptures often conveyed legal, religious, or historical information. The imagery was highly codified. Specific animals, objects, or gestures represented broader concepts or social hierarchies. Through careful observation, historians have decoded these symbols, revealing insights into governance, law, and cultural values. Mesopotamian art exemplifies the use of visual language as a medium for information transfer, reinforcing the idea that knowledge was deliberately encoded in accessible yet symbolically rich forms. Egyptian art provides perhaps the most iconic example of symbolism intertwined with encoded knowledge. Hieroglyphics, monumental statues, and temple reliefs were highly stylized, following strict conventions that conveyed meaning across generations. Temples and tombs often depicted mythological narratives, astronomical alignments, and ritual procedures, suggesting that art functioned as a repository of both spiritual and practical knowledge. The precision of proportions, the integration of geometry, and the alignment of structures with celestial events point to a civilization deeply attuned to both symbolic representation and empirical observation. Egyptian art was not merely decorative. It was sophisticated code linking humans, gods, and the cosmos. In Mesoamerica, civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs developed art that was profoundly intertwined with calendar systems, astronomy, and religious ritual. Glyphs, murals, and sculptures encoded information about celestial cycles, agricultural timing, and mythological narratives. The Maya, for example, created codices that served as encyclopedias of knowledge, recording astronomical phenomena, rituals, and historical events. The deliberate use of symbolism in art and writing allowed these societies to transmit complex information across generations, bridging the temporal gap and preserving knowledge in ways that continue to astonish modern researchers. The Incas and pre-Incan cultures of South America also demonstrate symbolic sophistication through textiles, quipu, and architecture. Textiles often encoded information about lineage, social hierarchy, or territorial boundaries through intricate patterns, colors, and knotting techniques. The quipu, a system of knotted cords, serve as both numerical and narrative record-keeping, encoding accounting, census, and potentially historical or cosmological data. These methods reveal a nuanced understanding of abstract representation, demonstrating that knowledge can be encoded in non-written, highly systematic forms. Stone monuments and megalithic architecture provide further evidence of encoded knowledge. Sites such as Stonehenge, Karnak, and the temples of Malta exhibit alignments with solstices, lunar cycles, and stellar patterns, suggesting that these constructions were not arbitrary, but encoded astronomical observations. The carvings, shapes, and spatial organization of stones may have served as mnemonic devices, calendars, or cosmological maps, blending art with practical utility. These monuments reflect a sophisticated synthesis of aesthetics, engineering, and knowledge transmission, where symbolic representation conveys precise information about the natural world. Symbolism in ancient art often served dual purposes: communication and preservation. By embedding knowledge within visual or structural forms, civilizations ensured that critical information could survive even when oral traditions or written records faded. These systems were designed for longevity and resilience, preserving intellectual, cultural, and technological knowledge over centuries. Whether through geometric patterns, repeated motifs, or sacred alignment, ancient artists encoded layers of meaning intended for both contemporary audiences and distant generations. Mysteries arise when we consider the apparent universality of certain symbols and motifs across geographically distant civilizations. Spirals, concentric circles, animal depictions, and geometric patterns appear in Europe, Asia, the Americas, and Africa. Some researchers suggest that these recurring motifs indicate shared cognitive frameworks, convergent evolution of symbolic thought, or possibly the diffusion of knowledge through ancient, now forgotten networks. The recurrence of these symbols in diverse contexts implies a deep understanding of geometry, natural cycles, and perhaps even abstract mathematics, encoded in a visual language accessible across cultures. Ancient art also hints at technological and scientific knowledge. From astronomical alignments and mathematical proportions to depictions of tools, machines, and anatomical observation, visual representation often preserves empirical insight. Cave paintings sometimes show animal movements and proportions with remarkable accuracy, while temple reliefs illustrate complex engineering or hydraulic systems. By studying these images, modern researchers can glean insights into observational skills, technological understanding, and the ways ancient humans interacted with their environment. Art thus serves as both cultural expression and a repository of empirical knowledge. In conclusion, ancient art, symbolism, and encoded knowledge illuminate the intellectual, spiritual, and technological sophistication of early civilizations. From Paleolithic cave paintings to monumental Egyptian reliefs, Mesoamerican codices, and Incan textiles, humans have used symbolic representation to transmit information, preserve knowledge, and express complex ideas. These systems reveal a nuanced understanding of communication, cognition, and the natural world, demonstrating that art was never merely decorative but a deliberate and powerful medium for encoding and sharing knowledge. By studying these symbols and artifacts, we uncover the hidden intelligence of ancient societies, gaining insight into a past where creativity, observation, and intellect converge to produce enduring legacies that continue to inspire awe and curiosity today. Ancient warfare, strategy, and hidden technologies reveal a side of early civilizations that combine brute force with sophisticated intelligence, tactical planning, and technological innovation. Far from the simplistic depictions often found in textbooks, ancient armies employed strategies, logistics, and tools that rival modern military theory in complexity. Across continents, from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, from China to Europe, evidence suggests that early societies were not only capable of organizing large-scale military campaigns, but also of developing specialized technologies and secret methods to gain advantage on the battlefield. These hidden technologies and strategic insights challenge our understanding of the limits of ancient ingenuity, revealing a level of sophistication that continues to surprise historians, engineers, and archaeologists alike. Mesopotamian civilizations, such as the Sumerians and Babylonians, offer early examples of organized warfare and technological innovation. Armies were equipped with bronze weapons, chariots, and defensive fortifications designed to maximize efficiency and protection. Chariots, in particular, represent a technological leap, combining mobility, speed, and impact force in ways that transformed ancient combat. The construction and deployment of these machines required not only metallurgy and engineering skill, but also careful tactical planning, highlighting the integration of technology and strategy. Fortifications, city walls, and siege techniques reveal that Mesopotamians understood both offensive and defensive principles, demonstrating a level of strategic sophistication that suggests military knowledge was a highly developed and deliberately preserved field. Egyptian warfare similarly demonstrates the blend of technology and strategy. Armies use composite bows, chariots, and specialized infantry units to maintain control over vast territories and protect trade routes. Egyptian commanders coordinated attacks with precision, employing intelligence gathered from scouts and spies. Fortresses and defensive structures were built to withstand prolonged sieges, and records indicate that engineers developed methods for moving siege equipment and heavy artillery with remarkable efficiency. The Egyptians' approach to warfare was holistic, combining human organization, engineering, and tactical planning to achieve strategic objectives, an early demonstration of systems thinking applied to military operations. In China, ancient military texts such as Sun Tzu's The Art of War illustrate a sophisticated understanding of strategy, deception, and resource management. Chinese armies employed advanced siege machinery, crossbows, and war chariots, integrating technology with careful planning. Signal flags, drums, and beacon towers allowed commanders to communicate orders over long distances, coordinating large-scale maneuvers with precision. Chinese military engineers were adept at designing fortifications, constructing defensive works, and innovating weapons that exploited both physics and psychological impact. The combination of intellectual strategy and technical innovation demonstrates that warfare in ancient China was as much a science as it was an art. The Roman military represents another pinnacle of strategic and technological mastery. Roman legions were highly organized, disciplined, and equipped with standardized weapons and armor. Siege engines, including ballistae, catapults, and advanced fortifications, enabled Romans to conquer fortified cities with calculated efficiency. Roads, supply chains, and communication networks allowed rapid deployment of troops across vast distances, reflecting a deep understanding of logistics and strategic planning. Beyond the physical tools of war, Romans employed deception, intelligence gathering, and psychological tactics, revealing that their military success relied on a combination of innovation, organization, and strategic insight. Mesoamerican civilizations, such as the Aztecs and Maya, demonstrate that strategic thinking and technological innovation were not limited to Eurasia. Aztec armies used specialized weapons, including obsidian-edged macula swords, projectile devices, and complex formations. They employed psychological tactics, surprise attacks, and coordinated ambushes to achieve battlefield superiority. Maya fortifications, signaling systems, and tactical deployment reflect careful planning and environmental adaptation, showing that strategic thinking was a universal feature of advanced civilizations. These societies illustrate that innovation in warfare often extended beyond metallurgy and engineering to include intelligence, communication, and the creative application of available resources. Ancient hidden technologies are particularly intriguing. Some fortifications, weapons, and construction techniques suggest knowledge that modern scholars struggle to explain. Examples include metallurgical methods that produce harder and more durable blades, composite materials for armor, and siege techniques that utilize leverage in physics in ways that seem ahead of their time. In some cases, these techniques appear to have been deliberately concealed or preserved within elite military orders, suggesting that knowledge of warfare was treated as a guarded and strategic asset. The existence of such hidden technologies challenges a notion that ancient societies were technologically primitive, instead portraying them as innovators capable of sophisticated engineering and tactical insight. Naval warfare further exemplifies ancient ingenuity. The Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans all developed ships optimized for speed, maneuverability, and combat. Ramming techniques, catapult-equipped vessels, and coordinated fleet formations demonstrate advanced tactical thinking and engineering. Navigation, signaling, and coordinated maneuvers required both technological sophistication and organizational discipline. Naval battles were not only physical contests but also exercises in strategy, communication, and psychological warfare, revealing that mastery of the seas was as dependent on knowledge and planning as it was on raw strength. Logistics and resource management were central to military success. Ancient armies had to transport weapons, provisions, and troops across challenging terrain, often over vast distances. Supply lines, storage depots, and rationing systems were meticulously organized to ensure operational readiness. The coordination of resources, manpower, and strategy reflects a systemic understanding of warfare that goes far beyond simple combat, highlighting complexity and foresight required to maintain sustained military campaigns. The mysteries of ancient warfare are amplified when considering enigmatic artifacts and constructions that suggest unknown technological capabilities. Some ancient fortresses, mechanical devices, and weapon designs hint at knowledge that has been lost to time, whether due to the destruction of records, the decline of civilizations, or deliberate concealment. These artifacts provoke questions about the limits of ancient innovation. Did societies possess mechanical, chemical, or metallurgical knowledge that we have yet to fully understand? Were their tactical or technological secrets so advanced that they seem magical to contemporaries and remain elusive to us today? In conclusion, ancient warfare, strategy, and hidden technologies illuminate civilizations that were far more advanced in intellect, organization, and innovation than commonly acknowledged. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, China, Rome, and Mesoamerica, societies combined tactical foresight, engineering skill, and technological ingenuity to achieve military success. They developed systems for planning, coordination, communication, and resource management that rival modern practices, while also exploring technologies and methods that remain mysterious today. Ancient warfare was not merely a test of strength, but a sophisticated interplay of strategy, knowledge, and innovation, a testament to human creativity, intelligence, and a relentless drive to master both the natural and human-made worlds. The study of these practices challenges conventional historical narratives, revealing a hidden dimension of human capability that continues to captivate and inspire. Ancient medicine, healing practices, and early biotechnology reveal a level of sophistication that continues to astonish modern researchers. Across the globe, civilizations developed intricate systems for understanding the human body, diagnosing illnesses, and creating treatments using natural resources, often combining empirical observation with spiritual and ritual practices. Far from being primitive, these practices demonstrate a profound knowledge of anatomy, herbal pharmacology, surgical techniques, and preventive care, suggesting that early humans explored biological science in ways that are only now being rediscovered or fully understood. The integration of practical medicine, ritual, and emerging biotechnology challenges conventional assumptions about ancient knowledge, painting a picture of societies that prioritize health, experimentation, and the harnessing of natural forces for healing. In ancient Egypt, medicine was both practical and spiritual. Papyrus texts such as the Ebers Papyrus and Edwin Smith Papyrus reveal an astonishingly detailed understanding of anatomy, surgical procedures, and pharmacology. Physicians diagnose wounds, fractures, infections, and diseases, prescribing treatments that utilize herbs, minerals, and animal products. Surgical techniques included suturing, setting broken bones, and even early forms of prosthetics. Beyond the purely physical, Egyptian medicine intertwined with spiritual healing, employing chants, amulets, and rituals to protect against disease. This combination of empirical observation and ritualized practice illustrates a holistic approach to health, recognizing both physiological and psychological dimensions of well-being. In Mesopotamia, healing practices were similarly complex. Babylonian medical texts, such as the Diagnostic Handbook of Esagil-Kinapli, detail hundreds of symptoms, prognosis, and remedies for various conditions. Treatments involved herbs, animal products, and mineral compounds, often combined with prayers, incantations, and ritual purification. Physicians and healers were trained to observe symptoms carefully, classify diseases, and administer precise dosages, reflecting systematic empirical knowledge. Magic and medicine coexisted, not as contradictory systems, but as complementary methods for addressing the multifaceted nature of human health. In ancient India, the Ayurveda system emerged as one of the most sophisticated holistic health frameworks in history. Ayurveda classified individuals according to dashas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, linking physical, mental, and spiritual characteristics to overall health. Treatments included herbal medicine, diet, massage, yoga, meditation, and detoxification procedures. Surgical knowledge was also advanced, as evidenced by Sushruta's text, which details over 100 surgical procedures, including rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and the use of specialized instruments. The Ayurvedic system demonstrates an integrated understanding of physiology, pharmacology, and psychology, highlighting a sophisticated early approach to biotechnology and preventive medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, also exhibits extraordinary sophistication. Concepts such as yin and yang meridians and qi illustrate an understanding of balance, energy flow, and systemic health. Techniques including acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal remedies, and massage were used to correct imbalances and promote healing. TCM practitioners observed physiological responses, recorded symptoms meticulously, and refined treatments over centuries, creating a body of knowledge that reflects empirical observation, experimentation, and holistic thinking. The systematic documentation of herbs, formulas, and techniques suggests that ancient China cultivated an advanced understanding of biological systems long before modern biomedical frameworks emerged. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and Aztecs, developed their own sophisticated medical knowledge. Herbal pharmacology was highly advanced, with thousands of plants cataloged for their medicinal properties. Treatments included complex herbal concoctions, steam baths, ritualized cleansing, and surgical interventions such as trepanation, removing portions of skull to treat injury or disease. The Maya integrated observation of human anatomy with astronomical and calendrical systems, suggesting that health and disease were understood in both physical and cosmic contexts. These practices reflect a remarkable empirical knowledge base and an early form of biotechnology tailored to environmental resources. In the Andes, the Inca and pre-Incan cultures also mastered medicinal knowledge. Traditional healing employed local plants, surgical techniques, and ritual practices to treat injury, illness, and spiritual imbalance. Archaeological evidence indicates advanced surgical interventions, including trepanation, with surprisingly high survival rates. Herbal remedies were carefully prepared, combining multiple plants to enhance efficacy and reduce side effects. These innovations suggest a systematic approach to medical science, rooted in empirical experimentation, observation, and deep understanding of the natural environment. The mysteries of ancient medicine extend to biotechnology and material science. Civilizations experimented with fermentation, preservation, and extraction techniques to create medicinal compounds, food supplements, and antimicrobial treatments. Egyptian beer, for instance, was sometimes used for its nutritional and antiseptic properties. Ayurvedic texts describe the use of metals and minerals in therapeutic formulations. Similarly, ancient Chinese practitioners employed mineral compounds for medicinal and alchemical purposes. These methods demonstrate that early humans were capable of manipulating biological and chemical processes to achieve desired outcomes, foreshadowing modern biotechnology by thousands of years. Some of the most astonishing evidence of ancient medical sophistication lies in artifacts and skeletal remains. Ancient surgical tools, including scalpels, forceps, needles, and trephination instruments, demonstrate precise craftsmanship and specialized design. Skeletal analysis reveals evidence of healing after surgery, indicating effective treatment and patient care. These findings challenge assumptions that ancient surgery was crude or ineffective, suggesting instead that early civilizations developed practical, precise, and effective medical interventions with high survival outcomes. Ancient medicine also highlights the integration of observation, experimentation, and knowledge preservation. Treatments were refined over generations, passed through apprenticeship, oral tradition, and written documentation. Empirical trial and error, combined with systematic observation, allowed early civilizations to build a body of knowledge that integrated physiology, chemistry, psychology, and environmental science. The deliberate preservation of this knowledge in text codices and ritual practices ensured its transmission across centuries, demonstrating a strategic understanding of information management in medicine. In conclusion, ancient medicine, healing practices, and early biotechnology illuminate the extraordinary sophistication of early human societies. From Egypt to Mesopotamia, India, China, Mesoamerica, and the Andes, civilizations developed complex systems for diagnosing, treating, and preventing disease, often combining empirical observation with spiritual, ritualistic, and symbolic frameworks. Surgical techniques, herbal pharmacology, biotechnology, and preventive care reveal that ancient humans possessed a deep understanding of biological processes, chemical manipulation, and systemic health. These achievements challenge modern assumptions about primitive medicine, highlighting a legacy of ingenuity, experimentation, and holistic knowledge. Ancient medical practices remind us that early civilizations were not only capable of survival, but also of intellectual and technological mastery, pushing the boundaries of human capability and leaving a lasting impact on the history of science and healing. Ancient astronomy, calendars, and cosmic knowledge reveal a side of early civilizations that blends scientific observation with philosophical, spiritual, and practical understanding. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern instruments, humans were mapping the heavens, tracking celestial movements, and integrating these patterns into their daily lives, agriculture, architecture, and ritual practices. Across the globe, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic circles of Europe, from the Mayan observatories to the ancient Chinese star maps, evidence points to a level of astronomical sophistication that challenges the idea that such knowledge is a purely modern achievement. The study of these ancient systems suggests that humans were not passive observers of the sky, but active participants, decoding the cosmic rhythms that govern life on Earth and encoding that knowledge in architecture, ritual, and text. In Egypt, the alignment of pyramids, temples, and obelisks demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of celestial mechanics. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is precisely aligned with the cardinal points, suggesting careful observation of the sun, stars, and seasonal cycles. Some researchers argue that internal shafts in the pyramid point towards specific stars, such as Sirius and Orion's belt, linking the construction to cosmological events and religious symbolism. Egyptian calendars were tied to the heliacal rising of Sirius, which marked the annual flooding of the Nile, a vital event for agriculture. These alignments illustrate a deep integration of astronomical observation into practical planning, architecture, and spiritual practice, showing that celestial knowledge was both functional and sacred. Mesopotamian civilizations developed sophisticated systems of celestial observation, recording movements of planets, stars, and lunar cycles with remarkable accuracy. Babylonian astronomers created detailed star catalogs, lunar calendars, and eclipse predictions, forming the basis for complex astrological interpretations. The observation of planetary motion allowed the Babylonians to predict celestial events decades in advance, demonstrating a mastery of pattern recognition and long-term record-keeping. Their astronomical achievements were closely linked to religious, agricultural, and political practices, revealing that the study of the heavens was both a practical tool and a window into the divine order. In Mesoamerica, the Maya created some of the most precise pre-modern astronomical systems in history. Their observatories, such as those at Uxmal and Chichen Itza, allowed careful tracking of solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles, including Venus, which held immense ceremonial significance. The Maya long count calendar and other calendrical systems reveal astonishing accuracy in predicting celestial events, eclipses, and agricultural cycles. These systems were intertwined with mythology, ritual, and governance, showing that the Maya used cosmic knowledge not only to guide planting seasons, but also to structure societal and religious life. The sophistication of their observations challenges assumptions about technological limitations in the pre-Columbian Americas. Ancient China developed extensive star maps and celestial records that tracked lunar, solar, and planetary movements over centuries. The Chinese were meticulous observers, documenting comets, eclipses, supernovae, and unusual celestial phenomena. These records were not only scientific but also politically significant, as celestial events were interpreted as omens influencing governance and imperial legitimacy. The integration of empirical observation with cultural interpretation reflects a sophisticated understanding of both astronomy and its impact on human society, demonstrating a holistic approach to cosmic knowledge. Stone monuments and megalithic structures in Europe further highlight ancient astronomical sophistication. Sites such as Stonehenge, Newgrange, and Karnak are aligned with solar solstices, lunar cycles, and stellar positions. The construction of these sites require precise measurement, observation, and long-term tracking of celestial patterns. Researchers have suggested that some of these megaliths may have functioned as early observatories or calendrical systems, allowing ancient people to predict seasonal changes critical for agriculture. The combination of engineering skill and astronomical observation reflects an advanced integration of scientific knowledge with architectural and societal priorities. The recurring theme across civilizations is the interweaving of astronomy with religion, ritual, and mythology. Celestial bodies were often personified as gods, spirits, or ancestral beings, and their movements were seen as guiding forces for human activity. This integration allowed societies to encode astronomical knowledge in mythological narratives, temple alignments, and ceremonial calendars, ensuring that practical cosmic knowledge survived over generations while also reinforcing social cohesion and spiritual practice. The sky became both a laboratory and a repository of wisdom, linking human life to the rhythms of the cosmos. Some of the most intriguing mysteries lie in evidence that ancient people may have possessed knowledge far ahead of their time. The precise alignment of structures with celestial bodies, the mathematical sophistication of calendars, and the ability to predict eclipses and planetary conjunctions raise questions about the methods used to acquire such accuracy. Did they possess instruments or observational techniques that remain unknown to us today? Were there shared principles of celestial observation passed between distant cultures? The global recurrence of advanced astronomical knowledge suggests that ancient civilizations were capable of more than mere trial-and-error observation. They may have accessed systematic methodologies for understanding the cosmos. Ancient astronomy was also deeply practical. Knowledge of solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and planetary motion informed agriculture, hunting, navigation, and timekeeping. Calendars allowed societies to plan planting and harvesting, organize religious festivals, and schedule civic activities. Navigation techniques, particularly among seafaring cultures like the Polynesians, relied on intimate understanding of stars, ocean currents, and wind patterns. This practical dimension of cosmic knowledge highlights the sophisticated application of observational science to everyday survival and societal organization. In conclusion, ancient astronomy, calendars, and cosmic knowledge illuminate the extraordinary intellectual and observational capabilities of early civilizations. From Egypt to Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, China, and Europe, humans were meticulously charting the heavens, integrating celestial observation into architecture, ritual, agriculture, and governance. Their achievements demonstrate precise measurement, long-term record-keeping, mathematical understanding, and the ability to predict celestial events with accuracy that challenges modern assumptions about technological progression. Ancient cosmic knowledge was at once practical, spiritual, and scientific, blending observation with myth, technology with ritual. Studying these achievements reveals a level of sophistication, curiosity, and ingenuity that continues to inspire wonder and invites us to reconsider the depth of human understanding thousands of years ago. The stars were not just distant points of light. They were a guide, a calendar, and a repository of wisdom, connecting humanity to the rhythms of the universe in ways that resonate across time. Ancient engineering, structural genius, and megalithic marvels reveal civilizations capable of feats that continue to astound modern engineers, architects, and historians. Across continents, societies built structures that defy conventional explanations, combining advanced understanding of materials, geometry, and physics with precise planning, coordination, and artistry. From pyramids and ziggurats to massive temples, cyclopean walls, and enigmatic megalithic complexes, these constructions reflect a level of technological mastery, problem-solving, and ambition that challenges assumptions about ancient capabilities. The study of these structures not only highlights human ingenuity, but also raises profound questions about knowledge, lost techniques, and the potential sophistication of civilizations thousands of years ahead of their time. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza stands as the ultimate testament to structural genius. Its massive limestone and granite blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned with astonishing precision. The pyramid's alignment with the cardinal points, its internal passageways, and the precision of its construction indicate a deep understanding of geometry, load distribution, and planning. How ancient engineers achieved such feats without modern tools remains a subject of debate, inspiring theories ranging from advanced mechanical techniques to lost technologies. Beyond the pyramid itself, the broader Giza complex, including the Sphinx and smaller pyramids, demonstrate a coordinated architectural vision on an unprecedented scale. Mesoamerican civilizations, such as the Maya and Aztecs, also reveal extraordinary structural knowledge. Maya temples and pyramids were not merely functional or ceremonial. They were carefully aligned with celestial events, demonstrating an integration of astronomy, architecture, and cultural symbolism. The precise stone masonry, often without the use of mortar, indicates an advanced understanding of structural stability, weight distribution, and aesthetic harmony. Massive ceremonial platforms, ball courts, and observatories reflect engineering expertise combined with societal coordination, revealing civilizations capable of executing complex projects with meticulous precision. In South America, the Inca civilization constructed some of the most resilient stone structures in history. Sites such as Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu feature enormous stones cut with such precision that they fit together without mortar, yet remain stable through centuries of earthquakes. The logistics of moving these multi-ton stones across mountainous terrain remain a subject of fascination and debate. Techniques may have included inclined planes, levers, ropes, and knowledge of friction reduction, yet the exact methods are still not fully understood. The Inca mastery of both engineering and environmental adaptation reflects a civilization that combined practical problem-solving with artistic and spiritual expression. Stonehenge and other megalithic complexes in Europe demonstrate sophisticated prehistoric engineering. The transportation and erection of massive sarsen stones, some weighing upwards of 40 tons, across considerable distances required not only physical labor, but also ingenious engineering solutions. Timber frameworks, rolling mechanisms, and carefully constructed ramps may have been employed, but the precision of alignment and placement suggests a deep understanding of geometry and mechanics. These monuments also served as astronomical markers, blending structural engineering with observational science, ritual, and social cohesion. The ziggurats of Mesopotamia reveal advanced architectural planning and structural ingenuity. These step pyramids, built with mud brick cores and fired brick exteriors, could reach impressive heights while maintaining stability. Internal ramps, terraces, and load-bearing techniques indicate a sophisticated knowledge of material properties and construction methods. Ziggurats serve both religious and civic purposes, demonstrating that structural mastery was closely tied to social, cultural, and political priorities. The scale and uniformity of these constructions suggest careful planning, resource management, and a deep understanding of engineering principles long before formalized theories of statics or dynamics existed. Ancient engineers also mastered water management, an often overlooked aspect of structural genius. Aqueducts, canals, reservoirs, and drainage systems require precise gradient calculations, materials knowledge, and organizational coordination. Roman aqueducts, for instance, transported water across vast distances with remarkable efficiency and durability, while Egyptian and Mesopotamian systems enabled urban growth and agricultural expansion in challenging environments. These achievements reveal that ancient engineering was not confined to monumental structures, but extended to infrastructure essential for societal survival and prosperity. Structural genius often intersected with symbolic and ceremonial considerations. Many megalithic and monumental structures were intentionally aligned with celestial events, rivers, or sacred sites, reflecting an integration of technical expertise with cultural and spiritual insight. The choice of materials, orientation, and design elements often carried symbolic meaning, ensuring that the engineering achievements were also expressions of societal identity, religious belief, and cosmic understanding. These dual purposes, functional and symbolic, demonstrate that ancient construction was a holistic endeavor, combining practicality, aesthetics, and meaning. Some of the most mysterious aspects of ancient engineering involve the apparent use of techniques and knowledge that are difficult to reconcile with known historical methods. The precision of stone cutting, the transport of massive megaliths, and the complex internal designs of pyramids and temples suggest that civilizations may have possessed tools, methods, or organizational knowledge that have since been lost. Whether through advanced mechanical ingenuity, lost empirical techniques, or now unknown technologies, these structures challenge modern engineers to rethink assumptions about the limits of pre-industrial capabilities. The study of ancient engineering also reveals remarkable project management and coordination skills. Moving, shaping, and assembling massive stones required not only technical know-how, but also the ability to organize labor, resources, and logistics on an unprecedented scale. Ancient civilizations demonstrated the capacity to plan projects that span decades, balancing human effort, environmental constraints, and precision goals. This level of organizational intelligence complements the technical mastery evident in their constructions, highlighting that engineering genius was as much about social systems as it was about material science. In conclusion, ancient engineering, structural genius, and megalithic marvels illuminate the extraordinary capabilities of early civilizations. From the pyramids of Egypt and ziggurats of Mesopotamia to the temples of Mesoamerica, the stone cities of the Inca and European megaliths, humans achieved feats that remain astonishing in scale, precision, and complexity. These structures reflect not only technical mastery, but also deep observational insight, environmental adaptation, and cultural sophistication. Ancient engineers combined materials science, geometry, logistics, and artistic vision to create works that have endured millennia, leaving a legacy that challenges modern understanding. The ingenuity, audacity, and creativity embedded in these constructions remind us that early humans were not only capable of surviving in challenging environments, but also of achieving monumental feats that continue to inspire wonder, curiosity, and reverence today. The structural genius of the ancient world stands as a testament to human intellect, vision, and the relentless pursuit of mastery over both nature and the built environment. Ancient energy, power sources, and lost technologies reveal a side of early civilizations that challenges our conventional understanding of technological progression. While we often assume that energy harnessing is a purely modern phenomenon, evidence suggests that ancient societies may have possessed knowledge and methods to exploit natural forces in ways that remain mysterious today. From hydraulic systems and water wheels to advanced metallurgy, mysterious devices, and speculative energy mechanisms, these innovations indicate that human ingenuity in manipulating energy was far more sophisticated than commonly acknowledged. Exploring these ancient technologies forces us to reconsider the capabilities of civilizations long thought to be technologically primitive, revealing a hidden history of experimentation, ingenuity, and possibly forgotten scientific principles. Water management and hydraulic power were central to many ancient energy systems. The Mesopotamians, Egyptians, and Indus Valley civilizations built complex canal networks, reservoirs, and irrigation systems to control water flow, facilitate agriculture, and power mechanical devices. Water wheels, used to grind grain or lift water, appear in historical records dating back thousands of years, demonstrating an understanding of rotational energy and mechanical advantage. These systems not only transformed agricultural productivity, but also suggest that early engineers were capable of designing tools that converted natural forces into usable energy, a principle that underpins modern power technology. In ancient Greece, inventors such as Hero of Alexandria describe a range of mechanical devices powered by steam, air pressure, and water. Hero's Eolipile, often considered the world's first steam engine, used heated water to produce rotational motion. While it is debated whether such devices were used practically or primarily for demonstration, their existence reveals that ancient engineers were experimenting with fundamental principles of energy conversion and mechanics. These discoveries hint at a level of understanding that, if fully developed, could have transformed technology millennia earlier than previously assumed. Metallurgy itself was a critical form of energy manipulation. Ancient civilizations learned to extract, refine, and manipulate metals, creating alloys with specific properties for tools, weapons, and construction. Smelting, casting, and forging processes required controlled heat sources, chemical knowledge, and precise timing, representing a sophisticated form of energy harnessing. The creation of bronze, iron, and steel involved complex thermal and chemical processes that demanded both practical experimentation and theoretical understanding, highlighting an advanced grasp of material properties and energy application. The ancient world also hints at enigmatic devices and speculative technologies whose purposes remain obscure. Artifacts such as the Antikythera mechanism, a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to ancient Greece, indicate highly advanced mechanical knowledge that was previously thought impossible for the period. Some researchers propose that certain megalithic constructions, alignments, or carved symbols may encode knowledge about harnessing natural energies, resonance, or even electricity. While these ideas remain speculative, the recurring evidence of advanced knowledge across diverse cultures challenges conventional timelines of technological development and suggests that some ancient civilizations explored energy manipulation in ways that have since been lost or hidden. Solar energy, while naturally abundant, may have been harnessed in subtle ways by ancient civilizations. Temple orientations, reflective surfaces, and architectural designs often maximize sunlight for illumination, heating, or ritual purposes. In some cases, mirrors or polished surfaces may have concentrated sunlight, hinting at an understanding of solar energy that extends beyond mere architectural convenience. These methods indicate that early humans were keen observers of natural forces, experimented with ways to optimize environmental energy for practical or ceremonial purposes.
Wind energy and mechanical motion also appear in historical records. Early wind-powered devices, including sails and possibly primitive windmills, allowed societies to harness natural forces for transportation, irrigation, and milling. The integration of wind and water power demonstrates that ancient engineers understood not only the availability of energy but also methods to convert it into usable mechanical work. These technologies reveal a level of experimentation and practical knowledge that defies assumptions of technological simplicity in ancient times. Mysterious underground or subterranean structures sometimes suggest experimentation with geothermal energy or temperature regulation. Certain ancient temples, tombs, and subterranean chambers display advanced ventilation systems, water circulation methods, and thermal management techniques. While some of these designs were clearly intended for ritualistic or functional purposes, they may also hint at an understanding of environmental energy flows and methods to exploit natural forces. Such designs demonstrate an empirical knowledge of physics and environmental control, highlighting the possibility that early civilizations experimented with energy long before modern engineering principles were formalized. The transfer of energy knowledge also relied on meticulous record-keeping, oral tradition, and apprenticeship systems. Specialized guilds, priestly orders, or artisan communities often safeguarded technical secrets, passing them down selectively to maintain social, political, or religious authority. This deliberate management of energy knowledge may explain why certain techniques appear to vanish from historical records, leaving modern researchers puzzled by evidence of sophisticated capabilities that seemingly disappeared. The selective preservation of technological knowledge underscores the value attributed to energy manipulation and its potential impact on society. The implications of ancient energy and lost technologies extend beyond engineering and practical applications. They challenge linear narratives of human technological progress, suggesting periods of advanced experimentation that were subsequently forgotten, suppressed, or lost due to societal collapse, natural disaster, or deliberate secrecy. The existence of complex hydraulic systems, mechanical devices, metallurgical innovations, and possibly speculative energy tools implies that ancient humans were experimenting with principles that would later underpin modern physics, engineering, and energy science. Understanding these achievements forces a reevaluation of what our ancestors were capable of. hinting at a legacy of ingenuity that may have influenced future generations in ways still being uncovered. In conclusion, ancient energy, power sources, and lost technologies illuminate civilizations capable of remarkable ingenuity and experimentation. From hydraulic systems and water wheels to metallurgy, steam-driven devices, solar and wind applications, and enigmatic tools whose purposes remain mysterious, early humans demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of energy, mechanics, and materials. These accomplishments challenge assumptions about technological progression, suggesting that knowledge of energy conversion and manipulation existed long before the modern era. By studying these systems, we uncover a hidden dimension of human history, a world in which ancient innovators harnessed natural forces with precision, creativity, and ambition, leaving behind legacies that continue to puzzle, inspire, and provoke awe. Ancient energy mastery reminds us that human curiosity and ingenuity have always been a driving force, capable of reaching heights that modern technology is only beginning to comprehend, and it compels us to wonder what other secrets may lie buried, waiting to be rediscovered.
Ancient trade, metallurgy, and global networks reveal a dimension of human civilization that is often overlooked. The ability to connect distant regions, share knowledge, and manipulate resources on a scale that challenges modern assumptions. Long before the era of global commerce, civilizations developed intricate trade routes, sophisticated metallurgical techniques, and social networks that facilitated exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Evidence from archaeology, historical texts, and material analysis points to a world in which early humans were not isolated but deeply interconnected, moving metals, luxury goods, and specialized knowledge across continents in ways that were both practical and transformative. These networks were more than economic systems. They were conduits for technological innovation, cultural exchange, and the dissemination of advanced skills, such as metalworking, which played a central role in shaping societies. Metallurgy itself represents one of the most striking examples of ancient technological sophistication. Across the world, civilizations mastered extraction, smelting, and alloying of metals such as copper, bronze, iron, and later, precious metals like gold and silver. Each step required precise temperature control, chemical understanding, and practical skill. The creation of bronze, for example, involved carefully measured combinations of copper and tin, producing a metal stronger and more versatile than either constituent alone. Early metallurgists understood not only the properties of metals, but also the techniques required to mold, cast, and forge them into tools, weapons, ornaments, and ceremonial objects. This expertise often required specialized training and apprenticeship systems, suggesting that knowledge of metallurgy was highly valued and deliberately preserved within artisan or priestly classes. Ancient trade networks allowed these metallurgical products to travel vast distances. The exchange of copper from the Iberian Peninsula, tin from Cornwall, and gold from Africa demonstrates that early societies were capable of coordinating long-distance transport and maintaining complex supply chains. These networks often extended thousands of kilometers, connecting civilizations separated by deserts, mountains, and seas. Archaeological finds, such as tin ingots in the Mediterranean or gold artifacts in the Americas, reveal the remarkable reach of these early globalized systems. Trade was not merely economic. It was a vehicle for the transmission of technology, ideas, and cultural practices, creating a web of interconnection that shaped human development on a continental scale. The specialization of labor and craft also played a crucial role. Metalworkers, miners, and traders formed interconnected communities, often organized to preserve and enhance technological knowledge. The design and manufacture of complex tools, weapons, and decorative items required collaboration and the sharing of techniques across regions. Innovations in smelting, casting, and alloy production often spread along trade routes, demonstrating that technological progress was deeply tied to the movement of materials and expertise. This system of knowledge transfer indicates that early societies were not only capable of practical innovation, but also of strategically distributing that knowledge to maximize societal benefit. Maritime trade was a key component of these networks. Ancient seafaring civilizations, including the Phoenicians, Greeks, Egyptians, and Polynesians, developed ships capable of carrying heavy cargo across oceans and rivers. Navigation techniques, based on celestial observation and environmental awareness, allowed traders to traverse vast distances with remarkable precision. Coastal and riverine trade hubs facilitated the exchange of metals, ceramics, textiles, and luxury goods, creating points of cultural and technological convergence. These networks were critical not only for economic survival, but also for the spread of metallurgical techniques, architectural ideas, and scientific knowledge. Inland trade routes were equally sophisticated. The Silk Road, spanning Asia, the Middle East, and parts of Europe, is a famous example of a complex overland network connecting multiple civilizations. Caravans transported metals, spices, textiles, and tools, while ideas, technologies, and cultural practices traveled alongside tangible goods. This exchange facilitated the dissemination of metallurgical knowledge, including techniques for alloying, forging, and crafting specialized items. The impact of these networks extended beyond material wealth, shaping societal development, artistic expression, and scientific inquiry across vast distances. Evidence from ancient artifacts underscores the technological complexity of these networks. Isotopic analysis of metals reveals their geographic origins, demonstrating that raw materials were transported over immense distances and integrated into local production systems. Artifacts such as bronze swords, gold ornaments, and iron tools often contain materials sourced from regions hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away, highlighting the interconnectedness of early societies. These findings challenge the assumption that ancient civilizations were isolated, showing instead a world in which knowledge, resources, and expertise were continually circulating across continents. Cultural exchange was an intrinsic part of these networks. Metallurgy was not only a technical skill, but also a cultural practice, often imbued with symbolic and ritual significance. Techniques and designs were transmitted along trade routes, influencing artistic styles, ceremonial practices, and societal hierarchies. For example, the spread of bronze working from the Near East to Europe influenced the development of weapons, tools, and ceremonial artifacts in multiple regions. The flow of knowledge along these networks demonstrates that trade was as much about intellectual and technological exchange as it was about material goods. Some of the most fascinating mysteries of ancient trade and metallurgy involve evidence of connections that seem impossible given conventional historical timelines. Obsidian, lapis lazuli, and certain metals appear in regions far from their natural sources, suggesting highly organized extraction, transport, and exchange systems. These findings indicate that early humans were capable of long-distance planning, resource management, and technical coordination at a level that rivals much later historical periods. The existence of such sophisticated networks invites speculation about the extent to which civilizations shared, preserved, and enhanced their technological knowledge across time and space. In conclusion, ancient trade, metallurgy, and global networks illuminate a world of interconnected human ingenuity. From the extraction and alloying of metals to the movement of resources across continents, early civilizations demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for technological mastery, organization, and communication. Trade was not merely an economic activity. It was a conduit for the transmission of metallurgical knowledge, artistic practices, and scientific insight. The reach and sophistication of these networks challenge assumptions about technological progression and societal isolation, revealing a hidden history in which early humans collaborated, innovated, and shared knowledge across vast distances. By studying these systems, we gain insight into a world where energy, materials, and intellect were deliberately harnessed, transported, and refined, reminding us that the achievements of ancient civilizations were not only monumental, but also profoundly interconnected, laying the groundwork for the technological leaps that would follow in later millennia. Ancient knowledge suppressed, lost, or hidden is one of the most tantalizing mysteries in human history. Across centuries, civilizations have achieved remarkable feats in engineering, astronomy, medicine, metallurgy, and technology, achievements that sometimes vanish from historical records, leaving us with tantalizing fragments and unanswered questions. The question of why and how this knowledge disappeared or was deliberately obscured has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and conspiracy theorists alike. Was it the result of natural disasters, societal collapse, deliberate suppression by ruling elites, or perhaps a combination of these factors? What is clear is that the gaps in historical continuity suggest that much of our understanding of ancient capabilities is incomplete, and some knowledge may have been intentionally withheld from the broader populace. Throughout history, powerful institutions have controlled access to knowledge. In ancient Egypt, for example, priesthoods often guarded the secrets of construction, astronomy, and ritual practices. The construction techniques of the pyramids, the use of precise astronomical alignments, and advanced architectural methods were likely restricted to select individuals, ensuring that such power remained under centralized control. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, scribes and scholars maintained detailed records of mathematics, astronomy, and medicine, but access to this knowledge was limited to those trained within specific institutions. These practices of controlled knowledge transmission may explain why certain technologies and insights appear suddenly in the archaeological record and then vanish, leaving modern researchers to puzzle over gaps that seem almost deliberate. The loss of knowledge can also be attributed to catastrophic events. Earthquakes, floods, fires, and invasions have repeatedly obliterated libraries, archives, and centers of learning. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria stands as the most famous example, representing the potential erasure of centuries of accumulated knowledge in science, philosophy, and technology. Similarly, the fall of the Roman Empire, the collapse of Mesoamerican civilizations, and repeated invasions of the Near East likely resulted in the loss of critical technical and scientific understanding. Each collapse may have severed lines of transmission, leaving future generations to rediscover or reinvent techniques that were once common knowledge. Deliberate suppression of knowledge is another possibility that historians often explore. Certain rulers, religious authorities, or elite groups may have restricted access to advanced techniques or information to maintain power, prevent societal upheaval, or control economic advantage. Knowledge of metallurgy, medicine, navigation, or construction could confer significant influence, and its concealment might have been a strategy to preserve hierarchical structures. This deliberate restriction could have been encoded in secret societies, guilds, or priesthoods, ensuring that technological or scientific knowledge was only passed selectively, leaving most of the population unaware of the principles that govern advanced practices. Evidence of lost knowledge is scattered across the globe. Ancient texts, inscriptions, and artifacts hint at capabilities that modern scientists struggle to explain. The Antikythera mechanism, a sophisticated astronomical calculator from Greece, suggests knowledge of mechanics and celestial cycles far beyond what was believed to be possible at the time. Similarly, megalithic structures like Pumapunku in South America exhibit precise stone cutting and alignment that defy explanations based on known ancient technology. These examples raise the possibility that civilizations possess advanced technical skills that were either forgotten, suppressed, or deliberately hidden from later generations. In some cases, knowledge may have been intentionally encoded in myths, rituals, or religious practices. Stories of gods, giants, or supernatural architects could be allegorical representations of engineering principles, astronomical knowledge, or chemical processes. Temples, pyramids, and sacred sites may have served dual purposes, religious and educational, preserving technical information in symbolic form. This method of encoding knowledge ensured its survival, even if the explicit understanding of how to apply it was lost. Modern researchers often have to decode these symbols, piecing together fragments of understanding that were once considered esoteric. The transmission of knowledge across cultures also plays a role in what has been lost or hidden. Trade networks, migrations, and conquests facilitated the spread of techniques and ideas, but cultural, linguistic, or political barriers could distort, fragment, or suppress this knowledge. Techniques that flourished in one civilization may have been partially transmitted to another, altered in the process, and eventually forgotten. The result is a patchwork of evidence, where glimpses of advanced understanding survive in isolated artifacts, texts, or architectural achievements, leaving historians to speculate about the full scope of what was once known. Modern archaeology continues to uncover hints of suppressed or hidden knowledge. Unearthed texts, unexplained artifacts, and architectural anomalies challenge conventional historical timelines and theories of technological development. Discoveries of sophisticated metallurgy, precise stonework, and early mechanical devices suggest that humans were capable of achieving feats that rival, and sometimes surpass, the capabilities of later civilizations. Each discovery prompts a reevaluation of historical assumptions and fuels speculation about what other knowledge may have existed but has yet to be rediscovered. The implications of suppressed or lost knowledge are profound. If civilizations possessed advanced techniques, why did so many of them disappear, only to be rediscovered millennia later? Could there have been a systematic effort to erase certain technologies or intellectual traditions, whether for political, religious, or social reasons? Understanding the reasons behind these gaps challenges not only our historical narratives, but also our perception of human capability, suggesting that our ancestors may have been far more innovative, experimental, and technologically adept than we have been led to believe. In conclusion, the history of ancient knowledge, whether suppressed, lost, or hidden, remains one of the most compelling and mysterious aspects of human civilization. Evidence from archaeology, ancient texts, and enigmatic artifacts indicates that humans achieved extraordinary feats in science, technology, and engineering, yet much of this knowledge has been obscured by time, disaster, and deliberate concealment. From secret priesthoods and restricted trade of technical skills to catastrophic events and the symbolic encoding of knowledge in myths and monuments, the mechanisms of loss and suppression are complex and multifaceted. By studying these patterns, we not only uncover fragments of extraordinary human achievement, but also challenge modern assumptions about the progression of technology and knowledge. The legacy of suppressed and hidden knowledge reminds us that our understanding of the ancient world is incomplete, and that the potential for rediscovery, reinterpretation, and revelation remains immense. In exploring these mysteries, we are reminded that the past may hold secrets far more advanced, ambitious, and awe-inspiring than history books have ever dared to reveal. The journey through ancient technology, lost knowledge, and forbidden archaeology leaves us standing at the edge of human history, confronting questions that challenge everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. For millennia, civilizations across the globe achieved feats of engineering, astronomy, medicine, metallurgy, and energy manipulation that rival, or even surpass, modern understanding. Pyramids aligned with stars, precision-cut stones weighing tens of tons, intricate mechanical devices, advanced calendars, and sophisticated medical practices are not isolated anomalies. They are part of a pattern, a mosaic of evidence suggesting that human ingenuity was operating at levels far beyond what mainstream history textbooks admit. The implications are staggering. What if the story of human progress is not a linear ascent from primitive to advanced, but a series of rises, collapses, and rediscoveries of knowledge that have been lost, suppressed, or hidden from us for reasons we may never fully understand? When we examine ancient civilizations, one thing becomes painfully clear. They were not merely surviving. They were experimenting, innovating, and mastering their environments in ways that demand a radical reevaluation of history. The Egyptians, with their monumental pyramids and precise astronomical alignments, demonstrated knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and physics that still baffles modern engineers. The Maya and Aztecs, with their celestial observatories and calendars, mapped the heavens with precision that aligns with events we can calculate today only using advanced instruments. The Inca, with their perfectly interlocking stones that withstand centuries of earthquakes, showcased engineering acumen that modern architects can barely replicate without machinery. From Europe to the Far East, from Africa to the Americas, a consistent pattern emerges. Humans were harnessing natural forces, manipulating materials, and developing systems of knowledge that rival contemporary science. Perhaps even more astonishing is the evidence that some of this knowledge may have been deliberately suppressed or hidden. Priesthoods, guilds, ruling elites, and powerful institutions often controlled access to advanced techniques, ensuring that only a select few could wield them. Catastrophic events, natural disasters, wars, and invasions, further erase entire chapters of human innovation. Libraries burned, civilizations collapsed, and entire knowledge systems disappeared, leaving behind fragments that modern researchers struggle to interpret. The Antikythera mechanism, the precision of megalithic structures, and lost metallurgical techniques suggest that we have only glimpsed the surface of human potential. What else might have existed in the lost annals of our collective history? When we consider these achievements collectively, an astonishing picture emerges. Humans, thousands of years ago, were experimenting with technology, engineering, and science in ways that modern society is only beginning to comprehend. Water systems and hydraulic devices hint at early energy manipulation. Metallurgy demonstrates precise chemical knowledge. Ancient medicine shows a deep understanding of biology, anatomy, and pharmacology, and celestial observatories reveal sophisticated astronomy integrated with architecture and ritual. These accomplishments were not isolated. They were part of complex societal systems capable of preserving, transmitting, and applying knowledge across generations and continents. The ancient world was a laboratory, a workshop, and a university rolled into one, operating on principles that we are only starting to rediscover. Moreover, The recurring theme of suppression, secrecy, and deliberate concealment adds a layer of mystery that challenges conventional narratives. Why was knowledge hidden? Why did some innovations vanish entirely? Perhaps these decisions were motivated by political control, social hierarchy, religious authority, or even fear of destabilizing society. Ancient knowledge may have been as dangerous as it was valuable, capable of conferring immense power to those who understood it. This suggests that the loss of technology was not always accidental, but, in some cases, intentional, a deliberate shaping of history that has left us in the dark about the true capabilities of our ancestors. The consequences of reevaluating human history are profound. If civilizations thousands of years ago were capable of engineering, medicine, and astronomy far beyond what we previously imagined, then the story of human progress is far more complex than the linear, primitive-to-modern narrative we are taught. Knowledge may have risen, been lost, and then partially rediscovered, implying a cyclical pattern of advancement and collapse. Entire epics of human ingenuity could be missing from the historical record, and the civilizations we consider advanced today may merely be the inheritors of knowledge that existed in ancient times. This realization forces a dramatic reconsideration of the timeline of human achievement and the potential sophistication of societies that existed long before recorded history. Equally compelling is the idea that ancient achievements can inspire modern innovation. By studying lost technologies, megalithic engineering, advanced metallurgy, and ancient astronomical systems, researchers are uncovering insights that can inform contemporary science, architecture, and medicine. Understanding how ancient civilizations solved problems with limited resources may offer solutions to modern challenges, demonstrating that the past is not only a record of human achievement, but also a blueprint for future possibilities. In this sense, ancient knowledge is not lost. It is waiting, encoded in stone, metal, and text, ready to be interpreted and applied in new contexts. Perhaps the most profound takeaway is philosophical. Ancient civilizations remind us of the boundless potential of human ingenuity. Our ancestors were not merely reacting to their environment. They were actively experimenting, observing, and shaping the world around them with precision, creativity, and ambition. They mastered materials, harnessed energy, mapped the cosmos, and developed complex societal systems long before modern technology existed. The evidence of their achievements challenges our assumptions, humbles our sense of superiority, and ignites a sense of wonder. We are reminded that the human mind has always possessed an extraordinary capacity for discovery, innovation, and mastery, even in times we once considered primitive. As we conclude this journey through ancient technology, lost knowledge, and forbidden archaeology, one undeniable truth emerges. Human history is far more mysterious, complex, and awe-inspiring than mainstream narratives suggest. Every pyramid, observatory, megalithic wall, and enigmatic artifact is a testament to human curiosity, creativity, and resilience. These achievements force us to confront the possibility that our ancestors were not simply primitive people learning slowly over millennia, but brilliant innovators exploring the boundaries of what was possible. Their legacy challenges us to rethink timelines, reconsider capabilities, and remain open to the mysteries that the past continues to hold. Ultimately, the story of ancient technology is not merely about the past. It is about the potential of humanity itself. It is a call to curiosity, to investigation, and to the realization that the limits of human achievement may be far broader than we have dared to imagine. It is a reminder that history is not just a sequence of events, but a tapestry of knowledge, some lost, some hidden, some waiting to be rediscovered. By embracing the mystery, exploring the evidence, and questioning conventional narratives, we reconnect with a lineage of human ingenuity that stretches back tens of thousands of years, a lineage that continues to inspire, challenge, and amaze. The echoes of these ancient civilizations reach us through stone, metal, and celestial alignment, whispering secrets of knowledge and power that humanity has yet to fully grasp. We stand at the threshold of rediscovery, where the wonders of the past intersect with the possibilities of the future. Every artifact, every inscription, every architectural marvel is a testament to ingenuity, courage, and ambition that transcends time. And as we continue to uncover, analyze, and question, we are reminded of a single, staggering truth. The human story is far richer, more complex, and more astonishing than we have ever imagined. The ancient world, in all its mystery and mastery, challenges us to see ourselves not as the pinnacle of civilization, but as heirs to a legacy of brilliance that has been unfolding for tens of thousands of years. A legacy that continues to awe, inspire, and provoke wonder at every turn.